he can use it. What about sound? Then we need to make sure that the sound works. Right? So let's make sure that sound. Yeah, but when you connect to a new device, we have to go in here and make sure that it's within your device. Yeah, sure. But then we need to make sure the sound. Else, so you don't need for me to put it on the right. But I'll need my adapter. This can go in. I gave him my adapter. Practice or anything, I would rather control it than. Let me see. So this is the fire. I would like to control it from here. But the thing is, we also need to make sure that the sound.
We play it using this, right?
Don't drive on the.
But when you play the sound, does it count?
We haven't tried. We haven't even tried because the thing is, I know sometimes this thing, then when you hook up any new device here, we need to the sound. We need to.
Good morning. Let's hear it for the Ghana Dance and Drum Ensemble. Oh my God. What an incredible way to start the conference. My name's Evan Graves. Some of you I've met, some of you I haven't. I am the Associate Director at the Yale Institute of Sacred Music. And let me just say it's a great honor and privilege to be here today and to co-host our annual Black Sacred Arts Conference here at the University of Ghana with the Institute of African Studies. So we offer special thanks to Provost and Professor Joseph Yarrow and Director and Professor Samuel Intewusu, who are joining us here this morning, and you'll hear from them in just a moment. You'll see on your schedule, Martin Jean, the director of the ISM, was meant to give some remarks, and he's still on his way here. Unfortunately, there were some travel mishaps, so I'm just going to say a few words about the conference and about the Institute, in case you don't know. So the Yale Institute of Sacred Music, I have a little bit of feedback here. The Yale Institute of, I'll just pause a second. Can we turn the gain down a little bit, maybe? Thanks. The Yale Institute of Sacred Music is an interdisciplinary graduate center that educates leaders who foster, explore, and study engagement with the sacred through music, worship, and the arts in Christian communities, diverse religious traditions, and public life. And though the core of our work happens in training musicians, scholars, and those going to pastoral ministry, the Institute of Sacred Music's mission goes far beyond that. And in fact, part of our mission is to study religion and ritual anywhere you find it, in any part of the world, in any religious tradition, in any part of history as well. So it was in pursuit of this aim that we, in 2022, began this conference series on the Black Sacred Arts as one of our research initiatives. To study music, ritual, and related arts in religious cultures of the Black Atlantic and beyond. So with a wide range of faculty at Yale and beyond, we've tried to create this conference as a space where scholars, artists, and practitioners from around the globe can gather to discuss themes central to the research of Black expressive culture. The opening of today's conference, which is titled Religion at the Crossroads, Africa's Creative and Spiritual Heritage, marks not only the 5th conference in our series, but this also represents a new venture. For us, as this is the first time we're not holding the conference in New Haven on Yale's campus, and we're really thankful to the support of the faculty and administration here to be able to do this first conference outside of Yale at the Institute of African Studies at the University of Ghana. And so we envision this collaboration as a way, and relocation as a way to broaden the discussion from previous conferences and include and even center the research of scholars, artists, and practitioners in Africa. And we know this is going to be an incredible 3 days of exchange here at the University of Ghana. I'd also mention we had a record number, over 100 submissions for this conference, and there was a really broad international interest in the event. And so we're really excited that you could all join us today. So before we launch into the rest of the program, I wanted to take a few minutes just to acknowledge all the people who helped make this happen. Firstly, our program committee that helped us assemble the incredible program that you're going to see. Professor Daniel Agvorbador is there in the back. Professor Stephen Friedson, who really was his original idea to make this collaboration and introduce it. So we're thankful to you as well. Professor Ruth Opara, Professor Cecile Fremont, and Professor Moses Nidortny, I think, who is also here in the room. So let's give a round of applause for all those folks. We also have a team at Yale helping organize all the logistics, and there have been many. So thanks to Katya Vetrov, Tricia Lendroth, Liz Santamaria, and Ben Gertz. It's about 5 in the morning there, so I'm sure they're not awake to hear these things, but I wanted to make them anyway. And finally, we have some tokens of appreciation for the faculty administrators here at University of Ghana who have helped make this collaboration happen. My colleague Amanda Patrick, she's head of publicity at the ISM, is going to help me here, and you might see her around the conference the next few days asking you to pose for photos, so if you kindly oblige, that would be great. First, we'd like to thank Professor Joseph A. Yarrow, Provost of the College of Humanities. We have a small gift for you. If you could just raise your hand. Yeah, thank you. Next, Professor Samuel Intewusu, Director, Institute of African Studies, there in the back. Professor Frederick Evenku, President at Trinity Theological Seminary, might not be here. Is he? Okay, thank you. Mrs. Yvonne Larte, Senior Assistant Registrar at Institute of African Studies. Not here? Okay. You can hand the one to her. She's going to collect. Yeah. Mrs. Vivian Apia, Chief Accountant, Institute of African Studies. You're getting a lot. Oh, this is Dr. Sylvanus Kuwar, Acting Dean, School of Performing Arts. Dr. Benjamin Amache Boateng, Head Department of Music here at the University of Ghana. Maybe coming later. And finally, Professor Daniel Gvorbador, who's a professor here at Institute of African Studies. And so with that, I'm really pleased to introduce Professor Samuel Yarrow, who's Provost of the College of Humanities here at University of Ghana.
Thank you very much, and good morning to everyone. For those coming from outside, welcome to Ghana, welcome to the University of Ghana. And since the Vice Chancellor is not here, you are welcome to the entire university, and you are free to navigate your way around and be led to all the interesting places that we have. So you don't return to Yale with only one story of African studies, but the story of visiting the entire University of Ghana. So distinguished guests, esteemed colleagues, revered practitioners and friends, you are all welcome once again. As the Provost of the College of Humanities here in the University of Ghana, it is my distinguished honor and privilege to welcome all of you and to the opening ceremony of the 2026 Yale Black Sacred Arts Conference. We are profoundly thrilled to co-host and partner with Yale University for this groundbreaking gathering, which obviously the fourth conference themed Religions at the Crossroads, Africa's Creative and Spiritual Heritage. It is a historic moment of intellectual, spiritual, and cultural homecoming. And you are right to have it in Ghana because, as you know, we are bustling with spiritual activity every time, 24 hours. It's part of our 24-hour economy. So for centuries, the Black sacred arts, spanning our sublime music, our profound visual arts, our powerful oral literatures, and our sacred rituals, have served as the bedrock of resilience, identity, and resistance for Black peoples across the world. These arts are not merely artifacts of the past. They are living, breathing repositories of philosophical thought and spiritual genius. They have crossed oceans, survived the traumas of displacement, and birthed new wells of expression in the diaspora while remaining deeply rooted in the soil of this continent. It is entirely fitting that we gather here in Ghana, a land of rich spiritual heritage, artistic innovation, and Pan-African solidarity to deliberate on these sacred traditions. The University of Ghana, and specifically the College of Humanities, has long been dedicated to safeguarding, researching, and elevating African expressive cultures and belief systems. Crucial to this mission is our Department for the Study of Religions, which is among the first departments established when the university began as the college in 1942. Established to provide a rigorous academic space to analyze the complex spiritual tapestry of our continent. It underscores our belief that understanding African sacred arts requires a deep engagement with lived faiths. This academic pursuit is enriched by our thriving, ongoing institutional collaborations. We are immensely proud of our close working relationship with neighboring strongholds of theological and cultural research. The Trinity Theological Seminary, the Sane Institute for Advanced Study of Islam and Christianity, and the Akrofi Chrysler Institute of Theology, Mission and Culture. Together, these partnerships allow us to explore the intersection of faith, culture, and society, ensuring that our study of the sacred remains both ecumenical and deeply contextualized. Over the next few days, this conference will serve as a sacred space of its own. It is a space where academy meets sanctuary, where rigorous intellectual discourse intertwines with creative practice, and where continental African scholars converge with our brothers and sisters from the diaspora. Together, we will interrogate, celebrate, and preserve the artistic expressions that have kept the global black soul anchored. I want to extend my deepest gratitude to the organizing committees at both Yale University and the University of Ghana. Thank you for the visionary scholars, the dedicated staff, and the magnificent artists whose labor of love has brought this conference to fruition. Most importantly, thank you all, our presenters, our participants, both here, I guess they should be online, who have traveled from near and far to lend your voices to this vital conversation and to engage and interact in fruitful deliberations that will enhance our joint learning experience. Once again, welcome to the University of Ghana, and I wish you an incredible, enriching, inspiring, and transformative conference. Thank you very much.
And next, we would like to welcome the Director for the Institute of African Studies, Professor Nme Teusu.
Thank you so much for the opportunity. I think now that the Ghana Dance Ensemble managed to descend the deities and ancestors, I have the opportunity or the power to now speak. Actually, when the performance was going on, I needed to lean very closely to Dr. Nidote to actually brief me about the dance, and that is the play dance. Incidentally, he tells me that the processes also engage other forms of deities and shrines across, including Akum, Tigari, and Otu. So thank you for the performance and thank you for the education. Distinguished scholars, traditional leaders, revered artists, and honored guests, you are all welcome to the Institute of African Studies. Akwaba. As the director of the Institute of African Studies at the University of Ghana, I join our provost to welcome you to the opening ceremony of the 2026 Yale Black Sacred Arts Conference. To our colleagues from Yale University, our brothers and sisters from across the globe, the diaspora, and from all over the world, you are all welcome. For nearly 2/3 of a century, the Institute of African Studies stood as a vanguard for the reclamation, preservation, and transformation of African knowledge systems. Founded with a mandate to study our societies through an African lens, our institute is the intellectual home for a conference of this magnitude. We are incredibly proud to host you and also to host this very dialogue under the vision of the Vice Chancellor, Professor Nana Aba Apia Amfo, whose commitment to forwarding innovation, technological advancement, and human welfare anchors everything that we do here at the University of Ghana. This sustained support from our Vice Chancellor and our Provost for our academic and extramural programs and impactful global collaboration has paved the way for us to stand together in this space today. The Black sacred arts are not mere objects of artistic admiration. Within the African worldview, the sacred and the artistic are inseparable. Our music, our dance, our textiles, and our oral traditions are actually living archives. They are the technologies of survival and the vessels for our collective memory. When the transatlantic slave trade fractured our world, it was these sacred arts that could not be chained. They crossed the Atlantic into the hearts and bodies of our people, manifested across the Americas, the Caribbean. Today, this conference represents a sacred Sankofa moment, a deliberate reaching back to gather that which was scattered, bringing it together right here where it all began. An extraordinary gathering like this does not happen by chance. It is a result of tireless, dedicated labor behind the scenes. I want to publicly acknowledge Professor Avogbedo and colleagues from Yale University. I also want to thank Mrs. Yvonne Latte, our administrative secretary. Is she here? Okay, we'll tell her that I said thank you. So thank you to Mrs. Yvonne Latte for her seamless administrative coordination, and to our accountant, Mrs. Vivian Apia, for managing the intricate logistics so flawlessly. My gratitude also goes to our dedicated institute driver, Mr. Obin, and then Mr. Samoa. I think they are not here as well, who have worked around the clock to ensure everyone's safe transit, and our enthusiastic students, volunteers, who are here to welcome us and to usher us around. Where are our students? At least I can see, yeah, I can see Reverend Father Bonaventure. I can also see our PhD student. Where is our student and our colleague from College of Education, Accra? Okay. Your labor of love has brought this vision to life. Over the coming days, we are participating in an act of epistemic restoration. We will bridge the artificial divide between the academy and the community, between the researcher and the practitioner. As you spend these days with us in Legon, I invite you to immerse yourselves fully in the atmosphere of the Institute of African Studies. Let your debates be rigorous, your connections deep, and your spirits open to the transformative power of the sacred. Thank you for bringing your intellect, your passion, your sacred presence to Ghana. I wish all a deeply inspiring and revolutionary conference. Thank you once again, and welcome to the Institute.
Thank you so much, both the provost and director, for being here and saying those kind words. I just have a few announcements for those here for the conference. To go over now some housekeeping before we go to our first panel. So you got a printed schedule of events in your conference packet. There are also QR codes around the building that you can use to access our conference page. And on the conference page, it has the schedule for each day. Also, for those staying at the conference hotel, the Arata Hotel, I just wanted to remind you of the shuttle schedule. So we're planning to have every morning 2 shuttles, one at 7:30 and one at 8. They'll come here to campus. And you can also come on your own, of course, by taking an Uber or something like that. The shuttles that will return to the hotel will vary every day depending on the schedule. So, for example, tonight we're really pleased to have a opening reception at 5:45, followed by a welcome concert. And so for tonight, the shuttle won't return to the hotel until after the concert and the reception. Tomorrow night, too, we're having a special performance of the Lahare Kunde Shrine at 4:15. And so similarly, the shuttle tomorrow night will leave after that performance, which should be around 6:30 or so. And I also wanted to mention for the performance tomorrow, just a note that we're going to have to walk over to across the street to the Enketia Archives. We're going to gather at about 4:10 to walk over there, but we'll announce that again tomorrow as well. And also for your interest here, I wanted to mention the faculty and staff mentioned that there's a special exhibition on the art of brass casting, which is in the Institute of African Studies exhibition space downstairs. So please take a chance to visit that. And Professor Agbobador has also put together a small exhibition of video and images of sacred ceremonies that you'll find in the lobby of the building, put together especially for this conference. So please have a chance to visit that as well. I think that's it for the announcements. So the next step is to begin our first panel here. And so we're a little bit behind, but not too bad as these things go. So our first panel is Sacred Organology. And I'd like to ask the chair for this panel, Alfred Adakwai, to please come up and get us started. So with that, we begin the conference. Thank you.
Good morning, distinguished colleagues, honored guests, ladies and gentlemen. Of course, it is my great pleasure to welcome you to the first panel of the 5th Annual Black Sacred Arts Conference. Following what has already been an inspiring opening to this gathering, we now begin the scholarly conversations that will shape the next few days of our engagement. The theme of this panel, as it was mentioned, is Sacred Organology, and it invites us to think beyond musical instruments as objects that simply produce sound. Instead, the papers before us ask how instruments become carriers of ritual authority, theological meaning, historical memory, and cultural continuity. Although the presenters draw on different geographical regions, religious traditions, and of course, historical moments, they share a common concern: how sacred music is created, negotiated, and sustained through musical instruments. Together, these papers encourage us to reconsider the relationship between sound, spirituality, material culture, and religious practice across Africa and the African diaspora. So we are privileged to have 3 distinguished scholars whose work promises to stimulate thoughtful discussion. Each presenter will speak in turn, after which we will open the floor for questions and discussion. Without further ado, let us begin. Our first presenter is Dr. John Dankwa, an assistant professor of music at Wesleyan University. His research focuses on West African musical traditions, ritual performance, and sacred sound. He will present a paper entitled From Funeral Xylophone to Eucharistic Instrument, Reinscribing the Jewel in Dagara Catholic Worship. Please join me in welcoming Dr. John Dankwa.
You're welcome.
Thank you very much, Dr. Patrick Okwe for the generous introduction. Good morning to you all, and thank you for joining us. I want to take a moment to thank the organizers of the conference for accepting my abstract to be presented here. Please, the first slide. Okay, my presentation is titled From Funeral Xylophone to Eucharistic Instrument, Re-inscribing the Jail in Dagara Catholic Worship. The Dagara are an ethno-linguistic community of more than 2 million people living across Ghana, Burkina Faso, and Cote d'Ivoire. Today, however, my discussion focuses on the Dagara of northwestern Ghana, where the jail, a wooden xylophone with calabash resonators, occupies a central
All
place
right.
in both
Good
cultural and religious
afternoon.
life.
Good evening.
Now, to begin, I would like to show a short video clip from a Good Friday celebration in Jirapa, in Ghana's Upper West region, posted by the African Catholic Channel Corporation. The video captures Dagara Catholics commemorating the passion and death of Jesus Christ. Now, as you watch, I want you to take notice of the ensemble, which comprises 2 jail players, quad drum, and the call and response singing. The whole thing kind of emulates how the Dagara celebrate their traditional funeral rites. Please, can you play the video for me? All right. All right. I think for the sake of time, I'm going to skip the video. I mean, let me just describe what the whole thing is about. I mean, this is the Easter celebration, and then there is an aspect of the liturgy where the people kind of mourn the death of Jesus Christ, just as they may do for a loved one in their community. And at the center of the mourning are 2 large instruments called the dagajile, comprising 18 keys each. And there are mourners, professional mourners, who kind of exchange in a call and response format the attributes of Jesus, and then mourn the pain that the death has caused, but at the same time, the blessings that follow. So I wanted you to have an acoustic impression of that, but I think we can move on. And anyone who watches that video and is familiar with Dagara musical culture will be presented immediately with a kind of a paradox. The instrument that is featured prominently in the video is called a dagajiri. It's an 18-key xylophone that in traditional Dagara society is primarily associated with funeral rites. You know, for generations, its music has accompanied mourning, honored the dead, and provided the emotional framework for funeral ceremonies. Yet, in this, okay. All right, you can pause it now. Thank you very much. So that is the sound of the instrument. So this is the very same instrument that stands at the heart of one of the Catholic Church's most sacred liturgical celebrations. Across the Catholic parishes, the dagajiri has become the principal musical instrument through which the Mass is enacted. The repertoire it performs is known as Missa Yelu, that is songs of the Mass. The body of liturgical songs used during the Eucharistic celebration. Like the organ in many Western churches, the jill introduces each song, establishes its tonal and rhythmic foundation, coordinates the choir and congregation, and directs the musical unfolding of the liturgy. Please, I want you to go to slide 4. Before I proceed, I want to play a short audio recording I made in Wenchi in December 2022. And here it captures the Jew leading the sonong, that is the sanctus, during the celebration of the Mass. Associated with indigenous funeral ritual, come to occupy a central place in the celebration of the Catholic Mass. This development can be situated within the broader scholarship on liturgical enculturation. Scholars such as Iward Shorter, Robert Schreiter, Ansgar Chupungo, and more recently, Bennett Cole and Felicity Apa have argued that the localization of Catholic worship involves more than the incorporation of indigenous cultural forms. Rather, it is a process through which musical, symbolic, and ritual practices are recontextualized for Christian worship. Yet, this perspective still leaves an important question unanswered. What becomes of an indigenous instrument once it is incorporated into the liturgy? How are its musical practices, ritual associations, and symbolic meanings reconfigured within the celebration of the Mass? Please go to slide 5. Building on scholarship that understands inculturation as the incorporation of indigenous cultural forms into Christian worship, I propose that the Dagara case is better understood as a process of liturgical reinscription. Now, by liturgical reinscription, I mean the reassignment of culturally established ritual authority to new liturgical lens. Rather than just incorporating indigenous musical forms into Christian worship, liturgical reinscription redirects the social, symbolic, and performative capacities of ritual media so that they become constitutive of the enactment of the liturgy itself. In the Dagara case, it is precisely this process that enables the Dagajil to function not simply as an accompanying instrument, but as the principal ritual medium through which the Missa Yelu, that is songs of the Mass, and the Eucharistic celebration are performed and experienced. To understand how the Dagajil became central to Dagara Catholic worship, I begin by briefly tracing the historical encounter between Catholicism and the Dagara, paying particular attention to early missionary concerns over the ritual associations of indigenous music. I then examine the liturgical reforms initiated by Cardinal Peter Poreku Deri, whose vision fundamentally reshaped the relationship between Dagara culture and Catholic worship. Finally, I argue that the Jill became integral to the celebration of the Mass, not simply as a musical instrument, but as a ritual medium whose established cultural authority furnished a distinctly Dagara mode of enacting and experiencing the liturgy. The Catholic faith was introduced into Dagara land in 1929, when the Canadian missionaries, Fathers Arthur Packard and Remigius McCoy, together with Brother Baslit Koot, established a mission at Jirapa. As elsewhere in colonial Africa, evangelization extended beyond preaching to include education, healthcare, and other forms of social outreach. Through these ministries, the missionaries gradually gained the confidence of local communities, and increasing numbers of Dagara embraced the Christian faith. However, conversion to Christianity involved more than accepting a new set of beliefs. It also required a reorientation of religious and ritual life. converts were expected to renounce practices associated with indigenous religion, including ancestral sacrifices, certain funeral rites, and other ceremonies that missionaries regarded as incompatible with Christianity. So this encounter inevitably extended to music. Among the Dagara, music is inseparable from ritual and social life, and virtually every indigenous musical tradition is embedded within ceremonial, communal, or religious practice. Consequently, the musical forms associated with traditional Dagara life, including those centered on the jail, were excluded from Catholic worship. Instead, the liturgy followed the European musical traditions introduced by the missionaries. The Mass was celebrated in Latin, with musical accompaniment provided by the pump organ, an instrument that Dagara came to call nasal jail, meaning the white man's xylophone. By contrast, the missionaries increasingly embraced the Dagara language in other areas of his ministry. The Lord's Prayer, the Hail Mary, the Apostles' Creed, the Nicene Creed, and other liturgical prayers were translated into Dagara and became integral to catechesis and devotional life. This produced an important inconsistency in the church's missionary practice. On the one hand, the missionaries recognized the value of the Dagara language by translating prayers and catechetical materials into the vernacular. On the other hand, the musical language of the Mass remained European. It was at this point that Cardinal Peter Porekuderi played a crucial role, emerging as the principal architect of the Dagara adaptation of Catholic worship. Born in 1918 at Zimopare near Nandom, Peter Porekuderi grew up in a family deeply rooted in Dagara traditional religion and assisted his uncle in carrying out ritual responsibilities. After encountering the white missionaries, he was baptized at Jirapa in 1932 and later entered the seminary. He was ordained to the Catholic priesthood in 1951, becoming the first indigenous priest from Ghana's Upper West region. In 1960, he was appointed the first bishop of the newly created Diocese of Wa. His early experience of Dagara religions and ritual life profoundly shaped his approach to ministry. As bishop, he drew upon this cultural knowledge to promote the use of the Dagara language, indigenous melodies, and local musical instruments in the celebration of the Mass. A significant moment in this history occurred when Bishop Derry sought papal approval to adapt the liturgy, convinced that worship would become more meaningful if celebrated in forms his people could understand and embrace. Having received papal approval, Derry nevertheless proceeded with considerable caution. He understood that many Catholics, having abandoned indigenous religious practices upon conversion, might interpret the introduction of Dagara musical forms as a return to the very traditions the missionaries had urged them to reject. Reflecting on how he implemented the reforms, he recalled, and I quote, "Even though I had the approval of Rome, I had to be very careful and gradual in initiating any changes in the liturgy. People could misinterpret things. Some could say, the White Fathers brought us the true religion. Derry has hardly taken over as bishop, and he is dragging us back into the very pagan practices that we have rejected. I decided to start by using Dagara tunes for the Latin chants. Hence, though we continue to sing in Latin, the tunes for the songs were taken from the traditional folk songs. It was only after some time that we decided to experiment singing in Dagara to the accompaniment of the traditional xylophone and drums. This we did first in Nandom by means of a prepared choir. The very first Sunday that we had the Mass sung, we posted people at all the exits of the church, instructing them to try to get feedback from the people on the liturgy as they left the church after Mass. The reports we received were overwhelmingly positive. Many were heard saying, "Aha, now we can understand this celebration. That is what we should have been doing since long." End of quote. The overwhelming positive response to the experiment confirmed Derry's conviction that the liturgy could be celebrated through Dagara musical idioms without diminishing its Catholic character. As the use of the jill in the Mass became established at Nandom, it attracted increasing numbers of Catholics from neighboring parishes, many of whom traveled to participate in the liturgy. The growing enthusiasm for this form of worship eventually prompted its introduction throughout the Wa Diocese. At the same time, Darius reforms stimulated a remarkable flourishing of Dagara Catholic composition. Priests, catechists, religious sisters, and lay musicians began composing mass settings and hymns in the Dagara language, many of which were later compiled in Sok Hamama, the first Dagara Catholic hymnal published in 1982. Darius' introduction of the jill into Catholic worship represented far more than the incorporation of a familiar indigenous musical instrument. It brought into the celebration of the Mass an instrument that already occupied a position of profound ritual, social, and symbolic significance within Dagara society. Consequently, the jill did not just accompany the liturgy, it carried into Catholic worship an established cultural authority through which the Mass acquired a distinctly Dagara mode of musical and ritual expression. This argument rests on a substantial body of scholarship on the cultural significance of the jill. Studies by Francis Sego, Vercelli, Woma, and Dankwa consistently demonstrate that the jill is far more than a musical instrument in Dagara society. It is a central ritual medium that mediates relationships between individuals and the community, the living and the dead, and the visible and invisible worlds. Its significance extends across multiple domains of Dagara life, including Bar, the indigenous religious system centered on divination, ritual consultation, and the maintenance of relationships with spiritual forces, as well as recreational performances and, most prominently, funerals. The funeral context is especially revealing. Among the Dagara, the sounding of the jill upon a person's death publicly constitutes the funeral, transforming a private loss into a communal ritual event. Its performance announces death, gathers dispersed kin, organizes the sequence of ritual events, and creates the affective environment within which mourning, remembrance, and communal solidarity are expressed. Indeed, Dagara commonly remark that without the jill, there is no funeral, underscoring the instrument's indispensable role in conferring ritual legitimacy upon the occasion. As previous scholarship has shown, the jill possesses a remarkable capacity to mobilize collective emotional responses, evoking grief, remembrance, celebration, and communal participation through musical forms whose meanings are deeply embedded within Dagara cultural memory. Against this background, Darius' intervention may be understood as a process of liturgical reinscription. By introducing the jill into the celebration of the Eucharist, he did more than indigenize the soundscape of the Mass. He situated the liturgy within an established Dagara framework of ritual performance, one in which the jill had long functioned as the principal medium through which communal ceremonies were publicly constituted and experienced. The presence of the jill thus endowed the performance of Misa Yelu with a recognizable ritual authority, enabling the Mass to be enacted through musical practices that Dagara worshippers already associated with occasions of profound communal and spiritual significance. In conclusion, the Dagara case demonstrates that the localization of Catholic worship involved more than the incorporation of indigenous musical forms. Through what I have called liturgical reinscription, the Dagara jill was reassigned from its traditional role as a principal ritual medium in Dagara society to a new function within the celebration of the Eucharist. Rather than diminishing its cultural authority, this transformation redirected it toward Christian worship, enabling the Mass to be enacted through a distinctly Dagara mode of ritual performance. By foregrounding the ritual agency of the instrument itself, this presentation invites us to rethink inculturation not simply as the adaptation of cultural forms, but as the reconfiguration of culturally authoritative ritual media within new liturgical contexts. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Dankwa, for this insightful presentation. What strikes me is an instrument that we all know as an indigenous instrument, and then it enters the church in a different way. I don't know whether it is in a different way or in the same way, but anyway, I have really enjoyed it. So it's time for questions and, of course, suggestions. You know, if any one of you have any... Is there a microphone that could move around, please? A microphone that could move around, yes, please. So that if anyone has a question. We have 10 minutes of this exercise, then we move to the second presenter. All right, so we have the first hand here. Yes. Reverend Father, yes.
Dr. Ayiko,
Bedasi.
you have spoken well.
Thank you.
And I say you have spoken well because you talked about Most Reverend Peter Poreko Daly, Cardinal. And he was the one who ordained me a Catholic priest. And I am a student of African music. And I have delved into the history of how he decided to bring about this element of enculturation. Peter Cardinal Derry was a man who, at the time of his ordination in 1951 in the Vatican, got express permission from the Pope at the time to be able to carry out this exercise. He categorically got permission. But as you did indicate, he was not taking it for granted. He needed to do, and he got the training in Canada where he underwent so many courses, some in cultural and social anthropology and the likes. And so he knew the kind of experimentation that he was going to undertake. Happily, he had a bishop, a colleague bishop, who was also interested in something like this. And this was the Most Reverend Peter Kwesi Sapong of Kumasi, who himself is also involved very much in enculturation and has done a lot for the Ghanaian church in Ghana. I want to put a question, and that question for me is not just for you to answer, but for all of us to deliberate on and to see how we can carry this whole question of enculturation and bringing the gospel message through the culture of the people. I think that Archbishop Derry carried out a very noble task, because you can come and evangelize and do it your way and go home and expect the people to carry on. And anything can happen. But he was sensitive to the dynamics, very sensitive, because he knew what the people regarded as sacred and profane. Okay. Okay. So my question basically is, can we at this moment also try to look critically at the negatives and the positives and try to find a way of getting along and making a more positive contribution to the whole idea of enculturation? Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Father, and particularly for the insightful comments and then the question. I think throughout the ages, the idea of borrowing from indigenous traditions as a means of evangelism, has permeated Christianity. For several generations, even beyond the African context. Let's go to England, for example. I'm a Methodist, a commissioned Methodist minister. I'm yet to be ordained. That's why I don't have my clerical on, but that's just by the way. And when I study the history of hymnody within my own tradition, it is revealed that both John Wesley and Charles Wesley kind of depended on, indigenous themes around them to compose their hymns. But when we come to our side, it looks as if anything that is not born inside of the church is satanic, demonic. That is paganism. And in my own tradition, Father, right now we are expanding into the northern territories of Ghana. And one thing that worries me is that we are rather introducing to them the British hymns and the keyboard synthesizers instead of relying on, let's say, the Dagbamba drums. Or maybe, if it is the Frafra Nagra drums, you use them. I think the opportunity is there to explore. We just have to develop the mindset, just as our forebears did, that what we have, let me use this ecclesial terminology, it is God's gift. And we can harness it in whatever way we wish to enhance, the spread of the gospel. Because, like you rightly pointed out, one of the things that really pulled many people to Catholicism among the Dagara was the jail. And so the answer is yes, the opportunity is there. We rather have to reorient our mindsets.
All right, so we have 4 minutes. Maybe I'll take a few questions. This time around, if we have more than a question, I'll take them. Yes, I have one hand here, and I think only one hand.
Can you say more about
okay.
Can you say more about the agency of the Can you say more about the agency of the instrument that you have in mind and what exactly you mean by the phrase? Thank you.
Two more, then you answer all. Yes. We have 3 minutes.
Okay. Thank you. That was a wonderful presentation. I just wanted to just like a contribution or so. You don't need to answer the question, but don't need to respond, but just think about it. Isn't it possible that given the increasing literacy of Africans, indigenous people, that it would be more effective and worthwhile if we begin to look at Christian worship through some kind of, through the introduction of what we already have, that kind of thing. Because, as Wole Soyinka will always say, a tiger does not shout its tigritude. We are already familiar with the xylophone, the instrument that you have there. It's cultural, that kind. Something that makes religion or Christianity very attractive is the exotic, that kind of thing. So don't you think that the European organ is more likely to enhance worship, by just simply appealing to the new crop of educated people, that kind of thing. Thank you.
So, and the last.
Yeah, maybe just a side question or top up to what the Reverend asked. Could we consider the ritualization, the ritual technology employed in performing the Jili in both contexts, the church context and the indigenous context?
Thank you. Let me begin with the last question. Even before you pray the Jili in public, particularly at rituals, there are certain kinds of rites that you have to perform for the instrument. For example, you have to hit the largest bar of the xylophone with a hand, pour the blood on it. That is not done within the church. So, in a sense, even the preparation before performance differs a bit. But in terms of its ritual capacity to mobilize effective reactions, it cuts across both ways. And let me come to your question. I think it is all about the mindset. I will still say it is all about the mindset. Because For example, go to any church where from take the Woyo, and then the 12 apostle churches, for example. It is the traditional instruments that they continue to use, regardless of whatever generation of people are in the church. And so, for me, yes, the Western instruments kind of entices the younger generation. I don't want to use the term literate, because I am literate, but I am prone towards the traditional forms. And so I believe there are many of such people. And also, to your question, in fact, I would say, let me state it in brief, and probably when we meet, we can talk more about that. The Jiri is the repository of Dagara musical history itself. You see the Jiri, and it has a lot of connections. And so, its authority within Dagara rituals and social life, I mean, words cannot fully express unless you see it with your eyes. And so I think we can talk more about that for the sake of time. Thank you.
Round of applause to our presenter, Dr. John Dankwa. Thank you so, so much. And so is it the instrument, is it Jill or Jile?
Jile is plural.
It's plural, and Jill is singular. Okay, thank you for the education. And so our second presenter is Kai Mora, a PhD candidate in African and African American Studies at Harvard University. Her research explores music, spirituality, and material culture in northwestern Africa. She will present the Gnawa Gwimbri. Sorry if I don't pronounce it well. She will do that in the interstices of African materiality and Islam. Please join me in welcoming Kai Mora. Okay, that'll be online. So an online presentation. We have tricked you.
Can everyone see me or see my presentation?
Yes, please. We can see you, Kai Mora.
Perfect. I had every intention to be there with you all, so I really apologize, but I am here on the African continent in Morocco. So I'm nearby with God in spirit, yeah. Anyways, thank you all for being here and being willing to lend an ear to me. I'm really excited to discuss this project that I've been working on with you. This is part of my dissertation research. Very interested in hearing your thoughts. So fashioned through the free and forced migrations of West Africans into the Maghreb, who together enslaved with Morocco's own indigenous population, the Gnawa Gimbri is an emblem of the African, the Gnawa Gimbri is an emblem of the African ingenuity in taking long-standing indigenous traditions and transforming them with a new environment. The Gimbri, which you can see in this image here, is a wooden, rectangular, or oblong-shaped three-string plucked lute, originally played by Black Moroccans, descended from enslaved West Africans who were lumped together with Morocco's own indigenous population, and enslaved in the 17th through the 20th century, coming to be known as the Gnawa. The Gimbri was and is an important part of the Gnawa's possession transfer known as Alila, in which the Gimbri is used to invoke and placate spirits that inhabit adepts in a lifelong relationship. In Gnawa cosmological world, the spirits or the jinn exist in a semi-hierarchical pantheon organized by color: white, black, red, blue, light blue, yellow, and green, and adepts trance to their corresponding color in addition to offerings of food, plants, insects, and blood. In order to successfully invoke...
Sorry, Kai Mora, can you share your screen, please?
Process, which includes particular types of wood, camel or goat intestines for the strings, and skin, which covers the resonator, and is equally fed through offerings through the process of construction.
Kai Mora.
Object, but a living vessel through which the ritual process houses potent spiritual energy.
Kai Mora,
The
Can you
Gimbri sits
please
at an
share?
intersection between the aesthetic and ritual function that connects to several other African traditions, which sees the material and the spiritual world as distinct but accessible through one another. That is, you can gain access through the spiritual world through the material world, and gain access to the material world through the spirit world. An internal African diaspora, which, much like the Atlantic diaspora, has been racialized. The conversation around Ganawa in Morocco is concentrated in discussions which seek to investigate the African identity. Yet analyses of the primary material culture of the Ganawa, the Gimbri, which represents not only their history, but the essence of their worldview, demonstrate that, is my screen not being shared? Sorry.
Yes, we
I
can
see
see your
one.
screen. Please share your screen.
Oh, okay. There is one person in the chat who says that they cannot see my screen, but I will leave
Yes.
that. Um,
Yes. Can you enlarge it a bit? We can see it all right, but it seems it's a bit small. Can you enlarge it?
sure.
Is there a way you can? Yeah. Just click on share the screen or
Okay.
yes.
I can also just, let's
Kofi, can
see.
you direct from there? Kofi?
Is that better?
Yes, now it's good.
Okay, great.
Presentation
mode, please.
Please. Presentation mode, yes.
Okay, it's better now. Yet the analyses of the primary material culture of the Ganawa, the Gimbri, which represents not only their history, but the essence of their worldview, demonstrate that this is a community of people within Morocco whose ideas and traditions, if only at its genesis, were deeply Black African. What it means to be Black African in itself is a byproduct of the trans-Saharan slave trade, and thus makes possible such an analysis of the material culture. That is to say, we can identify the morphology of the Gimbri and the spiritual worldview of the Ganawa as distinctly Black African, quite directly because of the racial distinctions that were part and parcel of the trans-Saharan slave trade. That the Ganawa came to include in their pantheon Black spirits who were said to be brought from the Sudan, or Africa below the Sahara Desert, attests to this very fact. The point is thus that the Black diaspora in North Africa is in need of the same level of attention that the Atlantic African diaspora receives. In fact, by analyzing the Gimbri within the broader context of the network of West African stringed instruments, we find that there are historical threads which connect the Atlantic and Trans-Saharan African diasporas. The Gimbri, linked to instruments such as the Malian ngoni and the Jola Akanting, is by extension linked to the African American banjo. The importance that music plays in the worldview of Africans is also in part what connects its various veins across the continental mass and beyond. The belief of the Gimbri instrument as being embedded with potent spiritual power along with its morphology aligns it with the griot lutes found across the Western Sahel and Savannah. Griot lutes were historically played by a caste of artisans known depending on the region as Jessere, Jelia, or Guel, more commonly known as griots, which is a French corruption of these words. This caste of artisans, which span across the Sahel and Savannah, are part of a broader horizontal caste system of artisans, as Eric Sherry writes, who are, quote, commonly believed to possess special spiritual powers, which enable them to work with what the Mande tradition calls niyama, or the dangerous forces of their raw materials, end quote. As oral artisans tasked with guarding and shaping the past and present through words and music, the spiritual power wielded by Jelia is embedded in their person, the raw materials used to construct musical instrument, as well as in their words. The Gimbri has its closest resemblance to the pluck lutes played by these oral artisans. Both the standard griot lute and the Ganawa Gimbri are of 3 or more strings, a rectangular or oblong shaped resonator made of wood, and have a stick neck that pierces the resonator 3/4 of the way. At the same time, there are a limited number of griot lutes that may have the same amount or less strings and are made of gourd, some with full spike necks that fully pierce the resonator. Both the Ganawa, Gimbri, and all of these griot lutes are vocationally treated with caution as vessels and gateways to the spirit world. In an interview, the great Malian guitarist Ali Farka Touré, who began his musical career on a one-string griot lute called njirko, describes the instrument as very dangerous because it is an instrument of the spirits and it creates spirit centers. He explains that when he plays the instrument, the music comes from the jinns, the spirits. As he mentions in an oral tradition, the jerkle was received from the jinn by a man named Omaruvo Sambadando. This oral tradition is also found with other griot instruments, such as the kora originating in the Gambia, set in an oral tradition in which a man named Mulang discovered a jinn playing the kora in the woods and asked the jinn to teach him how to play the instrument. The importance of spirits or jinn in the development of these instruments are directly related to their healing capabilities. Tori himself recalled that when he first began to play the instrument during healing ceremonies, known as Hole in Shanghai, which, similar to Ganamba rituals, when someone is attacked by an illness, they are brought to healers in which music is played, spirits are invoked, and sacrifices are made in order to discover the source of the illness. So as one plays in Njirko or in Gimbri in such ceremonies, as Tori warns in parables, they must have the correct intentions. As, quote, he says, "It is not one with an empty stomach or an empty mouth who should play it," or "When you keep a scorpion in your mouth, one must know where it keeps its stinger." Otherwise said, one is to wield such spiritual power with caution in your body, on your tongue, and certainly at your fingertips. The fabrication of the gimbri, as with other griot lutes, is as much of a spiritual process as playing it in a ceremony. Like several other griot lutes, the gimbri's resonator was traditionally carved out from a single block of wood, then covered with soft leather from the neck of a camel, kept in place with glue made from animal hides. The species of wood from which the gimbri is fabricated is also spiritually calculated. Woods such as mahogany, African teak, or walnut are preferred, whereas gimbris made from fig trees, Ganawa master or Madam Mokhtar Toldbecker, can be especially difficult to control because jinn are believed to inhabit fig trees. Moreover, another Ganawa Malam Adil Amimi discussed how when you first construct a gimbri, you must feed it with white jawi, a type of incense, and also give it milk. This feeding of the instrument, Cynthia Becker notes, emblematizes its status as a living thing with a soul, or rather a vessel of dynamic spiritual power rather than just an inanimate object. Becker continues, quote, "Incense and milk not only metaphorically nourish the instrument, but also serve as offerings to welcome the spirits into the instrument and prepare it for use in spirit possession ceremonies," end quote. So as in many several African traditions, the aesthetic of the Gimbri is part and parcel with its spiritual function. Masters of the Gimbri are thus required to understand the essence of their materials, the correct process of assembly, and how to maintain and even augment its spiritual essence during its usage and lifespan. The fabrication of griot lutes, for which our purpose I include the Ganawa Gimbri, is a singular part of a much broader artistry that also includes blacksmiths and leatherworkers, all within this class of those who are believed to have unique ritual capabilities. For this class of artisans, Patrick McNaughton writes, quote, "Their work as artists is enhanced, in a sense even made possible by their activities as technicians, healers, sorcerers, and mediators," end quote. As these artisans assemble their materials, Naughton continues, it involves whispering or chanting a formula over ingredients as they are assembled, while also rhythmically implanting in them a quantity of the speaker's spit, as speech is also full of potent spiritual power. That is to say that embedded in the building of the aesthetic is a spiritual power which renders the object functional in both the material and the spirit world. Wyatt McGaffey writes that the function of what is function of much of what is called now African art is to give a visual impression of the reality of invisible personalities and forces, thereby confirming their truth, but at the same time preserving the boundary between the invisible and the visible. At the same time, these forces are not all necessarily invisible. They exist in the material world and are considered objective truths, part of the natural environment, like a waterfall, a person, or a tree. The artisan's craft is sacred knowledge of the essence of their materials and the correct formulas which activate the desired outcome, and it is this knowledge which guides the aesthetic. It is this concept of materiality at the intersection of spirituality and aesthetic which has allowed the Gimri to retain its deeply West African aesthetic and ritual function as it developed in Morocco. Not only is the morphology of the Gimbri deeply West African, but the ritual context in which it is played is also distinctly linked to West African communities, particularly the Bori of northern Nigeria and Niger. While the strong presence of Sufi brotherhoods in North Africa may have influenced the organizational structure of otherwise amorphous Ganawa communities, the Bori's possession trance ritual empirically seems to be the antecedent to the Ganawa Lila. Becker describes how both the Ganawa and the Bori combine the performance of a string instrument with repetitive percussive rhythms, spirit praise poetry, the blood of animal sacrifices, and perfumes and incense intended to lure supernatural spirits to inhabit and take over the bodies of their mediums. While the Ganawa use a gimbri, the Bori play either a plucked lute called garaya with gourd rattles or a single string fiddle called goje with large gourd drums. Further connecting the Bori possession trance ritual to that of the Ganawa is the mutual presence of iron castanets or cymbals called kakrebs, which are also found among the Bori known as Sambani, and even found as far as northern Ghana among the Dagbani. Moreover, with a similar pantheon system to the Ganawa, organized by houses rather than colors, Bori adepts wear clothing and embody behaviors that give the visual form to the personality of their possessing spirit, just as Ganawa wear colors to indicate their possessing spirit while also embodying those behaviors. This deeply indigenous African tradition of spiritual power through the material world is the backbone of Ganawa cosmology, transformed by new environmental and socio-political influences in the Maghreb. By examining material culture, we expand and deepen our perception of the veins which create this geographical, and as Louis Chude Soke calls it, semantic center which we call Africa. The Sahara Desert, historically volatile yet porous, was a space of liminality and exchange rather than limitation. In particular, the influence of Islam deeply marked the ways in which indigenous African traditions would be expressed in Ganawa cosmology. In addition to the invoking of the names of Allah and the Prophet Muhammad, there was the introduction of white spirits said to be descendants of the Prophet Muhammad, and light blue spirits whose essence are related to that of the Prophet Musa. The very concept of Ganawa spirits being referred to as jinn attests to the impact that Islam had on the indigenous African cosmology of Ganawa ancestors. Moreover, not every Islamic concept was a completely foreign influence on African cosmologies, but rather found likeness to elements already present in indigenous African tradition. Indeed, while jinn are often portrayed as evil, the nature of jinn in the Islamic tradition is actually parallel to many African conceptions of spirits. Jinn and the spirits of several African traditions are neither good or evil, rather, they are capable of producing either, and hence the necessity of lifelong routine supplication through ritual to establish positive relationships with these spirits, who can either be a positive or afflicting force in one's life.
Hi, Kai.
Still, Ganawa has become a.
Hello, Kai. Kai, you
Yes.
have 5 minutes more, please.
I'm concluding right now, as a matter of
All
fact.
right, sure. Thank you.
Yes. Still, Ganawa has become a highly contested zone, in its essence, an internal African diaspora which has been historically otherized and racialized in Morocco. Investment in understanding Black diaspora in North Africa should be a priority of the global African world, Black African world, even as we are perpetually working towards what it even means to be African and or Black. Now a symbol of cultural currency for Morocco, and with the natural processes of intermixing over time, Ganawa has become amalgamated into a generic cultural symbol with faint traces of heritage of Black Africans, many of whom dislocated from their homes brought these traditions of material culture and spirituality with them. Indeed, this is a similar fate to the banjo of the Atlantic world, an instrument directly descended from African lute types, but eventually co-opted by white American performers of the minstrel industry, until the banjo became identified with rural white America rather than the slave plantations in which African ingenuousness flourished, not to be corrected until the 20th century scholarship recovered its African heritage. In Morocco and North Africa more broadly, this very process is happening in our contemporary moment. Ganawa music has become sort of a minstrel industry, driven by the world music industry and the subsequent opportunities presented to pick up Ganawa as a performance art, or better yet, a tourist attraction, rather than a deep tradition with historical and ritual significance. That is not to say that non-Black Moroccans have no legitimate claim to the tradition. Indeed, incrementally, Ganawa became a kinship network of healing which cut and continued to cut across racial and ethnic boundaries in Morocco. Yet, to ignore the Black African heritage of Gnawa tradition, its Blackness a very product of the trans-Saharan slave trade system which brought them into existence, or to reduce that historical heritage to but a mythological and symbolical quality is inaccurate at best and dishonest at worst. Simply stated, the morphology, the aesthetic, and the ritual function of the Gimbri demonstrates a clear connection with that part of Africa, which at least in the Moroccan imagination was Black Africa. And thus, the case study of the Gnawa and the Gimbri signify the importance of studying material culture beyond simple ethnographies and basic empirical knowledge. For to simply observe a thing in its present context is branch knowledge, but to understand its essence is root knowledge. Material culture offers a critical visualization into how communities of people come to existence, how they develop and change, how their essence persists through that development and change. In our conversations about what it means to be African, Afro-descended, Black, material culture helps us to understand and shape the geographic, temporal, social, and philosophical contours. Equally, Ganawa cosmology, in which the material world, the spirit world, and the aesthetic are unified, it is more than just mythology, but offers a philosophy of how humans should interact with the material world with caution, with reverence, and with confidence in our knowledge of the essence of the world that we live in. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Kai, your presentation is a provoking one. And your paper invited us to consider the Gimbri as more than a musical instrument, highlighting it as a site where African spiritual traditions, Islamic influences, and historical memory intersect. Thank you for that important contribution. Now, it's time for questions or suggestions. So I'll take a group of questions, maybe about 3 or 4 questions, then Kai will answer them. Thank you so much. No hand. No hand. Oh, you force and ask a question. Think of a question or even a suggestion, for Kai. Oh, I should start mentioning names. Oh, all right. So there's a hand here. And is your hand up, please? Oh, okay. Others online? All right. How many online, Kofi? How many online questions? I can trace it from here. 6. Wow. Okay, so let's take the offline, then online.
Gail Murkison, the College of William and Mary. Kai, thank you very much for your paper. Toward the end of your paper, you made a comment about how the Nawa music had become part of the music industry, and it's the music industry recognizing it somehow. I don't want to say gave it a particular value, but it took it out of its cultural and historical context. Specifically, I can think of 2 collaborations, and I was wondering if you could comment on those. One, the collaboration that Ornette Coleman made, and then the recordings that he collaborated with a group of Gnawa musicians. And if you could discuss that and perhaps compare and contrast it to the Jorma Kakunian recordings in which he collaborated with a group of Gnawa musicians. Thank you.
All right. And there is one online. Please, let's take one question. Online. Is the online question ready, please?
Yes. Okay. Hi, Kai. Thank you very much for your presentation. 2 questions. One, what was the data collection process like? How long did you use, or what is the period of collection of data? And how did it influence the nature of data you have? And the second question is, what is your positionality on the web? Thank you very much.
Okay. Right. So I don't see any hands. So Kai, can you please answer the 2 questions? Thank you.
Yeah. So I'm not particularly familiar with those 2 albums, but I am very familiar with the sort of pantheon of jazz musicians such as Randy Weston, Pharoah Sanders, Don Cherry, who collaborated with Gnawa musicians. And I think that was more of a meeting of the minds and a meeting of spirituality. And it also was in context with the string of African American musicians who also converted to Islam and were sort of looking towards North Africa as another site of origin. And that begins obviously not just in the 60s and the 70s, but that begins way earlier with people like Nobu Juvali and several other writers, I think, wrote about it, Claude McKay. So I do think that the collaboration with African American musicians, African American jazz musicians in Gnawa music is a sort of a different subject matter than sort of the festival type fusion that's taking place since the 1998. I think that has really changed the sort of the name of the game when it comes to how Gnawa is perceived. For just to say it more directly, I mean, you'll be hard pressed to find like an actual dark-skinned Gnawa person on a main stage at a Gnawa festival or on any kind of like global platform. It's very rare. And so I think that's sort of the point I was making about the music industry, kind of being a sort of minstrel industry for Gnawa music. And then the second question about my data collection. So it's actually the reason why I'm so interested in its connection to the banjo, because it actually develops in a very parallel way in the 19th century. Obviously, there's probably some more time behind that, but as far as like when it hit the archive, both the banjo and the gimbri sort of have like increasing amounts of like paintings and recordings by scholars and journalists and artists who are visiting. And so you get to see how this instrument sort of develops from its early like grassroots into like the more modern instruments that we see now. So I would say a data collection is basically just looking at archives and museums that have the gimbri, looking at the provenance of those objects, who had them, when did they have them, when did they donate it to the museum. Also looking at paintings, there's a lot of French paintings of the gimbri in North Africa in general. And soon I'll be looking at earlier 20th century recordings as well, but really I'm focused on the 19th century. So I hope that answers your question.
All right, thank you so much. We have few minutes more. Few minutes. So, is there any question or suggestion? If not, then thank you so much, Kai, for that stimulating presentation. Let's clap for Kai, please. Thank you so much. And now, our final presenter for this session is Professor Kwesi Ampene, a professor of music at Tufts University, fellow of the Ghana Academy of Arts and Sciences, and one of the leading scholars of Akan musical arts and African musicology. He will present staging and performing sacred soundscapes, ivory trumpeters, poetic rhetoric, and the spiritual essence of the number 7 in Africa and the African Atlantic. Please join me in welcoming Professor Kwesi Ampene.
And thank you, the organizers, for this wonderful opportunity for assembling us all here in this space to share ideas. Let me begin by saying that the Asante and Akan concept of numbers, and in fact, this whole area of numbers is an uncharted territory for me. So this is just a beginning of an interest that I had because of the way, the prevalence of these numbers in my own research. So I look forward to your feedback. Oh, okay. So the screen is far away from me, so we see how that works too. I've never seen that before. Anyway, all right. The widespread use of horns and ivory trumpets as spiritual mediators and indexes of political power in Africa date to the distant past. A few examples. A few examples. The kakaki from Kano and Zaria in northern Nigeria. And then in Uganda, there is the Amakondere Kabaka. And then in the Central African Republic, we have the Banda Dakpa and the Banda Linda Ongo horns. In Kingston, Jamaica, a metal sculpture, Abeng, erected on the monument of King Nani of the Windward Maroons, is a replica of the Akan Abeng. So watch how I said Abeng, and then the Akan one is Abeng. The Abeng was critical to Nani, we are told, and her group's war against the British soldiers. The sculptured Abeng is designed to The sculptured Abeng is designed to give voice to the monument in metaphorical and metaphysical terms. In the Asante Kingdom, right here in Ghana, oral narratives record the spiritual potency of sounded ivory trumpets in the days of warfare and territorial expansion. The elders claimed the sound of ivory trumpets could send bees in the direction of enemy combatants to neutralize them before face-to-face encounter, leading to references to Akobeng, fighting trumpets, in Akan Edinkra pictographic writing. Drawing on my research in the Maisha Palace, the official residence of the Asante Hine and the Asante Hima. By the way, if you hear me say Asante Hine, that means the Asante King. And if you hear me say Asante Hima, that's what is maybe loosely translated as Queen. But it doesn't work out that way, but maybe for now. The administrative hub of the Asante Kingdom in Kumasi, I will examine how the Asokwa the ivory trumpeters, use the spiritually potent number 7 as the numeric makeup of their ensembles. In so doing, I will link the Asante Akan notion of the number 7 with African Atlantic religious streams in the Americas for a deeper understanding of the global African worldview. Additionally, I will examine instrumental poetry, a sophisticated system of surrogate speech during processions and court ceremonies, and how ivory trumpets negotiate a complex system of sacred soundscape and provide spiritually potent security clearance for the Asante Hine. Here, I'm going to show you 2 short video clips. The first one is a procession of the Asante Hine from the inner court of the Maisha Palace to the funeral grounds during the royal burial rites for the late Asante Hima Nana Afro-Kubi Sewampim II on January 19, 2017. The Asante Hine's procession is usually in 3 broad sections: the Animfo, or the advanced group, the Nkunya, or the goes to group, and finally the Asante Hine Impesa, the Asante.
The elephant tusk or is from somewhere else? Is it just the name Ivory, or is actually from there? And then you mentioned 7. I looked at what you presented. They had different colors. Do the colors also represent something else? I wanted to find out about the tuning of the ivory trumpets as well. Are they all the same, or they are different in connection with the 77 drums as well? The tuning.
Okay,
Thank
so
you.
I'll take just one. The last one. Are you okay? Yes. So please, Prof, please answer.
Thank you. I think I'm going to work my way backwards, if you permit me. Ivory. The reason why I intentionally said ivory, because they are ivory. The elephant tusk, the teeth, and that's why I didn't want to use horns, just to confuse. In fact, the tree word doesn't translate into horn. But because we are trying to communicate, and a lot of people have used the word horn, so I try to distinguish and say, horns are projections on somewhere here, but these are extension of the teeth, right? So yeah, but tree, for the tree we say a man, and also the group of them, they are called the Asokwa. So Asokwa, Asokwa is a reference to the hornbill. It's a bird, another bird. Anyway, and so the colors, the colors, each one is different. So that's how we know, in a procession. I mean, what you saw here is nothing. I mean, in a big typical Asante procession, the colors in our language, she is Ashenso. That's the identifying marker for this group. Remember I was saying Kokrenya, Nkofe, and this, that. That's how you know. So say, for instance, if I'm looking somewhere else and I've missed the first one and I turn and I see the color of one, then I know, oh, that is Nkofe coming. So they are identifying markers, right? And what was it again? The tuning. All right. So tuning, you see how this is language-based, right? So what I didn't do, I was going to go in and give you even analysis of this poetry for us to know the poetic depth of all these things. You see, and so for me, I won't call these musical instruments. I call them sound-producing instruments. So it's interesting that Europeans will come to Africa, they see this, and they assume because it's a horn or something, they transcribe with melodies and all those things. But Africans, from the beginning of time, have connected sound, music to language, right? And so this whole idea, so for instance, I've seen some books, and then these people are, this is poetry, and it's heightened speech, right? So somebody's reciting poetry and all those things, and somebody goes in and says, oh, this is polyrhythm, blah, 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 blah. Thank you, but you have changed the meaning of what is going on. So what I mean is that the tuning that you are thinking about, they wouldn't tune to any particular, because there's pitches in our language anyway. The tree language is 2 pitches. So that's what they are doing. And so the instrumental surrogacy, they are using that instrument in place of the human voice, right? The way they do it with this trumpet is different from the ayan, or when we are catching more. Ayan, what I mean by ayan is drumming. I don't want to use beating drum, because we don't beat any instruments, okay? So we use all these English terms that it causes problems, There's no musical instrument that I've seen that we beat, right? But when it comes to drum, we are beating drum. Anyway, so the tuning, Bono. The tuning is they are picking the pitches in the language. And so if I had shown you how this worked, with the horn, you have seen, but we didn't have the time. So let me quickly go on. I hope you're okay, right? The cat. Okay, so, all right. So from the time our ancestors, they are so smart, and of course, here we go again. We think they are illiterates, and I've never seen any illiterate people who create poetry, who create musical instruments like the jill and all those things, and we accept that they are illiterates, and we call them informal and all those things. Give me a break. They study the environment seriously, right? And so anything that they want to draw, moral compass or anything, they use the environment that they've studied very well. And this time they are comparing, 2 animals. One is considered the king of the forest. They said, Kankani Pechia ye wenya. Okay. Kankani, the silver cat, wish that it could have been like the leopard, but wenya. So and that's what that's what after the initial one, that's what the cyclical core response, the pa-wenya, and so truly he didn't. So they are making a statement, right? Somebody want to be like the king of Asante, but he can't because it's a civil class. So they are using animals to draw the moral compass and all that. So I don't know when the cat will wake up and hear this. That one is for you to go and figure out.
All right. Let's give a very big round of applause to Professor Kwesi Ampene.
Thank you.
You are indeed a professor, and you are indeed a scholar and an authority on African music and Akan music. So I think we end here for the panel session, and the rest of it, if there is any other announcement, the director will give to us. Thank you so much. Oh, clap for me.
Yes, thank you. Thank you for chairing the panel so effectively and wonderfully. We're going to have a 15-minute break now, so we're going to come back here at 11:15. And one more announcement: if you are presenting.
Yes. I think we do need to get started. Is this on? Ow, I feel good. I don't think this is on. Can we have, there we go. I was just singing a little James Brown anyway. Ow, I feel. Okay. Welcome. I think before we start, we all need to pour a libation to the gods of technology. Hopefully, the gods of the air, to reference another writer, will come down and solve this problem for us. I'm Professor Stephen Friedson, Professor of Music and Anthropology at the University of North Texas, and I am pleased to be chair of this second session of Religions at the Crossroads. I don't know about you, but I experienced two of those yesterday. Getting to the hotel, I drove by this huge, I believe, mosque being built by the Arab Council of Ghana. And last night, when I was going to sleep, I was hearing Christian gospel music from a church behind us. Today in this panel, we're going to get the third part of that somewhat controversial Ali Marzuri, sorry, triple heritage. So let's get started. This is ritual technologies, and this is not technologies in the sense of an instrumental means to ends, but an ontology, a technology that reveals worlds. And we're very fortunate for our presenters today are deep into the traditions they are presenting. Our first presenter is Colin Edouard. He is pursuing his PhD in ethnomusicology at Yale University. He is a priest of the Haitian Vodou tradition. We're going to be hearing it from the inside. And I'm putting on my seeing glasses here. The title of his paper is Sounding Ritual Technologies, Vodou Vocality. Let's give Hongan Edward a big round of applause.
I think it's interesting that this panel is titled with technologies in it when technology is giving us a lot of problems today. But it's okay, it just demonstrates that the type of ritual technologies that I'll be talking about are far more powerful than these ones, you know? I worked very hard on a lovely presentation, visuals and slides and movements and clips. It does not seem that you all will be able to experience that today unless in the next 10 seconds something just happens. So I will ask everyone's flexibility, patience, and grace. So you will have to imagine things that you cannot see and cannot hear, okay? If that's okay. But we're gonna see if this comes, okay, no problem. So this presentation, as said, I am Ugan Asogwe in the Haitian Vodou tradition. And I focus on the voice in particular. So when I talk about vocality, I'm talking about how devotees utilize their voice for spiritual mobility. Okay? The presentation is set in a few different sections. I'll open with vignettes, and I'll give some context. I don't want to assume everybody knows about Haitian Vodou. And then I'll go into the talk, okay? How's it looking? Okay. That wasn't me. My phone is silenced, of course. You want to try? See if that works. It seems that there might be something you can actually see, so please just give me about 10 more seconds, because it seems that might be something that you can see. Now, I won't get too excited because maybe the video clips won't load, but at least we'll have something to see. Maybe. So like I said, I'll start. Oop. It's okay. It's okay. It's okay. I can do it without. It's fine. We're all creative people in here. We all have imaginations, so it's okay. It's okay. It's okay. Yeah, it's fine. It's fine. It's fine. I have a very gracious crowd that's not going to get upset because we can't see.
Suppose you just put it on your own laptop and put it there on top of that page, and at least you can hear, a little bit of it.
That would require Wi-Fi.
What is Wi-Fi here?
Sometimes. For some people, yes. It's okay. It's okay. I don't want to take up too much more time with this. It's okay. Okay. So, on August 20th, 2024, in Brooklyn, New York, I wandered through the halls of the art exhibition entitled Haiti, Louisiana, Tides of Freedom. I was pleasantly surprised to run into Huguin Ewol. Our encounter felt serendipitous, as I thought he had already returned to Haiti at that time. Just moments before, he told me that he wondered where I was, and we had a wonderful exchange. The exhibition showcased the artwork that was linked to influential figures of Haitian Revolution and highlighted how their stories traveled to Louisiana. Through the lens of the artist's faith and storytelling, each piece illuminated the profound historical connections and cultural exchange between the two regions, offering an exploration of freedom and resilience. Now, towards the end of the networking session of the evening, they asked Huguin Ewol to speak about the power of Vodou and art. When he finished speaking, he asked if anybody had any questions. Now, I selfishly took that opportunity and said, Ewol, voyez chanter, which is how we say sing. Attendees lightly laughed at our friendly exchange, and for some reason I thought he would sing a popular secular song that would be a crowd pleaser, but he took the mic, pulled it toward his face, closed his eyes, and deeply sang this spiritual song. There are signs everywhere, This is very true. So since we cannot hear the song that I was going to play for you, he sang a song called Met délivre-nous, okay? It basically is translated to say, the Grandmaster of the universe, deliver us. Don't you see that we've been in the people's land for too long? This is a song that I immediately recognized as a significant selection, often performed in Vodou ceremonies. It usually serves as an invocation for devotees to call upon and honor Papa Loco. The room was still and silent, but there were moments when the affective experience of the song quaked the air and moved the audience members to shudder or lightly vocalize. Most importantly, it was clear that this was more than just a performance for Huguin Ewol. We witnessed divine communication in real time. But how? How was Huguin Ewol able to call the spirits without other sacred instruments such as the drums or even the sacred rattle? What are some of the techniques used in song to call the loi, which are the Vodou spirits? And what methods do we rely upon to help us understand these experiences of human and non-human experiences? So the main question for this presentation is, what are some of the vocal techniques of ritual sounding that in Haitian Vodou that amplify divine communication? How does it work, basically? What tools do we rely on to attempt to help us understanding this African and African diasporic traditions, right? So I draw from scholars like Jacob Olupona, who urges scholars of African studies to think through the forms and functions utilized by local people, a term that he calls indigenous hermeneutics. And also Tracy Hucks and Diane Stewart, who encourage us to interact with what they call Africana mystical technologies as a method towards gaining a richer understanding of African and African diasporic traditions. So these technologies include religious experts such as seers, prophets, diviners, and healers, as well as their repertoires of practice that encompass divination and spirit mediumship, charm and talisman production, and mystical pharmacopoeia for remedying social affliction and restoring personal wellness. So for this presentation, I'm going to focus on the repertoires of practice from Mambo and Ugan, like Ewol Josue, and see how they connect with the divine vocal utterances. This is just for some context coming up. So considering the well-documented anti-drum legislation throughout the African diaspora during enslavement, the voice became the principal instrument of ancestral communication. Therefore, I propose that while the voice has always been and remains a key channel for divine communication, the technical aspects of human vocality in Vodou ceremonies invite divine visitations, which encourage the Loi to share their emotions, memories, and connaissance, which is sacred wisdom. The voice in this ritual practice has been overlooked in part of an overcommitment to textual analysis of the lyrics and the emphasis of percussive instrumentation. Much of the scholarship on Vodou attempts to dissect and organize its rhythms and historicize its words. However, the voice, the instrument of the body, holds the capacity to show the effects of divine communication with the vernacular understood by those not only who have connaissance, but who can choreograph its vocal utterances. This is to say that if the drums function as a tool for divine communication, then surely it would be the instrument inside the initiate's body that is most foundational in Haitian Vodou. So as we delve deeper into Vodou vocality, I will argue that the voice in Haitian Vodou acts as the trans-temporal link colliding the past with the present. The vocal production in this process plays an integral role in Vodou and ritual mounting because the cyclical repetition of the spoken and sung prayers, the reinforcement of musical units, and the embodied manifestation of the song operate as a formula shaping a void by supernatural energy eclipsing the rules of the physical world. So these messages embedded in the sound waves release the connaissance, and the reactions manifest not only through dance that's sparked by the sound of the drums, but also through sonic vocality initiated by the devotees' voices. So, as Vodou is often regarded as a dance religion, here I would add that a fuller assessment recognizes that Vodou is an embodied tradition, including the power of the voice in collaboration with the body, which acknowledges the effects of sound in, through, and out of the physical vessel. So in other words, devotees utilize their bodies as instruments for sacred communication, and by doing so, manifest transtemporal echoes of the past, allowing them to stretch forward, backward, and across time and space. The sound waves produced by a Vodouisan, like Ewol Josue, do not merely function as sound frequencies absorbed by the ear. They represent skillful techniques learned through practice and guidance by divine instruction. The vocalist is never alone as they select and perform Vodou music, because the spirits play an essential part in the working of the music making and assisting the devotees in ritual sounding, relating to what scholar Kimberly C. Patton calls divine reflexivity. This collaboration works on and in and through both devotees and sacred vocality, which prepares the body for ritual mounting. If you have a question about ritual mounting, you can ask during the Q&A, okay? So I had an insightful conversation with Ugan Ewol regarding this particular performance. During our discussion, I shared with him the recording that I captured, and he kindly took the time to walk me through his interpretation. But after several views of the recording myself, I noticed some important differences in the way that he performs and the way that I'm used to hearing the song performed in ceremonies. This is the part where I would have shown you some text that shows what he is doing lyrically and what is typically done in a ceremony. So since we don't have that, you'll have to imagine that he changed a few things. So in this song, there are words like mamam, mamam o, mamam mwe. So they all mean my mother, right? However, depending on how the singer performs, it functions differently on the body and can possibly shift the interpretation in the moment. So I'm used to singing the song that Ugo Ewol sang as mamam mwe in a ceremony, while some people, there's another example that I wanted to show that had somebody named Mambo So-An. We're going to hear a clip from her. She sings it with mamam o. So now it's easy to suggest that singing an e vowel sound in mwe or an o vowel sound in mamam o is simply easier in order to project over the percussive instruments during the salutation of spirit. But Ewol had no drums or no instrument accompanying him during this performance. Certainly, projection is part of the process for calling spirits. However, Ugon Ewol draws attention to the sounds from his voice that happen when he sings these sacred words, but with a closed mouth, utilizing the even when there's no sound in the word that he sings. And he demonstrates it when he sings words from phrases like nampe munyo to nampe munyum. This is one of the clips that I wanted to show. Farah Jasmine Griffin offers a really helpful way to understand the nuance of Black vocality, affirming that, quote, the tone of the voice, its inflections, its registers, the cadence, the pauses, the silences, these are all as important, if not, in some instances, more important than the words themselves. And we would be able to hear this in Ugo Ewol's voice as it cracks and becomes muffled while he mashes and mumbles the words munyo. I echo Griffin's observation as Ugo Ewol is an internationally acclaimed vocalist with a profound understanding of sacred liturgical song, so it would be improbable that he would modify the lyrics of such a renowned selection unless his intention was to engage with a deeper significance. Moreover, singing this way forces the sound to reverberate back and tremble in the mouth, and it increases the vibrations of the body. The ritual practice invites the physical and spiritual realms to meet, and words that were once abstract become alive. Therefore, while he sings the words, he also feels them on his body, creating a pathway for the performer and the listener to feel the emotions being formed at the same time. With this, I'm reminded of something that Sarah Ahmed said that examines affect experiences of emotions, saying, quote, I have feelings, which then move outward towards objects and others, and which might return to me, end quote. So perhaps Ugo Ewol shaped this sacred song with his voice. As he did that, he also distributes the sacred vibrations that were initially given to him. I would have shown a zoomed-in version of the lyrics that I wrote so that you guys can see, that I highlighted in blue, because it offers some of the most significant and critical moments during this performance that address his ability to transfer divine essence to people in his environment through repetition. I would have played the clip again so that you can see, but in the clip that I had edited, he unexpectedly returned to the last part of the section of the song, and you would be able to visibly see somebody in the background named Harry react to Ugo Ewol singing by uttering what looked like ooh. And he lowered his head and lightly shuddered. And a woman next to me uttered something indistinguishable at that moment, and although I could not understand what she said, the song moved her voice to sound. It seemed like we all fully understood this message, even though Ugo Ewol vocally manipulated the words into one long thread. This is, quote, the practice of the song opening up self to iteration, as Reverend Braxton Shelley has noted, that extends to at what he calls flexible ontology. Musical sound, as Reverend Shelley notes, can turn spiritual power into a physical reality. So now building from this, the song that Ugo Ewol sang augments context as it leaps from its origin, and it is utilized for the present through vocal repetition. He embellished, shifted, and changed the repeated line through the vernacular of his performance. So when devotees say voye chanter, which is, again, to throw or send a song, it is intended to mean more than just sing. It is the act of utilizing these inherent vocal technologies to distribute sonic frequencies intended to circulate in, through, and out of the bodies of the surrounding area. This collective experience contributes to the ritual cycle that I had referred to earlier. The moment often also represents the potency of the affect of sound more than the lyrics themselves. Ugan Ewol mumbles, slurs, mashes the words together, and he pushes and pulls the phrases in and out of comprehension. A helpful phrase comes from Yaya Yannick Hume, who suggests that devotees demonstrate these skillful techniques through their ability to shape the arc of sacred sounds. She says, quote, part of when we talk about things like ritual technologies, a technology is the technique of knowing how to manipulate those frequencies, especially within a ritual context, end quote. Now, certainly, Ugan Ewol demonstrates some of these vocal manipulations that Hume highlights towards the end of his performance. The downward melody resounded as if from a very small child, hesitant and tinged with innocence, as if carefully piecing together a puzzle of a recently discovered language. The concluding phrase resonated like an attempt to articulate desires he struggled to define, performed in a soft, uncertain tone that hinted at incomprehensible emotions. And it was a very tender moment, reminiscent of a delicate flower trying to bloom in an unfamiliar garden, reaching out with sound but unsure if anyone could truly understand the unformed wishes behind them. Watching him vocalize like this felt like hearing the voices of my own ancestors in a place and time I can almost imagine. And it brings me back to something that Sarah Jasmine Griffin said. The voice, quote, the voice and those of us transported inside its sound are momentarily transcendent, ephemeral, beautiful, and for a time free before returning to a reality that might still be filled with danger and struggle, end quote. And as I sit with her words, being led to ask which one of my ancestors sang that song while someone tried to silence them. It wasn't until after I reflected on this moment months later that I remembered why I was shocked to see Ugan Ewol at that gathering. He was supposed to be in Haiti by then, but the United States banned all flights in and out of Haiti, grounding all Haitians, hoping to return home. He, like so many others, including myself, sat and waited for permission from the United States to return to Haiti. I didn't even consider the weight that he must have felt on his body when I asked him to sing for us. He had hundreds of songs to choose from, but perhaps he needed something that would speak directly to the spirits about his current situation. During our conversation, he told me that Mamam, my mother, also symbolizes Ezelidanto, the Loi, the Vodou spirit closely associated with the Haitian Revolution, who devotees venerate as the nurturing mother of Haiti herself. I found it interesting that during the added repeated part at the end that I talked about, he only included the mamam part and left out the papam, which is my father. This suggests that the voice expresses a quality of longing, a longing for home, for love, for connection with God, for heaven, for freedom. It also seems to be a conduit between what and where we are and what and where we want to be. These words clear a pathway for me to grasp the importance of the voice when the body is in a state of precarity. And even now, as I present this to you, all I'm reminded of the barbaric policies of governance employed by powerful countries intended to limit the mobilities of tens of thousands of marginalized communities, including Haitians who are constantly maligned for their many of their traditional practices. It is often during these times when the physical body cannot move, devotees utilize their voices, a sacred instrument that cannot be chained or locked away, one that passes through walls and travels through solid barriers. And in other words, when oppressive forces restrict the body, the voice still travels. And as Ugan Ewol demonstrated in this performance, even when the mouth is closed, when he used the voice still has the capacity to call the spirits. So as I conclude, I want to still think about the opening question, which were, what are some of the techniques that devotees use? And sometimes perhaps what I think I'm asking is, who do we hear when a Black voice utters a sound in a sacred setting? What technologies and methods or tools are we willing to acknowledge when we peek beyond the veil and interact with what we call mystère in Vodou? So I won't pretend to have all the answers, because there's so much work to do, but for now I'll end with this. The sonic frequencies demonstrated by the intricate vibrational journey that devotees undertake to connect with the divine through the sacred power of their voices. It transcends merely mastering the melodies and the lyrics. It requires a profound and deep understanding of how to call the spirits the right way with precision and respect. This practice is deeply rooted in tradition and goes beyond simple vocalizations. These mystical technologies, passed down through generations, generate energy that shakes and awakens the sacred space. These transformative moments are palatable when Mambo, which is a woman Vodou priest or Uga, initiates a ceremonial segment and inviting the spirits into the space. The atmosphere becomes electric as drums pound in rhythmic individuality, hands clap out of sequence, and the thunderous applause and the asonyo, which is the sacred rattle, shakes over the veve, releasing the astral powers, representing the baptism of the sacred ground, and the exclamatory words like Aibobo burst forth in vibrant cloudbursts of sound. The sonic cacophony, at once chaotic and harmonious, pierces through the fabric of the sensorial experience, progressively crafting an expansive space for the spirits to inhabit. Now still, amidst the tonnerre, the thunder, the voice emerges as a guiding force, skillfully weaving through the tremors and reverberations. The tremble-voix, the trembling voice, establishes a connection among various sonic elements, forging a path that lead to the presence of the spirits. And in this act, the tremble-voix, the trembling voice, reveals the powerful and profound depth of the spiritual communion inherent in Haitian Vodou that opens the window for a devotee's sacred essence. So when you hear a devotee sing, you will know that they are inviting their ancestors by their sides from above and so below. Aibobo, thank you. No.
Thank you for that insightful and detailed presentation and unintended old school presentation. You didn't need technology there. That was reminding us of the embodied voice and such, it was just really wonderful. Thank you. So, questions?
Don't leave me up here hanging by myself, y'all. I had to do this without a presentation.
Questions?
This is not mine.
Yes.
So I'm Ernest from KNUST, Kumasi. That was a very great presentation on my part. You mentioned something about ritual mounting, which I would want you to elaborate.
Thank you. Okay. Haitian Vodou devotees reject terms like possession and trance. Ritual mounting is the closest way to describe this in English. The phrase is loi mantishwali, which is like the spirits are mounting their horse. You know, and so we tend to think of it like a collaboration because in Vodou ceremonies, it takes days, weeks, sometimes months, depending on what you're doing, to prepare to call the spirits. So the way possession has been utilized does not accurately demonstrate the type of relationship that a devotee has by welcoming the spirits in concert with themselves. You know, the way possession has been used in Hollywood, it doesn't really do it justice. You know, so thinking about the spirit mounting its horse, I think it's another reason why devotees are barefoot during ceremonies, because we spend so much time pouring offerings into the ground. And so that is a way to absorb the energy that we've just offered into the ground. And therefore, when you think about how, if you were to mount a horse, you would mount a horse from down up. And so that's where the energy is coming from.
Yes.
Thank you very much for a wonderful presentation. I hope I'm not becoming too inquisitive. I mean, I'm almost, okay. All right. So I heard you use the term unfamiliar sound, and then you just contradicted it now by what you said about the Haitians, your interlocutors not really believing in something, you know, that has to do with possession or so, you know. But I took down some notes about that unfamiliar sound and how the Pentecostal people, do what they call speaking in tongues, that kind of. And I'm wondering, yes, if there is some kind of correlation between what you observe and what the Pentecostalists call speaking in tongues, because they just simply speak in unfamiliar language, unfamiliar ways. I don't know if you know about that experience, but of course it's quite, it's been repeated in James Baldwin's novels and all of these kind of things, something that came in from America to Africa, whether there is some correlation between the unfamiliar sounds that you studied, if it is there, what you call voodoo vocality, and these Pentecostal practices. Thank you.
What I believe I said, and what I hope to say, is that he was making sounds in an unfamiliar place. So he is in the United States. That's not his home. He's making sounds in an unfamiliar place. So I was trying to be colorful and creative with my, because I have to be, evocative here. There's nothing, so what I meant, what I'm hoping to say is that as he's making these sounds, he's making the sounds in his unfamiliar place, like a flower, all of those colorful words. Not that the sounds of voodoo are unfamiliar. Yes, I've seen this phenomenon of speaking in tongues. I have been to some Southern Baptist, some Kojic, which is, I think, Church of God in Christ. Somebody correct me if I'm wrong. I've been, we have an expert here, Gail. I'm looking at you. We have somebody here who knows a little bit more about Black gospel and Pentecostalism here. I don't know if it is comparable. I don't know if it's comparable because they operate in a completely different domain. So I won't spend too much time commenting on that because I do think it's a little bit different. But where they are the same is that they are using song in order to, if I'm not mistaken, welcome the blood of Jesus Christ into them. Therefore, they are speaking in a tongue that people do not, maybe don't understand at the time. I'm not exactly sure, but I have witnessed the phenomenon myself. But I don't know if they're very, very similar to what I was referring to.
We have time for one more question in the back. Sorry. We can all talk.
Do you want to take more than one, and then I can just try to answer them quickly?
We're ready now.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
No problem.
We can always talk afterwards.
Yeah, you see me during break. That's fine.
That's part of getting together for lunch and being together here.
Presentation was great. Excuse me. I wanted to ask, how can you help us understand when there's such negative connotation about voodoo religion and voodoo practices, and how can you help us to see the positive side?
Sure.
When there's so much that's out there that we don't understand or know?
Such a beautiful question, and I really appreciate that. So the first thing I will say is voodoo is not a religion. You will ask any other voodoo practitioner what we say. It is a way of life. It is an indigenous way that we understand the world, our relationship to ourselves, nature, and other people. Therefore, the term religion is going to limit the flexibility and expansiveness of the tradition itself. There are so many Africana traditions in the world. So I would ask yourself, why is voodoo so heavily picked on? Now, I won't bother you with the history, but I'll say it in one quick nutshell. Haitian voodoo was the thing that worked. And so if it's the thing that worked, the global north will do everything in its power to make you think that these people are crazy and evil. Because if their enslaved people found out that they could use their own traditions to free themselves, it would have crippled the global north economy. Yeah.
Thank you. Let's give another round of applause. We will have time to talk afterwards. I'm sorry, we have to move on. We could go on for hours easily. Our next presenter is Leticia Bertet. She is a doctoral student at the University of North Texas in ethnomusicology. And for full disclosure, I'm her dissertation advisor. Oh my God. Watch out. She is a medium of incorporation in Umbanda. So again, we're getting a view and understanding from the inside. Her paper is Sound, Presence, and Being With, Umbanda Ritual Music as Embodied Sacred Practice in the Afro-Diasporic Atlantic. Let's give a round of applause for Leticia Vertet.
Thank you, everyone. Give me just 1 second to plug my iPad here real quick. And finger crossed, this is gonna work.
All right, I'm going to pour a libation. Does anybody have some gin? Water, yep.
Technician, it should be, it's plugged already, but it's not there. It should be by now. Let's make a fast decision. Do we want to use the PowerPoints or not? Because we might as well turn this presentation into a pedagogical enterprise and make music together of Umbanda. That's just fine by me. Okay, I want, are we gonna need more than 10 seconds to make it work? I think so, right? All right, everyone, so unfortunately, you won't have the beautiful pictures of my religion where you could have a glimpse of how we practice Umbanda in this. Oh, you were gonna have it, amazing, okay. Thank you so much. All right, so this is my presentation, and I would like to begin it by sharing a memoir, a term used to emphasize a situated, embodied account rather than a neutral recollection of memories. Before that, however, it seems that the only fair thing to do is to honor the guardians who have brought me here. So to those who feel comfortable with it, could you stand up and help me clap in the clap of Macumba? Use the microphone now. So what we're gonna have is a very basic syncopation. We're gonna do ta 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 ta. Can you help me? Not so fast. So what you just heard is a call for the Capitão da Encruza, or captain of the Crossroads, referring to a Exu de Lei, a guardian who protects Umbanda rituals and is associated with the crossroads as a liminal threshold where spiritual forces meet and are negotiated. This is not just a song, but the setting condition for the moment that I am about to share. And on a side note, every time that I sing for my religion, energy happens, so you might see me a little bit affected by it. Before that, however, allow me to highlight that the following unfolds within the context of Umbanda Pés no Chão, barefoot on the ground, whose founding house, Terreiro Pai Maneco, in Curitiba, Paraná, southern Brazil, is widely recognized as one of the largest terreiros, ritual and communal spaces of Umbanda practice in the country. This lineage traces back to the early 20th century formation of Umbanda, with Caboclo das Sete Encruzilhadas, a spirit entity of Amerindian ancestry and territorial knowledges, who manifested in the medium Zélio Fernandino de Moraes, to call for a religious practice grounded in mediumship. However, unlike Kardecist spiritism that Zélio used to practice at the time, Umbanda should explicitly voice socially marginalized spiritual presences. The specific terreiro where my story took place, Terreiro de Umbanda Povo Angola, derives from this lineage. In one of those Saturday evenings when Tupa held their development giras, Umbanda services dedicated to the formation of beginner mediums, I was assigned as a samba, a lead singer responsible for sustaining the ritual flow. As I entered the room and sat by the curimba, the drumming ensemble of the gira, I felt the warmth of the candles lit on the congá, the main altar of Umbanda, and the scent of burning herbs from the defumadores. Pontos cantados, sacred sung points, played softly in the background, shaping an atmosphere already in motion. As the service started, the mediumistic current clapped and sang collectively. As it unfolded, mediums incorporated their working entities and interacted with them, while I focused on maintaining the ritual sonic balance through attentive singing. On a side note here, I use incorporation to emphasize embodied co-presences rather than a passive takeover of the body implied by possession. At a certain point, the Exu chefe de gira, the male guardian entity in charge of the service, Exu Torto, already incorporated in his medium, approached me and asked that I sing the arrival ponto of the Pomba Gira with whom I work with, Dona Maria Padilha das Almas. As soon as he said her name, the air shifted. As I began to sing, the drum pattern began to thicken, not louder, but denser, as if compressing the space and intensifying the ritual field. Her ponto is evocative, powerful, moving in waves. It evokes the energy of Kalunga, a term from Bantu Kimbuntu origin that refers to the sea, to the infinite, to death, and to ancestors. A short moment here to thank my Umbanda brothers of faith and interlocutors from Ukurufala, in English, the Leather Speaks, School of Terreiro Drumming and Development of Ogans, who gently accepted to record this video, not in the ideal setting, but the best they could do, so I could show Dona Padilha's ponto for you today. Do we have the audio? I won't waste much time. Would you clap for me one more time? This is going to be a little different. All you have to do is Obrigada. Let me just organize the slides back here. Real quick. We're going to stay here for now. Yeah. So at first, while singing the ponto, I experienced a sense of control, pretty much how you could see here. Not as mastered, but as trained containment, and perhaps how you could realize here as well. I could sing, I could move, and I could respond while maintaining attention to the unfolding atmosphere. But as the ponto repeats, I become aware of Exu Torto's gaze fixed on me on that day, just like today, not forcing, but marking a threshold. I could feel Dona Padilha present strongly. My body leaned to the side, not like today, but that day. My hips loosened, and I began to laugh, not nervously. This laughter always precedes her arrival. Dona Padilha is confident, expansive, and defiant, which relates for her to her frequent association with the prostitute, the trickster, and the socially marginal. Figures historically excluded, yet ritually empowered in Umbanda. As such, she is often understood as deeply attuned to human experience, to passions, moods, struggles, and desires. Yet, the reality is that Dona Padilha emerges from a symbolic context, deeply rooted in the struggles of the poor and peripheral populations in Brazil. She is often associated with figures such as the specific case of the Padilha that I work with. They call from the almas, from das almas, from the souls. This is actually a lineage that is attributed when an entity works with lost souls of the graveyard, situating Dona Padilha then within a broader cosmology of death and transformation, echoing, for example, the Guede spirits of Haiti and Voodoo. At the moment, the laugh made me realize that I was approaching a limit in which incorporation could no longer be sustained within my assigned role. Fortunately, one of the atabaqueiros, the drummers, recognized what was happening and gently interrupted me, preventing the incorporation from completing. Exu Torto and his Cambone, his ritual assistant, laughed it, and the ritual moved on. Umbanda is often described as a religion of triple heritage. But while Masru's term describes the coexistence of indigenous, Islamic, and Western Christian influences in African societies, in Brazil, it connotes the entanglements of Amerindian, African diasporic, and Euro-Christian elements. However, much like Masru's analysis of Africa, such associations are not harmonious in the Brazilian context either. On the contrary, these are tensions worked through both in society and in ritualistic situations. Hence the structural violence that has persisted in Brazil from European colonization and chattel slavery through to the post-abolition era and to the present day that expands on the boundaries between hybridization and cultural appropriation. This historical trajectory also shapes ongoing debates on locus of enunciation, or lugar de fala, and participation in Afro-diasporic religions, a matrix where, owing to Brazil's complex cultural mixing, even white-coated practitioners embody mixed race lineages, a reality often unreflected upon by the majority, unfortunately. But conversely, many practitioners, including myself, engage in these spaces with a conscious commitment to addressing the persistent, deeply entrenched white privilege sustained by Brazilian society, especially in the south of the country. This responsibility is engineered through three interconnected registers of ritual action and accountability. First, somatically, through a resilience where the self yields its sovereign control of the body to diverse forces and epistemes. Second, sonically, through a labor where singing and drumming functions as devotional work rather than aesthetic amusement. And third, ethically, enacting an accountability that fiercely guards the memory of the peripheral lineage throughout the entire ritual process. Ultimately, Brazilian structural tensions are not resolved at the level of abstract belief. They are instead physically negotiated and put into practice through this triad of sound, embodiment, and presence. This is because, reflecting upon the moment that I previously described, the one where I could barely resist spiritual incorporation, give the sun point, it is clear to me that sound does not merely represent the sacred, but paraphrasing J.L. Austin, sound does something. In fact, it brings presences into composition. And this is because a ponto does not merely stand for an entity. On the contrary, it reveals a sacred locus in which presences may emerge to co-manifest. Moreover, when a ponto is sung and played, what matters is not spectacle or display, but how it facilitates for a reality to be collectively composed. As Sordas argues, embodiment is the condition through which we engage the world, shaped by culturally elaborated modes of attention. Thinking Umbanda through this lens, embodiment includes not only attending to human intersubjectivity, but to entities, substances, forces, and all other seen and unseen elements that co-inhabit the ritualistic space. Making Umbanda, then, is about listening, but not only with the ears, with the entire body. Because ultimately, what is at stake here is being with, a mode of attunement grounded in openness and vulnerability. Sound does not impose presence. It requires receptivity, entailing an availability that it's not passive but actively attentive, knowing when to sustain and when to redirect and when to hold back. Over time, one learns to perceive subtle modulations in the perceptual field. The thickening of the drums, changes in collective singing, the bodily signs that precede transformation, the shift in emotional topographies brought by each arriving spirit, the fluctuations in spatial temperature and density. At the end, the directives are emanations from both the seen and unseen. The channel is the body, the vehicle that perceives and interfaces. The grounding technology, sound. Far from being a passive background, sound is the very fabric that functions as a pedagogical infrastructure, guiding the body on how to navigate the trance and facilitating its somatic attunement. In conclusion, Umbanda ritual music is best understood as an embodied sonic practice, in which sound is neither an aesthetic ornament nor a symbolic representation of the gira. As Friedson argues, music is ritual. And because it is the ritual, it is a technology that captures and transforms our flesh. What matters thus is not what a song means, but how sound orients our bodies, calibrates our attention, and organizes how we respond. By focusing on listening and embodiment, we see how Afro-Atlantic religions' words are lived from within. They are not abstract beliefs. They are ongoing practices of attunement. And for white practitioners like myself, in a space shaped by deep historical and cultural asymmetries like Curitiba, this attunement requires something concrete. We must ground our social privilege so that the counter-hegemonic lineages can manifest. Indeed, these rituals do not dissolve our historical tensions, but they certainly make them audible, forcing us to deal with them. Because in reality, sound is not a soft solution, it is a rigorous demand. In fact, the moment I shared shows that the sound does much more than just connecting us. Instead, it actively pushes us to a threshold where the boundaries of the self are recomposed. What happens beyond this threshold, however, still remains an open question. But one thing is for sure, it demands a completely different orientation from us, because we should not listen to Umbanda ritual music to extract meanings, but to perceive non-hegemonic worlds into the making. In the end, this is a rigorous mode of being with, a final recognition of sound as the very force through which sacred words come into being. But it is also a recognition of the body as both, the existential condition for all perception, and a finely tuned technology of reception trained by the terreiro. Long story short, if sound is the mist that discloses the ritual, the body is the flesh wherein the sacred is revealed. Ashe.
Christine. Thank you for that, taking us inside the body of Umbanda. Fascinating. Questions?
Would you mind talking us a little bit through how you've done some of your ethnographic work, how you've collected some of your data, about the pictures that you've shown us? Would you just expand a little bit more on the things that we're exposed to visually here?
Sure. Thank you for your question, by the way. Well, I'm an Umbanda practitioner for almost a decade now. I grew up in a Christian home, but I never really identified with Christianism respectfully. And so I started exploring religions that could really mean something to me. And I found these people that made this beautiful work, and I wouldn't understand at first. So what I started doing is registering. I had a sort of a journal where I would take notes of everything that I've seen till the moment I got into the Gira and started practicing. So I had the notes of what I was feeling since Gira 1. And then I started visiting terreiros like Terreiro Pai Maneco and started taking pictures and sharing with leaderships and building interlocutors without even realizing that what I was doing was an ethnography. So years passed and I have all this material saved, and I bump into this ethnography of memoirs as a method. And then I start digging my personal archive, and I find several documents that could serve to weaponize my story and to bring it to the world in a way that could be more significant, especially in the setting that we have in Brazil with all the violence and discrimination. So that's pretty much how the process worked with me. That's why this project, which derives from a paper being produced right now, works around this methodology of autoethnography, basing the findings on ethnographic memoirs. Yes.
Yes.
Thank you very much. It was very enlightening, and not only enlightening, but you engaged us in a practicum. So it was like we were in a situation that we're experiencing what they experienced. Thank you very much. This makes me recall a time with a charismatic group here in Ghana, in Cape Coast, where they gather, some speak in tongues and do all kinds of things. And then here was a stark illiterate who spoke in tongues, an honest illiterate speaking classical French. And for me, that was classic. But these days, what do we see? We see people memorizing verses. They come with already calculated way of speaking. And as St. Paul will say, there needs to be an interpreter of what you're saying. And there is nobody to interpret. And you interpret your own thing. I mean, that is quite something. So I begin to tell people, and I don't know, maybe you can help me in my analysis. If you don't have your quiet time every day with the Lord and with words from Scripture, don't confuse us by speaking in tongues, because most likely it's from somewhere else. The speaking in tongues must be as a result of your being one with your God, you being aligned with Him in spirit. And so, to the extent that you are always in communion with the Word of God, you will not be too far from the truth. What do you say to that?
Thank you for your comment. I do see where you're coming from. And what I can think about is making a parallel with my own religion. So the same way that you say that you have to be close to the words of the Bible and with the Holy Spirit, I'm close to my entities. I work with a Preta Velha, for example, an old black lady who prays the rosary for me every night. So I get emotional when I think about her. But yeah, that's the beauty of diversity, I would say.
Thank you. One more. We're just running out of time. Sorry. Yeah, in the back.
Right.
Or we could just not eat. And
Okay. Your presentation was more on the vocals of the Umbanda ritual music. Nonetheless, I saw a lot of drums in there, and I saw symbols of a drum having roots like a tree. And then I saw another, like a conga drum, having a metal frame and all, sitting on a box. And the emblem or the symbol on them was a tree. But you spoke more on the vocals, looking at the human or the body being the vehicle of everything. What about the instruments there? What about the drums in there as well? Thank you.
Thank you for your question. All about the instruments, the only reason why I had to cut it off from this presentation is the time restraint, because Umbanda doesn't happen without the drums. The drums are a pure section, independent section. We tend to say that we can do an Umbanda ritual without the kurimba, without the drumming. But if it's there, there's no other way of doing it. It's like you are picking up a whole phalanx of spirits and bringing into the ritual. So the kurimba is independent in this sense. When you see those graphics of trees and everything, it's because Umbanda is a religion profoundly connected to the nature. And the drummings, when they are consecrated, they are the very means of communication with the spirits. The ogã or the atabaqueiro who plays is the very channel of the spirits, because the drumming is actually the process through which the rhythm is given to the ceremony. And this rhythm is not, how do you say that? Is not accidental. You know, so then again, the only reason I couldn't talk more about the drumming here is because it wasn't the focus of this presentation, but absolutely, there is a whole world, and I could do a whole other presentation just to talk about the importance of drumming. And then some of them were using congas with the bass boxes down there. These are modern adaptations that Brazilian ogãs do, basically for the technicalities of playing. And unfortunately, I couldn't have my fellows Umbandis from Brazil to record in a terreiro, so we could have the proper drumming, which is not the conga, but the atabaques. We are gonna have the big one, the middle one, and the low one that they call rum, rumpi, and lê, right? That pretty much resemble, in many aspects, the ewe percussions. So, yes. I guess this is just the tip of the iceberg.
thank you. Another round of applause for Mrs. Briquette.
Thank you.
Our next presenter is Robin Garcia. She is a Chicana scholar, practitioner, and postdoctoral fellow at the University of Virginia, and is an initiated Ifa Orisha priestess. Once again, from the inside, her presentation fascinating. Becoming River, Water, a Method in Osun's Sacred Aesthetics. And is Robin here? I haven't met her yet. Online. Robin, welcome, Ms. Garcia. Let's have a round of applause for the Pixel Dots. She is not on Zoom, but we do have a recording that she made. Maybe.
Hello, and thank you for having me today. My name is Robin Garcia, and I'm so sorry I couldn't be there in person with you all at this really exciting and amazing conference. But today I'm going to present a paper, Becoming a River, Water Refusal and Lineage in Oshun's Living Archive, which has recently come out in the Journal of Africana Religions. And ultimately, this paper comes out of a long practice, over 20 years of practice as an Ifa practitioner, an initiate, and Orisha practitioner, initiate of Oshun, among other Orishas, and specifically fieldwork that I conducted in the summer of 2025 in Yoruba land. And it ultimately argues that the Odu Oshetura, which is the foundational narrative of Oshun, who's the Yoruba deity of fresh water and fertility and justice, in the Ifa divination corpus, Ifa's knowledge and divination system from Yoruba land, is mostly read as a lesson in the indispensability of the feminine. Here I reread it through the perspective of practitioners in order to make three claims. First, that Oshun's power doesn't only lie in her exclusion, which I'll discuss as I move forward, from the male deities or Orishas, but in her deliberate refusal to make an offering, and that refusal is itself a teaching and part of Oshun's pedagogy. And the second is that her lineage itself extends beyond biology. Ultimately, it was argued in the field work that I conducted that Oshun never actually had children, and her children then became stones, became her initiates, and the specific devotional paths that make up her. And in this way, kinship is made through ritual rather than birth. And the third thing, these two things read together offer a method that I'm calling Becoming River, which is a repertoire of cooling and feeding and disciplined kinds of refusal that bind power to care and speaks directly to this moment that we're in of climate crisis. So I'm going to start here with discussing who Oshun is. Oshun, as I mentioned, is the riverine Orisha, Yoruba riverine Orisha. She's a deity of fresh water and sweetness, fertility, healing, diplomacy, and justice. There's a line that priestesses gave me that I continue to keep close. It's all waters belong to Oshun. Ignore water's power and you'll meet its other face. I'm going to ask you to hold on to that because we'll come back to that as I move through this presentation. So here I kind of build on this idea of Joseph Murphy and his work on Oshun. He specifically writes about Lukumi, but I borrow it here. There's resonance. I take Oshun to not simply be a person or a deity, but a power and a mystery. At once water and river, mirror and gold, honey and gestation. And she appears across different media. And this matters here because of the method that I'll be discussing. It means her knowledge isn't stored in text, it's carried in stones and bodies and brass and mirrors and fans, in songs and in incorporation. And that distributed living material circulation is what I account for in terms of her archive. The question that runs through this whole talk that I'll come back to is, how do we read an archive that is alive? So I ultimately argue that we have to read Oshun's archive on its own terms and begin inside the tradition rather than importing outside theory. So I'll give you some scaffolding here so that we can do that. The first is Odu and divination within Ifa, Ifa is organized around 256 Odu or divinatory chapters that practitioners understand as living spirits, where each holds well over 1,000 verses, and each verse carries specific prescriptions, offerings, herbal medicines, taboos, and guidance on things like character. The second is Orion Destiny, and this is a core teaching for practitioners that heaven is the home, earth is the marketplace. We come to the marketplace to bargain with time and bargain for things. Before birth, we choose our Ori, our head, which is also the container of our destiny. Ifa doesn't buy outcomes, it discloses what the Ori holds and maps how to tend to it. The third thing, and this is the concept that ultimately organizes everything else that we'll come back to, is ashe and coolness. So these are offering and acts of care. Offerings and acts of care ultimately alchemize ashe, which is the potency that practitioners say makes things happen. But the main, but the aim is not raw power. The aim is coolness or itutu, along with inner side and balance, so that power can move without overheating. Keep that word coolness in mind. It's the hinge of ultimately the argument that I'll come to here. Now, the central narrative that I'm discussing here is around Oshe Tura. It's among the most cited stories of Oshun in Yorubaland and across the Atlantic. And it goes like this. Old Amari, or God, sends the Orisha down to the earth to make it habitable. The male Orisha deliberate, they begin their work, but they exclude Oshun, and everything fails. The soil dries, plants don't grow, the world stays barren. They go back to God, who asks a question: did you consult Oshun? And they admit they didn't. And they were told, without her, nothing's going to flourish. Um, and so they ultimately go back and they beg her to come down. She does, and everything grows. And I'll just add here that Oshun is the only female Irunmale or primordial deity among all men, and there's 201 that sit on each side of God. They say her power is equal to, if not greater than, all of them put together. So they only need one of her for all of them. And so nothing flourishes without her. So as I said, she comes down, things become fertile, and things start to grow. And the standard scholarly reading of this Odu is about the indispensability of the feminine, and I don't disagree with that. But my fieldwork pushed the story somewhere the canon tends to skip, and that's here on the next slide. On the left, you see the canonical reading of Oshun, mostly influential from Wande Abimbala's account, where Oshe Tura teaches us that if you neglect the feminine, ecological, as both water or Oshun herself, ecological or social crisis would follow. A male Orisha sexism structures this exclusion, and that's definitely true. But in my fieldwork, practitioners kept telling me something more about it, that Oshun's not only excluded, she deliberately refuses. She withholds her ebo or offering on purpose. And my godfather, Babi Fagbuyi, put it, Oshun didn't make ebo because she decided didn't make ebo because she decided not to. When you're that powerful, you can think you don't need to do it. So the two things compound each other. The male Orisha sexism structures the exclusion, and her power enables her refusal. So once you see the refusal, the lesson changes. It's no longer about just not excluding the feminine. It becomes a teaching about withholding and about what refusal exposes. And that a reframing is the rest of the builds that we'll use that framing to build on the rest of the talk here. And the second kind of intervention that I'm making here is about kinship. In the lineage that I follow, Oshun doesn't bear children. And rather than treat that as a lack, the tradition treats it as the foundation for a different kind of lineage. It's commonly said that Oshun did bear children, but with the practitioners that I spoke with and the priestesses that I spoke with in Yorubaland, they all agreed that she actually didn't. Um, and each, reading of her does its own work. This is not to say that the other readings aren't true. They all have their specific lineages and kind of places that they emerge from. So once ultimately, Oshun travels the world, and she's born in Igede Ikiti. She travels the world. She travels the Yoruba land, and she is trying to have children. She's trying to get married and have children, and she's unable to have them. And then what happens is she becomes an incredible artist. She does hair. She makes adornments. She dyes indigo. Um, and she's sad though, at the end, she ends up going back to Igedekiti where she's born and she becomes River. And when she becomes River, her stones, her paths, and her devotees, because she was a great diviner, her devotees become her children. And this is really a line that organizes the ethics of the whole piece. Because she doesn't bear children, she's always looking for her children, devotees who take up the labor of putting things back in order. She's able to do more work in her job than she's as River than she's able to do when she's incarnated because she extends her children beyond biology. So this lineage runs through three channels. First is Otaru stones. At Igede Ikiti, priestesses showed me head and breast rock forms marking where she became River, and taught that stones are her children. Male and female Ota or stones marry and multiply. And this isn't a metaphor, it's cosmology where the non-human world reproduces on its own terms. And here fertility shifts from biological pregnancy to planetary infrastructure. The second is devotional paths, and I'll come back to this in a moment. And the third is initiates. Well, many new devotees who are brought into her and become her. As my Oshun godmother said at my own initiation, we're not bringing Oshun from the outside. We're growing the seed already in you and joining it to her that's in the sky. So this idea of her always looking for her children starts to come into focus. Her daughters that are made through kin and made through ritual. So here I'll stay with some of her other paths for a minute because there's very little scholarship that has documented her different devotional paths inside of Yoruba practice. There's a wide range of documentation from Lukumi and Contemplate, which are far more developed. And Oshun Lewa, one of my Oshun mentors, taught me that the paths began as devotees who, through lifelong service and practice, ultimately became her, became part of her. And we can think of them as like organs within a single body where each has its own temperament, role, taboos, and jobs. None alone exhausts who Oshun is, but they all are part of her. And you can look at some of these here to really see that sweetness itself also has teeth, that mercy and consequence are both forms of care. And the point here is not to memorize this list, it's that these particulars are also protocols. They show us the taboos, the color rules, the specific jobs and actions that distribute responsibility and structure how Oshun practice, consultation, and consent actually work. So each path itself is a living archive, and it's one facet of her ashe, or a branch which her law is upheld. If we could think about the paths themselves as organs, divination is also its operating system. It's how guidance gets requested, verified, and put in order. Oshun's tied to the Irinda Lagoon or Cowrie, 16 Cowrie divination system. And there's one detail I want to share here that practitioners emphasize because it really reframes her. In a classical account, the cowrie shell is gifted as a gift she's handed, but my interlocutors told it slightly differently. Ifafumi Layo, the Oshun priestess who initiated me, said, Oshun learned by watching Orunmila closely. She was so observant and so intelligent. And that she devised the cowrie system herself. And so that really shifts the emphasis from gift to ingenuity, from something she received to something she authored or created. an incredible creator. And practically, Arindig Lagoon is also portable. It's suited to everyday questions, often learned across genders with fewer initiatory thresholds. It's able to keep consultation close. And when a question is bigger than the shells that Arindig Lagoon can handle, um, priestesses send clients to Ifa for deeper work. So that now we come back to this idea that I shared in the beginning, which is the other side of water, ultimately to kind of talk about water as court and rivers as court. That's kind of the theme here, that devotees across Yoruba land repeated the same thing in different ways. If you overlook the power of water, you'll meet its other side. So here's just three quick stories that came out through fieldwork about how uh, uh, water has its own feedback system. It answers sometimes gently, sometimes with force, which means that ritual here is doing the work of environmental governance. It enforces. So, um, um, for the sake of time, I'll move on here, but ultimately, this is kind of like how it regulates. So, what do we actually do with all of this? This is kind of the operational heart of the paper that I'm sharing. And it's this practice of becoming river, which is a daily repertoire common among Oshun priestesses and devotees that honors water's creativity and regulates heat. And I think of this as Oshe Tura operationalized. All of kind of the lessons we learn in Oshe Tura lend to this kind of practice here that I'm offering, which is that this idea of attuning. So begin and ending each day with contact to water, reading it, understanding it, being in conversation with it, tempering, pause before acting, letting heat drop, pacing the breath because power works best after cooling, recalibrating, enter an exchange, do EBO correctly so that power stays tied to care, embodiment, repeat until the body remembers. Ultimately, Oshun's archive is about widening kin, counting stones and paths and rivers and other lives among your relatives with real duties and responsibilities. Also, withholding wisely, and this is the refusal that I talked about from earlier, brought into daily practice. Refusal can reveal what's hidden and also prevent harm. So, as I mentioned, many of the specifics stay with initiates, but the principle is shareable. And I'll put it this way: cool and connect before you move, consult to confirm, keep the river and the body clean. And ultimately, this is an offering on a climate ethic and a civic practice of accountability that we can derive from ocean practice. So ultimately, to close, I'll just kind of talk about how for Yoruba communities, water is not a resource, it's a presence with a voice and rights. Its agency lives in shrines, songs, offering, and festivals that synchronize people with a power that can nourish or also withhold. Divination's diagnostic. It names hidden causes and prescribes what offerings must go alongside other kinds of medicines. In Ifa divination, there aren't two medicinal worlds, one physical and one spiritual. There is one care pathway. And ultimately, here I build on Ayodeji Ogunaike's work, where he calls the moment that we're in the age of Ogun. Ogun is the Orisha of iron and heat and technology and cutting. And left to himself, Ogun recognizes the harm only after the fact. Oshun, on the other hand, her whole function is to intervene, to moderate, to sweeten, to bind power, to care. Um, uh, and ultimately, the antidote to the overheating world is water, is Oshun's practice. And this is the offering here. Oshun Lyo, the priestess that mentored me, said, as long as there are women, there will be water. And in her telling, that's not a sentiment, that is part of Oshun cosmology and structure. So just to close it up, I'll end where I began. Keep water sweet and it will carry you. Ignore it and you'll meet its other face. These are three things that I hope you can take with you. First, through Oshe Tura, Oshun's Living Archive teaches cooling as a prerequisite and turns refusal into pedagogy. The second is that kinship extends through practice, not only biology. It's held in stones and paths and bodies in divination. And third, ritual is method and water is method. Ceremony and incorporation are how this tradition tests knowledge, which brings me back to this charge of, or ultimately the idea of Oshun always looking for her children. And ultimately her ability to do that when she becomes River. And also that in the beginning of Oshe, in the story of Oshe Tur, she refuses to make Ebo, and ultimately this imbalance is created in the moment of Earth creation. There's an imbalance between the masculine and the feminine, if we read it that way, and her work to always bring her children to her and extend beyond biology is the work of climate resilience. So it means that bring me my daughters, bring me my children, are kin made through ritual. It means connecting with those willing to apprentice to water's law. And in this century of heated weather and hurried iron, that is the offer this tradition makes to the rest of us. There's a living water law that already knows how to pace action and how to bind power to care and how to keep maintenance at the center. Thank you. Hello, and thank you for having me today. My name is Robin Garcia, and I'm so sorry I couldn't be there in person with you all at this really exciting and amazing conference. But today I'm going to present a paper, Becoming a River.
Really interesting stuff around Abakua, thank you. The beauty of vividness is like nothing but itself. Tessellation and ritual in Belkis Ayon's choreography. Let's have a round of applause.
Unfortunately, it doesn't seem like I'll be able to show the images, which is a shame, because that's all that there is to talk about. But I'll do my best to illustrate them with my words. It is the eyes, first and foremost, those bright eyes piercing through the darkness, which remain fixed in memory long after the gaze has strayed from the arresting composition. Bright white eyes fixed upon you, emitting such erratic glare that they are seared into consciousness. Eyes floating up out of the black river waters of a mythopoetic abyss. Eyes set within smooth, flat, faceless, and therefore enigmatic, ethereal heads which animate pose panther-like bodies, robust, regal even in their two-dimensionality, exuding extraterrestrial potential, not unlike Greek statues or even comic book heroes, for their muscular, well-formed humanity. No, it's all right, don't worry about it. It's not good, my battery's dead. No, it's not good, yeah, don't worry. Here's what the artist says herself in an interview. Actually, the eyes in my work are what impresses people, what intrigues them, because they are eyes that look at you very directly. So I think you cannot hide. Wherever you move, they are always there looking at you. They are there making you an accomplice of what you are seeing. And above all, in these pieces that are large, you are almost at the same level, at the same size. It is someone with whom you are living there in some way. The river, black or silver or blue, would have rushed and chattered portentously about her ankles, the ripples and foam swelling about the brittle earthenware jug or fishing net or basket which she dipped in the water to fetch. The water would have rushed in, making the vessel heavy, and in that heavy vessel atop her head would have been the fish, its scales glinting in the sunlight, the sacred fish, the gilt-finned and scaled tanze. It was Sekan of tragic destiny fishing. It was taboo for women to hear the sound of the sacred fish sent by Abasi, the creator, whose otherworldly power of peace and insight it was also believed to have transmitted, presumably by ingestion, to Sekan. Nasako, a community leader, compels her to swear an oath of silence, fearing that the revelation of the fish's whereabouts would intensify the wars between the neighboring peoples. Her voice, however, cannot be wholly contained. She confides the secret to her lover, Mokongo, a man of the rival Efik nation. In that moment, her speech became transgression. For revealing what was forbidden, Sekan was condemned to death, her execution marking the foundation of a tradition from which women would thereafter be excluded. That's the Abakua tradition. Yet her death carried another loss. Tanze, the sacred fish, died with her, and the primordial sacred roar fell silent. The voice that had once belonged to the fish can never be recovered in its original form. Instead, Abakua substitutes a sacrificial goat, which reminds us of Derrida's pharmacon, through whose body and voice the lost sound is ritually reconstituted. The skin of the slaughtered goat is stretched to form a sacred drum. The means by which Tanze's voice is made to speak again through the drums remains one of Abakua's most closely guarded mysteries. The fraternity was born thus not from the execution of Sekan, but from the survival, despite the silencing of her voice. Belkis Ayon's work reiterates the martyrdom of Sekan, rendering and re-rendering the myth, or aspects of the myth, distilling symbols, the fish, the goat, the snake, in suspended hermetic spiritual opsis. Ayon creates a syncretic iconography out of her imagination and out of references to art history. Ayon first encountered the Abakua tradition as a student at the San Alejandro Academy in Havana during the early 1980s. While studying printmaking, she became fascinated by the secretive Abakua fraternity after reading anthropological and historical accounts of its origins. Established in Havana in 1836 by enslaved and free men from the Cross River region of present-day southeastern Nigeria and southwestern Cameroon, particularly the Efik, Efut, and related peoples, the Abakua Society is a Cuban descendant of the Ekpe Leopard Society. In Cuba, however, these African ritual traditions were transformed through the conditions of slavery, migration, and colonialism, and became a distinctly Caribbean mestizo institution. Although Abakua preserves Efik language, ritual symbols, and ritual practices, it also absorbed elements of Cuban social life and developed independently of its West African antecedents. It is therefore best understood not as a direct survival, but as a syncretic Afro-Caribbean religion, a mutual aid fraternity forged through cultural translation across the so-called vast Atlantic. Ayon, who was an atheist, and so neither an initiate nor eligible for initiation because the fraternity excludes women, became captivated by the foundational myth of Sekan, the woman whose discovery of the sacred fish ultimately led to her execution and to the permanent exclusion of women from that society. Rather than treating the myth ethnographically, Ayon transformed it into an at once deeply personal as much as universal meditation on existential and subaltern and gendered silence. As such, she went on to create an extraordinary visual mythology that simultaneously drew upon Abakua cosmology, Christian iconography, and the history of Western printmaking, syncretic, collage-like in form and content alike. Now I'm going to make something of a crazy digression to Julian of Norwich, the English mystic who lived in the 13 and 1400s. Julian of Norwich, when she was 30, something like 600 years before Ion, suffered a sickness that almost brought her unto death. In her sickness, she experiences a series of visions of Christ, instigated by her perception of a crucifix held over her for the last rites. These symbolic visions, what she called showings, which cannot really ever be consistently deciphered, constitute Julian's almost heretical revisioning of the Passion of Christ, and were for her evidence of the divine kernel sown into everything that exists in nature. It is almost animism. The visions begin with a bleeding crucifix and reach their peak with the truth of the universe being revealed in a blind knot, that is to say, a hazelnut. She says, "He showed me," that's Jesus Christ, "he showed me a little thing the size of a hazelnut in the palm of my hand, and it was as round as a ball. I looked at it with my mind's eye, and I thought, what can this be? And the answer came, it is all that is made. I marveled that it could last, for I thought it might have crumbled to nothing. It was so small. And the answer came into my mind, it lasts and ever shall, because God loves it, and all things have being through the love of God." After her miraculous recovery, Julian dedicated her life to ritual devotion and lived the bare external life of an anchoress in a stone room. Over the decades that followed, she revisited the short text she had made detailing her visions immediately after her recovery, and produced manuscripts for a longer text with more detailed visions and commentary, modifying, modulating, and expanding. This later text is not palimpsest. It does not erase the showings that came before. They are not the authoritative final vision. They establish instead perhaps what one might call an ebb and flow. Christina Barbetti reads the following passage in Julian's revision as exemplary of the power granted by such a long period of revision, which allows Julian to give voice to images that perhaps were only nascent, images that she herself admits could not find form at the time that she experienced them. Time facilitates this ekphrastic project and solidifies the hope into actuality. The passage in question, from which the title of my paper comes. The beauty and vividness is like nothing but itself. The profusion is like the drops of water which fall from the eaves after a heavy shower of rain and fall so thickly that it is beyond human wit to number them. And as for the roundness of the drops, they were like herring scales as they spread out over the forehead. These three things came to mind at the time. Beads, because of the roundness of the drops as the blood came, herring scales because of their roundness as they spread over the forehead, raindrops from the eaves because of their innumerable profusion. This vision was vivid and lifelike and horrifying and awesome, sweet and lovely. This, Julian's writing, is the work of a poet already awake to the sensorium of the everyday world, animistically so to the kaleidoscope of natural phenomena. It is the grasping for a way to articulate the inarticulable, which expresses ekphrastic hope at the same time as a knowledge and understanding that what is perceived cannot be captured in words, although I'm really trying to do my best here, which knowledge does not bring despair, only a certain graspingness. It is the beauty of the wound opened up, which gushes and gushes with a cascade of associations. I think what emerges from Julian's revision is something like, and do forgive my phrase making, an ekphrastic wound, a site or process or situation wherein visual representation is pierced. The textual flesh opens and does not close, and the image pierces the viewer or reader. Language issues forth not as depiction or representation, but really as poematic effusion. Julian does not describe the passion nor what she really saw by bodily or spiritual sight. In a circumlocutory way, the narration of the showings are rather a register of the effects on her perception, memory, and sensory capacities. The striking, piercing transfiguration occurs in her revision as the blood becomes rain, beads, herring scales, because the pregnant image breeds association in the way a wound breeds blood. The scales that shimmer across Belkis Ayon's figures, recalling both the sacred fish Tanze and the serpent, are among the most arresting features of her work. Like Julian of Norwich, Norwich's herring scales, they are at once vivid and lifelike, horrifying and awesome, sweet and lovely. The extraordinary presence is inseparable from the process through which they are made. Colography, the technique Ion privileges, is fundamentally an accumulative practice, derived from the Greek collar, glue, and graphe, which of course is writing or drawing, is a technique of building rather than carving, as would traditionally be used in printmaking. Instead of cutting into a wood block or drawing onto stone, the artist constructs an image by adhering materials, sandpaper, fabric, string, leaves, mesh, tissue paper, gesso, to a cardboard or mountboard matrix. Each material contributes its own tactile resistance and visual character, allowing relief and intaglio to coexist within a single print. Ion embraced this relatively new technique in Cuba, not simply because of material shortages that followed the collapse of the Soviet bloc, although those conditions may have encouraged its use. Having become a professor, rather precociously, of printmaking at San Alejandro Academy, she retained access to conventional printmaking facilities and deliberately chose colography because it enabled the monumental scale and richly textured surfaces she sought. For Ion, the fabrication of the plate was inseparable from the meaning of the image. Through successive acts of layering, gluing, inscribing, and sealing, the matrix gradually accumulated a dense topography of textures that could never be fully reproduced by painting or engraving alone. In fact, she said that she could not paint or draw, although that was not entirely true. She worked with different grades of cardstock, dried leaves, vegetable peelings, gesso, and often abandoned color altogether so that black and white would heighten the tactile force of Sekan's world. Because the cardboard matrices deteriorated rapidly under the pressure of the press, Ion restricted most editions to only 6 impressions, preserving what she called multiple originals, which makes us think of Walter Benjamin's idea of the aura of art being lost in the age of mechanical reproduction. I think it goes some way to prove his point, but also to show that you can have aura in these so-called multiple originals. Each print, therefore, bears the traces of a laborious process of accumulation, making the image not only a representation of myth, but the material sedimentation of repeated acts of making. Can we compare with Barbetti speaking of Julian? She says, in a way that the material world repeats and represents itself, the formations and tesserae of stones or the vacillations of tide pools or geometrics of flowers, Julian's work represents the patterning of memory and the revision process, the template for the struggle of contemplative understanding. If her work appears simple, it is so in the way that a flower is simple. On closer inspection, there could hardly be anything more complicated. The colograph is born out of simplicity and lack, even perhaps humility. The artist gathers them slowly and fixes them to the surface. Each choice is deliberate, there's no hurry. The work grows by the hand and by repetition. In this way, the making of the plate becomes a kind of devotion. It asks for patience, it asks for care. The object is built one piece at a time, as though every layer carries a memory that must be preserved. When the plate is finished, it is sealed, the surface hardens, it is ready to receive ink. The ink settles into the hollows and catches the raised edges. It does not hide the texture, it reveals it. What seems ordinary begins to show another life. The plate changes, it transforms. It's the final stage of the middle stage of the ritual process, the liminal stage. And coming out of that stage, the artist is also transformed and reintegrated. The press is the final act. The paper is laid over the plate and pressure brings them together. Nothing can be forced once this begins. The artist must trust the process. When the paper is lifted, the image appears. It was always there, in some sense, waiting inside the textures and the ink. The print is not a copy of the plate. It's the result of their meeting. The plate can be inked again. Another sheet is placed upon it. Another image appears. Each print resembles the last, but none is the same. The ink shifts, the pressure changes, the paper responds in its own way. The work repeats itself, yet every repetition is different. That's why colography can be understood, I think, as a ritual technology. Its meaning lies in the slow returning to the same gestures until they reveal something deeper than the artist first intended. When I first saw an exhibition of Belkis Ayon's work, I was struck by those eyes, and then upon closer inspection, those splendid scales, their painstaking detail, their texture, and above all by the grainy footage of the artist shuffling in her cave of making like a kind of heretical priestess. Ayon's death by suicide at the age of 32 inevitably changes the way we encounter her work, though it should not become its explanation. Her colographs already dwell with absence long before her suicide. Sekan is repeatedly killed, the sacred voice is repeatedly lost, and every print returns to a wound that refuses to heal, similar to the ekphrastic wound. Seen now, the works seem haunted by another disappearance, that of the artist herself. What remains is not the persistent mark of her labor, the accumulated textures of card, glue, leaves, and ink impressed onto paper through repeated acts of making. Derrida's notion of the trace offers language for this persistence. As he says, the trace is not a presence, but the simulacrum of a presence that dislocates, displaces, and refers beyond itself. Ayon's colographs are traces in precisely this sense. They do not restore either Sekan or Ayon to presence. They continue to transmit their absence, carrying forward the pressure of hands that are no longer there. Each impression is therefore both a survival and a loss. The patterns, the texture, the tessellation, a material reminder through which the artist continues to look back without ever fully returning. Thank you.
Thank you for that beautiful paper, and I would encourage you all to go online and look at her artwork, Ayon. It is very powerful. Questions?
Hi, it was a great presentation. I was wondering, two questions. Thank you. Do you know why Ayon only uses eyes in black and white? And then also, do you see Ayon using the sacrifice princess and Christianity similarly to how Harmonia Rosella uses Christianity and Eve and the Oratias?
So the first question, she uses the eyes because they are arresting. It's because it's about the gaze. And the eyes are the only, even after a person dies, the eyes still have this power to transfix the beholder or the beheld. And she has these blank faces as a kind of metaphor for the lack of identity that comes in undergoing a ritual process. There's this disintegration of the self that occurs in the liminal stage. As for the question of black and white, she said it was about value, which I don't think she was being entirely honest. It's some level about race and about binaries, but she said it was about the aesthetic value of, she felt that color would be too distracting because she wanted to draw attention to the form. But I think there's much that we can say about light and darkness and about race, of course. The second question, what was the second question again?
Do you think that Ayon uses the sacrifice princess and Christian symbols similarly to how the artist...
Harmonia Rosales.
Yes.
Part of the reason I chose to put Ayon in dialogue with Julian of Norwich, who, I mean, an English woman living 600 years before, is because I think on some level, Ayon transcends many of the things that concern us here today. She's not entirely concerned about the Atlantic ebbs and flows. She really kind of, she creates, she is, the second myth is a point of departure, but she's really creating her own personal myth. It's not the kind of race retrieval or cultural retrieval that Harmonia Rosales is doing. Yeah.
Yes. Yes.
Thank you for a really interesting paper. I think I've seen it twice of her work, and reading that. Please correct me if I am wrong. That she had created a visual language imagery for Abakwa. And so my question revolves around, like, after her death and her legacy, was she embraced by the members of Abakwa? Was her visual language, this legacy that she created, what has been the lasting reception of her work among those who are members of the Abakwa?
The most honest answer is that I'm not quite sure. I haven't done any research into her reception after her death, but I can hazard a guess. There have been maybe 3 or 4 retrospectives, but not in Cuba. There was one in Oxford last year, and in Oklahoma or something in 2016, and one 10 years before, and one shortly after her death. And the narrative around her is, I mean, this is a feminist, even though she didn't call herself a feminist. This is a feminist artist who is speaking back to this patriarchal tradition which excludes women, which I imagine wouldn't go well with that patriarchal tradition. And also Abakwa has a kind of symbolic alphabet, but no real iconography. And her really ideographic iconography, I don't think it will be embraced by the Abakwa tradition.
We have time for one more. Let's thank one more and let's give a final round of applause to such a rich and moving panel. Thank you all.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. And thank you for being here. My name is Benjamin Amachin Boateng from the Department of Music here at the University of Ghana. And over the next couple of minutes, I'll take you into a community in Accra where sacred sound is not a doctrine you sign up to, but it is something you do, something you inhabit, something you share. And I want to begin with a question that has guided this research. I've been researching with the Tabon for close to 20 years now. And I begin with this question. How can music enable different religious traditions to coexist without requiring their theological differences to disappear? This is a big question that we'll try to answer in this presentation. So the question is not an abstract question for the Tabon people of Accra. It is a lived reality. And the answer, I will argue, lies in musical practice they call Agbe. So, before an Agbe performance begins, there are protocols. You do not simply walk in and start drumming. The opening sequences acknowledge everyone present, the ones you can see and the ones you cannot see, the ancestors, the spirits, the deceased, if this is a performance at a funeral. Central to this is the call to Ago, and we are going to perform the Ago, which is followed also by, it starts with Oseye and then the Ago. Oseye. Oseye. Ya di bushkao. Ya di bushkao. Oh, Oseye. Yeah. Oseye. Yeah. Ya di bushkao. Ya di bushkao. Oh, Oseye. Yeah. Oh, say, ye, ye, ye. Ya, ya, de buscao. Ya, ya, de buscao. Agwago dabi dawale onile mukago. Agwago dabi onile mukago. Agwago dabi dawale onile mukago. Ye agwago dabi dawale onile mukago. Agwago. All right. Thank you. Right, so these are opening protocols that you will always find during a tabon performance. And as you listen, I want you to, I thought you paid attention to three things that were always moving together: the chant, the drumming, the bodily movement. In Agbe, these are not separate elements, but they are one fabric. You cannot understand the sacred meaning by listening alone, but you have to feel how the body enters the sound. So the question comes, who are the tabon? These are descendants of Afro-Brazilians who have lived in Ghana or Accra since the beginning of the 19th century, after the end of slavery. There were three reasons why they came to live in Ghana. One was manumission. Two was during the aftermath of the Malay Revolution, the Islamic Revolution that took place in Bahia in 1835. And then the third one is when slave trade was abolished totally in 1888 in Brazil. So all these three historical events brought some Afro-Brazilians to the west coast of Africa. Those who lived in Ghana were known as the Tabon. They were called Tabon because at the time they came, they were speaking only Portuguese. And the indigenes, the Gans at that time could only hear them speak one word, Tabon, Tabon, Tabon. And it became their name. They were nicknamed Tabon. Until now, they respond to that name, Tabon. So we move on to a plural religious community. So now if you walk through a Tabon neighborhood today and ask people what religion they belong to, you will get different answers. Sometimes from members of the same household, you will find families where one brother is a devout Muslim, another is a Catholic, and an auntie, for instance, is a devotee of Shango, the Yoruba deity of tender and justice, whose worship traveled with returnees from Brazil. Here is what is remarkable. These three differences are not treated as problems to be solved. They are not ironed out by doctrine. Instead, they are held together by something else, the shared cultural practice by language, by food, and above all, by music. The Tabon do not ask themselves which religion is correct, or they rather ask, can we mourn together, or can we celebrate together, or can we make sound together? And the answer through Agbe is always yes. To make sense of what I'm describing, I want to briefly introduce three theoretical voices that have shaped my thinking. First, Stephen Feld's idea of acoustemology, the study of sonic waves of knowing. He teaches us that people do not just hear sound, they know the world through it. For the Tabon, Agbe is not background noise to ritual, it is the ritual environment itself. Then Robert Ossie's concept of lived religion also shifts our attention away from official doctrines and institutions and toward what people actually do, how they pray, how they eat, how they bury their dead, how they sing. The Tabon do not resolve religious difference through theology. They sustain it every day, embodied relational life. And thirdly, the performance theorist Diana Taylor also distinguishes between the archive and written documents and stored records. For the Tabon, there is no written structure, or there's no written scripture of Agbe. The songs, the rhythms, the dances are all archived. They carry what paper cannot. Taken together, these three lenses help us see Agbe not just as music, but as sonic space, lived practice, and living memory. So this brings me to the very heart of my paper. Agbe is not merely music that accompanies ritual. It creates ritual. It brings together sound, dance, gesture, memory, and social participation into a temporal but powerful communal environment. What makes this environment sacred is not a text read from a holy book. It is the act of participation itself. When you drum, you chant. When you dance, or you are not observing the sacred, you are producing it. Now, there's a song they sing, Kilolo She, Kilolo She, Aguda Obolio, Obolio, Aguda Obolio, Obolio, Ye Kilolo She, Kilolo Ba. Kilolo she, kilolo ba, aguda obolio, obolio, aguda obolio. Yeah, kilolo she, kilolo she, kilolo ba, aguda obolio, obolio, aguda obolio. Oh, bolio, yeah, kilolo she, kilolo she, aguda oh bolio, aguda oh. I want more ishoma, lolo she, aguda oh bolio. All right. Àwọn ọlọ́mọ ìṣọ̀ mànú o, ọlọ́run lọ́nu àánú, àwa náà máa ó mànú o, ọ̀nà mànú, àwa náà máa ìṣọ̀ mànú o, ọlọ́run náà mànú, àwa náà máa. Àwa náà máa ìṣọ̀ mànú o, ọlọ́run náà mànú, àwa náà máa, àwa nù o, ọ̀nà mànú. Okay. All right, thank you. It gets excited, so you can't stop when you want to stop. So this song addresses Olorun, the Yoruba name for God. But notice, no one in the room is checking your religious ID card before you join in. A Muslim may hear the name of Allah. A Christian may hear the name of Father. A Shango devotee may hear the name Creator. The song does not assign itself exclusively to any one tradition. It opens a space where multiple meanings can coexist. And the second one too we sang said that Awon lamo isho omanu olorun omanu. He said, as we all sit here, it is only God who knows what is in our minds. Whether where I'm standing, somebody has a gun to shoot or not, we don't know. It's only God who can tell what is in anybody's mind. So this is what we call, Agbe is a sacred soundscape. It is not a soundscape of one religion. It's a soundscape for many religions. Where you can really find Agbe is when there is a funeral. And it is very important that we would show you some of the events that unfold during funerals. The Tabon have three important stages of the funeral. They have the waykeeping, where they call it Abadrapleti. On that night, at dawn, they go around the dead body to break a ceramic plate to signify that the dead person and the living, no longer have any communications. And then there is, after the burial service, on the 1 week of that, there's another celebration, which is an Islamic celebration. And then also there's a 40 days celebration. And so you realize that for the Tabon, even in death, they perform the three religions. There's a Christian service, there's an Islamic service, and there's even the Shango service. There's a traditional way of doing things. and they never ask the question which one is better or not. They do everything together. And so we will shortly demonstrate the funeral medley, very, very short ones, and then we would see how it goes. So the first song we are going to sing is Ileo, Ileo. Ode, ode koro, alala mode, ode, ode koro, alala mode, ode, ode koro, alala mode, ode, ode koro, ode, ode koro. Ode, ode koro. Ode, ode koro, alala mude. Ode koro, alala mude. Now, here is a very interesting point I'm going to raise now. The Tabom came out of Brazil as descendants of former slaves, but in death, they have an imagined home of Brazil, where there is a ceremony which takes place in the place where the dead person has been laid in state. And the idea is to take the person back to Brazil. If you can look at the picture in the slide, you will realize that there is something that is very, very symbolic there. They came back in the ship SS Salisbury, and this particular picture was taken during the death of the Ni Manche the Fifth, Thabo Manche the Fifth. And there's something symbolic there. They put him back in the ship to go to Brazil. You can see the Brazilian flag being hoisted. And so in performance, they have this imagined home playing in whatever they are doing. So we'll do the Viva Viva dance briefly for you to see where the people around carry luggages with symbolically to see the dead person off to Brazil, to take the ship or to take the plane back to Brazil. Viva, 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 ya, ya. Viva, viva, oh, tell me lo solo, tell me lo solo. Yeah, tell me lo solo. Viva, 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 ya, ya. Tell me lo solo, tell me mo solo, tell me, tell me mo solo. Right. One of the most striking features of Agbe is how it breaks down the wall between the performer and the audience. In many Western contexts, there's always a clear-cut difference, definition between those who are performing and then the spectators or the audience. But in Agbe performance, everybody takes part. And this matter is enormously important for religious plurality, where nobody thinks about religion. Because you are clapping the same rhythms. Nobody is clapping an Islamic rhythm or a Christian rhythm or a traditional rhythm. Everybody is moving in the same steps, singing the same songs. Nothing like theological differences. And then, despite the theological differences, they still coexist. And so to this end, they have a song that they pride themselves in, which says that this dance is ours. Tabon people, it is our dance. Brazil people, it's our dance. And it's interesting how they mention that they are Tabons and they are Brazilians as well. So let's just hear that one briefly, and then we can conclude on this paper. Hey, Nakanjone. Nakanjone. All right, so let me pull the threads all together. I've argued that Agbe functions simultaneously in interlocking ways. One, it is a sacred landscape, a soundscape, a sonic environment where the sacred is produced through participation, not dictated by text. Number two, it's a medium of ritual inclusion, a space where people of different religious backgrounds can gather, mourn, celebrate, and belong without any doctrinal uniformity. Number three, it's an archive of diasporic memory, carrying across generations the history of displacement, return, and double identity. Four, it is a practice of identity making, continually reconstituting what it means to be Tabon in the present. Five, it is a space for negotiating religious plurality, not by erasing difference, but by transforming it into communal presence. Here is my key conclusion. Agbe does not erase the distinctions among Shango worship, Islam, and Christianity. It does not ask anyone to convert or to compromise or to pretend their beliefs are the same. Instead, it enables these traditions to remain in productive ritual conversations. They coexist, not because their theologies have been harmonized, but because their feet are moving to the same drum. Thank you very much. So I don't know if somebody has one or two questions. Yes.
Thank you very much. I apologize again for colonizing this space. But this performance, has really touched the depth of my heart, because all along I never knew that a Yoruba community, I'm not Yoruba, but a Yoruba community actually exists in Ghana that has exactly the same kind of the same kind of practices that we find among the Brazilian returnees that are in Lagos. It's basic. You can see it in the instrumentation and the paucity of instrumentation, actually, it's just very basic, and when I went to visit the museum there, it was the same thing. But what intrigues me mostly, and which I'm going to ask, is, this whole idea of world making that has to do with the slaves returning, not just to Ghana, but also to Nigeria, and then when they die, returning, yes, to Brazil again. This is what I call that kind of convivial relationship that makes me think that slavery was not the only unpleasant experience that we always construct it to be, and that it was a process in world making, and what Walter Mignolo calls pluriversality, that kind of thing. So I don't think I have a very basic question to ask, but the instrumentation, does it not evolve beyond this very basic one? I mean, do you have the younger generation who are perhaps deploying the Japanese tone bank, to making this music to rise beyond its old traditional form? Because what I see here is doesn't seem to evolve, with the times. Thank you.
Yeah, for now, I think that the Tabon have tried as much as possible to keep the music as it is. And as I said, since they've been here for about 200 years now, every aspect of the cultural baggages that they brought is virtually lost. They were speaking Portuguese. They no longer speak Portuguese, and a whole lot of other things. But one thing that has helped to keep them, or to keep them together, to help them perform their identity and vice versa, has been the music, which is performed during most of their social gatherings, funerals, religious activities, and all. So maybe the inclusion of other instruments could change the identity a bit. So they try to keep it just as it is. Of course, I've heard somebody using the guitar to play the music, for instance, to record it. But that is not the core. You can't tell that. You will not say that this is the Agbe music that identifies the Tabon. But for now, they play just these basic rhythms. And it's interesting to know that they didn't pick this music from Brazil. There was a tripartite journey: Nigeria, Ghana, Brazil. And so some of them ended up in Nigeria, and coming to Ghana brought this music along. So they have a song which even confirms this particular story I'm saying. Okay. Thank you. Ofane. Yes. You are here.
You
want more?
This is a very stimulating, fantastic, and intriguing presentation. And this really cuts to the depth of my heart, because I'm Yoruba.
No.
Yeah. I'm Yoruba. Even from my outfit, if you know Yoruba culture, you know that I'm putting on a Yoruba outfit. So, listening to my culture right here, it's a connection for me. It made me feel the sense of home and that sense of nostalgia. I mean, this is very, very stimulating. And I just want to, for instance, when the performances were on, I could hear so many things that we do back home, the Ijuba, the opening glee, when we are singing Onile Mokago. I mean, we call that Ijuba, the opening glee during the in the Yoruba Traveling Theatre, and of course, Yoruba Festival theatre performance. And when you say Kilo Long She, Kilo Long Ba, what has God done, as well as that that very stimulating funeral performance, very, very close to what we sing too. Ile lo lo tarara. Ile lo lo tarara. Baba rele o. Ile lo lo tarara. That's a connection of home. But then I'm just still quite curious because I'm trying to know more about the Tabon people that connect with my home. The musical instruments, what is it called? What is this ensemble? Does it have some name that it is called? Of course, in Yoruba, back home, we generally call all forms of drums ilu. But then the ilu now has different variations. Is it bata? Is it dundun? Is it ya ilu? Is it omele? And all of those things. So the one for the Tabon people, I want to know what their ensemble is called. For instance, the gong, we call it agogo.
Same.
Right, good. And then I would like to know the Agbe music in itself. What is the meaning? I want to know if it has direct connection with that culture. And of course, I would just like to know, apart from the Yoruba culture, as we can hear, what other maybe indigenous African cultures contributed to this Afro-Brazilian new culture of the Tabon people? Thank you very much.
Thank you. So we call the ensemble here Agbe Ensemble, Agbe. And per my research, I realized that they don't even know why it's even called Agbe. But what I researched was that in Yoruba, or one of the Nigerian languages, the rattle that they have is called Agbe. Yes. And unfortunately, for this particular performance, we have just one rattle. But if they are really performing, we have a lot of these rattles performing. And it coincides with what Nketia says, that we name a musical group by the kind of instruments that, so for instance, there's an Adenkum group, for instance. And so when I hear the word Agbe group, I know that it's a group that is has a lot of rattles being performed. Like we have the agogo, for instance. Then there's also the shekere. They call it shekere also here. And then the drums, the malinwo drums, that's how they call it here. And that's the main Agbe drum. So the ensemble is called Agbe Ensemble. And then for the music, they have tried as much as possible, as I said, to keep it just as it is. I'm not too sure whether somebody has composed any or not, but there's one song that they sang, Neken Jone, Woman Jone. This is in Ghana. And I'm not sure they picked this from Nigeria because it's a Ghana, the lyrics are in Ghana. And so maybe just about 1% or 2% of what they do has influences from outside. Aside that, everything is a Yoruba-based performance.
Yeah. Thank you so much, Dr. Amachi. I think my question has already been answered. So let me ask the second one. So I love the music so much, the melodies and all. So I am interested in how it's going to be preserved. Are they recording or scoring, or how is the music being preserved? And also, as you mentioned, I wanted to ask whether there are new ones since 200 years ago. There are new songs that have come in. And in case they want to compose new songs, will they still be in Yoruba or in Ghana, since they are in Ghana or something? Anyway, congratulations. I love the presentation.
Thank you so much. So, how do they plan to preserve the music? At least it has stayed for 200 years. So whatever they were doing right within the 200 years, I think that they have to continue to do it. But the trick here now is that you can see that formally, when I first met this group, we had elderly people joining the group, but some of them are no more. And it means they have gone to the grave with all this indigenous knowledge. And so there's a need to consciously groom the young ones to take over from them. And you can see that there's a young boy seated amongst the elders now who is under training, as we do in Africa here. There's no formal training, but once you observe your elders doing it, then you pick up and then you do that. And then one other thing that I try to do is to see if we can also teach the University of Ghana students, so that so all those in the kente behind here are from the University of Ghana. They are not part of the tradition, but those in front and the lady who sang and the big man in front here, he is part of the Tabom elders, and they always want to see what is happening wherever it goes out. That's why they are here to support, to make sure that even if the community is lacking in keeping some of these things, some other forms are being derived. But they have done one recording too of the music, which I think is also helping to keep the music go on and on. Please, there's a hand here. Maybe the last one.
Thank you so much. I think I'm very fascinated by the interreligiosity of the Tabon people, where whether you're Christian or Muslim or whoever you are, the doctrines do not distinguish who you are. They are all connected by who they are as a people. I'm just wondering, with the music that is being played, are there specific music that promote this idea of interreligiosity, which we can learn from as a people in the country to promote this interreligious dialogue that span over religious identity without theological differences?
I don't think there is any song specifically composed for that purpose. But as we sang those songs about Olorun, and every religion calls God God. The Christians will call Jesus Christ as part. The Muslims will say Muhammad, and the traditionalists also have their way. But God is God. And so the song mentions God so that it doesn't give any religion an advantage to think that we are thinking about Christianity or whatever. They leave you to do what you want. And interestingly, this is the last thing I'll say. Every Tabon has 3 names: a Christian name, a Muslim name, and then a traditional name. So you can see a name like George. George obviously is what? A Christian name. And then you can see Aruna, which is a Muslim name. Before the indigenous Tabon name, the Nelsons, all those names. So you can see a typical combination of George, Aruna, Nelson. And when you hear this name, you can't tell which religion this person belongs to. There's also maybe Margaret Memuna Nelson, for instance. So there's this combination which even in their names, they perform religious plurality in their names. Everywhere they go, they perform religious plurality, and to them, they coexist. They are one people. And as Shirley May will say, because they are connected to a certain past, a certain history, it keeps them moving, and that is what gives them an identity as a people. On that note, thank you so much. Agbe, 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 agbe.
Good afternoon. We are just going to go straight into the next panel. And as they prepare the stage for me and my panelists, I would like to invite you into this panel titled Politics and the Sacred Secular Divide. And in this panel, we are going to have 3 presentations, but 4 presenters. We'll start with Peterson Kabuki. Is Peterson here? And then Michael Frischkoff, and then Hagu and a partner. Because of how the time situation is, I would want us to take all the presentations, then we would have a general conversation afterwards, if that is fine by you. Right. So, Dr. Kabuki, Reverend Dr. Kabuki, right? And just to add, their biographies, brief biographies are in the handouts that you have, so.
Like I said, when you get to that slide, press it again to start playing. Okay. When you get to it, so this is slide. It is slide one.
So thank you very much for this opportunity. To all the organizers, I feel humbled to be in front of you and even to my seniors. I'll talk about the Luo community, and to understand, I'm talking about the Benga music, how Benga music brings the consciousness of the people, and to understand that, we have to understand the community in Kenyan political and social scenes. Since independent, many Luo politicians and section of community have perceived exclusion from the highest level of national executive power. And political rivalry dating back to the split between Jomo Kenyatta and Jaramogi Oginga Odinga shaped national politics and contributed to perception of exclusion. This Luo community in Kenya is a community that is very active in politics, but in one way or another, it finds itself in a way having exclusion from the leadership. Periods of strained relations between opposition, strongholds, and the national government reinforced those perceptions. Luo politicians, activists, and opposition supporters have at times faced detention, severances, or restriction during the periods of political authoritarianism, multi-party struggles in the 1980s and the 1990s disproportionately affected many oppositions regions, including Nyanza. Several counties in the former Nyanza province have historically recorded poverty rates above the national average, through levels vary across countries and have changed over time. Rural households often depend on small-scale farming and fishing, both of which are vulnerable to environmental and market shocks. Elections in 1992, 1997, and the famous 2007, 2008, and 2017 brought violence, loss of life, injuries, and the destruction of property in parts of Luo-dominated areas. Political instability discouraged investment and disrupted livelihoods. Several countries in the Nyanza have historically recorded poverty rates above the national average, through levels vary across countries and have changed over time. Now we come to the topic and the area of my research, which is beggar music and the origins. Beggar music, which originated in the late 1960s, is more than a form of entertainment. It was musical reaction to the social, cultural, and political issues mentioned above. It is a music that reflects the social, spiritual, economic, and political realities of people, and this beggar music is bred from Lingala, Christian, and Tanzanian lyrics. Through its distinctive guitar rhythms, poetic lyrics, proverbs, and storytelling traditions, benga has become a vehicle for preserving indigenous knowledge, transmitting moral values, critiquing political leadership, and shaping public opinion. Benga musicians thus articulate a collective consciousness that links spirituality with governance, moral values, governance, identity, justice, and community well-being. This is whereby this music triggers those things that are not okay, especially with the political leadership, and also it gives people the identity. Then where there is injustice, through this music, it triggers people now to think about justice and the well-being of the community. Maybe a certain community like the one here in Topic, whereby you find that there are those leaders who are suppressing these people and they feel that they are down. This music will now trigger their thinking and their well-being. The genre therefore serves as important archive of cultural memory and platform for social commentary in Western Kenya. We have this musician, Dio Misiani, and these musicians act as like a messiah in the community and a prophet. Even the songs tries to tell, he mentions something that this and this, if you are not careful, will happen, and it happens. And Dio Misiani and his band, the band is called Shilati, Jazz, did not invent benga, but they were the ones who defined its modern form with its hypnotic electric guitars and fabulously active bass, and made it popular through East Africa, becoming the primary vehicle through which Benga's spiritual and political change reached mass audience. Misiani's scholarly provocative lyrics not only struck a profound chord with listeners, but earned the love of Kenyan authorities as well. What do I mean? In the decades that followed, he was jailed repeatedly for his perceived offenses against the government, persecution that itself became part of Benga's mythology as an art from that spoke truth to power regardless of cost. Misiani came to criticize the former president of Kenya, who was that time Jomo Kenyatta. Then there was Daniel Arap Moi and Moi Kibaki during their leadership. During that time, you could not talk about the government directly. And so through this music, they could communicate the things that those presidencies who are in position, what they are not doing right. Specifically in his song, Karamindi, in the early 1970s, he criticized Kenyatta's development policy, which he perceived as perpetuating class and regional inequalities. In the aftermath of 1982 coup attempt against Moi's government, Misiani composed Pine Owacho, a song in Dholuo that heaped praises on the Air Force soldiers who led the mutiny. When Robert Ouko, who was a bishop, Kenya's foreign affairs minister, was assassinated in 1990, Misiani released a song lamenting the alleged torture and murder of the minister. This was not taken kindly by authorities who arrested him. When they released Beam and Beam in 2006, composed in figurative language, he was again interrogated, demonstrating that Benga's indirection and metaphor were not evasions of political realities, but survival strategies within it. Most of Misiani's songs were pro-change, and that is the reason why many of his fans considered him prophetic. In 2005, just after the failed constitutional referendum, he released a track, ODM, that prophesied the 2007 post-election turmoil in the country. The prophetic function of the traditional Nyatiti, praying divine, migrated into the political prediction of the modern Benga music. This Nyatiti was an instrument that was also held holy, and it was not just prayed anyhowly. And even the person who was holding this Nyatiti have to have a certain qualification from the community to be allowed to have this traditional musical instrument by the name Nyatiti. Benga lyrics practice draws heavily on Luo cosmological concept, including Juogi, ancestral spirits, Chila, the punishment for violating moral order, and Pine, the world cosmos, all political codation, embedded within apparently secular dance, music, a continuous negotiation between the living community and the moral authority of the ancestors. In elaborate traditional Luo ceremonies, the Nyatiti that I'm talking about was accompanied with the ohangla, drum, cow horns, gourds, sticks, shakers, and other improvised instrumentation such as whistling, feet stumbling, clapping, as we had one of the presenters here, we were clapping. Sometimes the mournful sigo stringed olutu from the violin family would also be used. Benga compressed this entire ritual soundscape into the guitar bard format while retaining its ceremonial emotional register. The recurrent Benga lyric contained with death, mourning, and remembrance of the departed reflects the Luo belief that the ancestral dead remain politically and morally present. To sing to the dead is to invoke moral witnesses to the conduct of the living, including the conduct of the state. Bega formed a funeral services explicitly communicative function between the living and the dead, with the lyrics addressing to the deceased, calling on them by clan name, lineage, aspirational locating of the individual within a transgenerational community that is simultaneously a political claim about belonging and the right. Beggar social function performed at funerals, wedding, political rallies, and beer halls embedded it deeply in everyday Kenyan life, particularly in rural areas and working class urban neighborhoods. Its movement across all these social spaces meant that the spiritual and the political were never compartmentalized, but always breathing into each other. And here is the Bega music. If you listen even to the music, it is cool. We are quite used to one another. My baby. We are quite used to one another. So if you listen to that lyric, it is very cool. This is one who is talking to or singing to a girl in Kisumu, and he is even describing the shape of all her shape. Those are the things that you find that the music is cool and also directed to a person. In case you want maybe to reconcile and also to come back to your normal status, there is that cool music. And because of time, I'm sorry, I'll also give the music. But it is very cool. It is also very inspiring. And there is also one of the other songs. You can even Google them. And Tony Nyadudo also was born on November 12, and also he have those songs. He came after, and he have those casual music that is cool. But the roots of this music is to have communication. And we have seen different parts and also different communication. There is the part that I want us not to miss, whereby now when we talk about Ohangra as sacred and political form, Ohangra is a traditional dance among the rural community used to celebrate wedding and also in funeral ceremonies. Consists of more than 80 drums, like those who are here. At one point you would even relate the dancing in our praise there, and even here, a concept that Africa is one. And even you enjoy, even when those drums played, you feel you are part and parcel of the music. Then it was performed, and even the style, high energy, physically commanding, vocally intense, is not showmanship, but a continuation of this ritual physically, in which the body movement opens communication between the world of the living and the world of the spirit. So even Africans, when they talk about the ancestors, the living dead, even when the Christian came and talked about the saints and all other things, this was not new to Africans, even if it was taken like it is something very new. But it was there even with the Africans. Even the songs can tell. Even the stories, they can tell that there is that communication between the living and the dead. Songs of love and loss are continually inflected by the Ohangra tradition. Love, marriage, loss, and death are not separate registers in Ohangra, but faces of the same continuous experience of communal life under the ancestral oversight. Then there was a warning. Even in those songs, there was communication, especially when there is an epidemic. This region was hardly hit by HIV/AIDS. And this album hit the airwaves in 2002 to the merriments of the fun, not just in Luo Nyanza, but across the country, across all the parts of Kenya. And so there is this song even now to warn the people. The word ayaki in the Luo refers to the HIV/AIDS, but it is also laden with cosmological weight in a community that traditionally understood epidemic, illness as a disruption of the moral order between the living and the dead. To sing about AIDS is to engage with the deepest available question about why the community is dying and what the ancestral demand. Might there be something that we have done that the ancestors are angry? So there was that, the choice of AIDS as the subject in his debut album was simultaneously a spiritual act and a political one. The rural community of Western Kenya was among the worst affected by the epidemic in sub-Saharan Africa during this period, and the silence of the Kenyan state on AIDS in Lulo Nyanza made the musicians' willingness to name, mourn, and discuss the illness in public a form of civic courage that the government itself had abdicated. I know you come from different countries. Sometimes there are issues that come up, but the government keeps silent on it. Musician like this now, the Benga, comes out and trigger people to think about what is happening. And especially like even now, there is also an issue of Ebola. And people are silent, and especially in some countries, some presidents are silent. So such musicians will come up and sing about those issues that are affecting the community. And there is the spiritual politics of the rural leadership. That one, you will get it especially in my work. And then there is what the legacy, as I have listed the legacy of the Bega music, whereby it is political, it's social, and also it is even religious. And even when people hear that music, just a minute, when people hear that music, there is a point that I want to make it clear, it triggers, it awakens them. Like the presenters who were here, who said that there is no Christianity, there is no Muslim, there is no other. When there is something to be communicated, it does not matter which religion you confess, but it affects humanity. And something that is affecting humanity needs to be addressed by such music, and also people will understand and take caution. So through music, you get those communication, and also through music, you get preaching, you get the word, and through music, you get warning. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Reverend Doctor. Professor Fishkop, if you are online and ready, we can take yours.
Yes, hello. You have the video?
Hello. Okay. Hello, Prof. Frischkopf. Are we good to go, or we could just have a conversation with Reverend? He's speaking. Okay.
Good afternoon, everyone, and sincere thanks to the conference organizers at the University of Ghana's Institute of African Studies and Yale University's Institute of Sacred Music. I deeply regret that I could not be with you in person, and I'm most grateful for this opportunity to join you remotely from Canada. My first ethnomusicological research took place in 1988 when I traveled to Ghana to study socio-musical processes of traditional song composition among the Ewe people. Originally from the Volta region, many had migrated to Ashiama, near Accra, in search of employment. My research centered on a few traditional Ewe composers, such as Nova, pictured with me here in 2008. Nova was and remains the poet-composer in residence and lead singer for a traditional Ashiama funeral association that performs Ewe music, mainly the Kinka genre, at the funeral of each member. Most Ewes are nominal, if not always practicing Christians. Nearly all receive Christian names, while many continue to practice elements of African traditional religion. Traditional Ewe music accompanies African traditional religion, but I also found traditional music in Christianity and Christianity in traditional music. Formally, most Ghanaians classify themselves in one of three main groups: Christian, Muslim, or traditionalist, the latter term encompassing dozens of cultural systems, each far broader than religion per se, including social structures, healing, divination, agriculture, with associated rituals, and performing arts. But the situation is complex due to interreligious tolerance and overlapping practices. Government single-choice religion surveys misrepresent Ghana's complex religious reality, not only by imposing state authority, which favors higher status answers, but by obscuring the multiplicity of affiliations. So eager was I to experience the local, quote-unquote, authentic Africa centered on traditional religion, that at first I hardly noticed this religious diversity and the interpenetration of tradition with other faiths. I was thus surprised to discover that my friend Nova had composed a Kinka song explaining why Christians should accept traditional practices. This song, concluding with the Lord's Prayer in Ewe, was widely sung. Clearly, such a song was composed to express religious tolerance and attract a broader membership. For my PhD, I shifted gears and moved to Cairo, where I lived from 1992 to 1998, conducting research on the sounds of Sufism, the mystical dimension of Islam. Though the 1990s were a period of tremendous militant Muslim activism, ecstatic Sufi music continued to be performed undisturbed. Salafi discourse might rail against it, but there was no conflict. Foremost among professional Sufi singers was Sheikh Yassina Tuhami, drawing crowds of 10,000 or more when performing for memorials or large saint festivals, called Mawlids. alongside accommodation of Sufi Islam, I also observed broader religious intolerance of Egyptian society, legally and practically. Egyptians enjoy very limited religious freedom. But if there was comparative intra-Islamic tolerance, there was little real choice. For the most part, Egyptian Muslim identity is additive. Nearly everyone is a Sunni Muslim first, layering voluntary associations on top. In Egypt, Muslim groups are not sects. When I returned to Ghana in 2006 to establish a study abroad program at the University of Ghana, my Egyptian experience had opened my eyes to new trajectories for inquiry. I saw mosques and Muslims everywhere. I had become intensely curious about Islam and Muslims in Ghana, especially their musical practices. And I wanted to understand what I now observed in retrospect to be a remarkable degree of religious tolerance there as compared to Egypt. I had previously associated Muslims with the peoples of modern Ghana's 5 northern regions, where Jula and Hausa traders had carried their religion from the northwest and the northeast, starting in the 15th century. Here, at 54% of the population, Islam is the dominant religion. But Muslims are also numerous elsewhere in Ghana. With urbanization, Ghanaian cities are increasingly multi-ethnic, containing Muslim-majority neighborhoods called zangos. With substantial conversion among other ethnic groups, especially Gas and Fantis, Muslim populations have become more diverse in ethnicity, class, and profession. Compared to Egypt, Ghanaian religious tolerance and diversity seemed positively utopian. Religion appeared to constitute a real personal choice. Single families might include a Muslim, a Christian, and a traditionalist. I began to ponder differences in religious tolerance between the two countries, the relation of tolerance to the history of Islam, and the role of music in integrating or dividing religious communities. Of course, Egypt is predominantly Muslim rather than Christian, but Egypt also displays little religious tolerance. One might suppose that this difference reflects differences in legal environment. For instance, Chapter 1, Article 2 of Egypt's constitution states that Islam is the religion of the state and the principles of Islamic Sharia are the principal source of legislation. Only followers of Islam, Christianity, and Judaism have a legal basis to practice their religion. Egypt laws effectively deny religious freedom, and these prohibitions are socially reinforced. A Muslim cannot convert to any other religion. A Muslim woman cannot marry a non-Muslim man. Diversity and fluidity of Ghanaian religious life. The 1992 Constitution holds that every person in Ghana, whatever his religion, shall be entitled to the fundamental human rights and freedoms of the individual, and a person shall not be discriminated against on the grounds of religion. All persons shall have the freedom to practice any religion. But my positive reading of religious tolerance in Ghana was shaken following a fieldwork journey in summer 2009 from Tamale to the historic town of Diare, about 65 kilometers north, in order to observe a Maulidi, a celebration of the Prophet's birthday akin to the Maulid celebrations I had frequented in Egypt. My journey revealed that while interreligious tolerance may prevail in Ghana, Muslim communities are divided and often intolerant, leading to conflict, sometimes violent. Tamale's primary ethnic group is the Dagomba, or Dagbamba, as they are known in their language, Dagbani. Here, the overwhelming majority is Muslim. The Dagomba kingdom, Dagbon, with its capital at Yendi, Islamized, starting with their 17th century king, Na Zanjina. But this conversion could not come at the cost of all traditional ways, lest the institutions of chieftaincy themselves be undermined. Indeed, maintaining a syncretic balance between cultural traditions and imported religions has been crucial in Ghana for Muslims and Christians alike. In Dagbon, syncretism evolved as a traditional Islam. Chiefs often have many more than 4 simultaneous wives, shrines and earth priests are retained, and festivals fuse Islamic and traditional elements. Here, traditional Islam is well illustrated by Damba, a festival celebrating chieftaincy alongside the Prophet Muhammad's birthday, Mawlid al-Nabi, celebrated around the world on the 12th of the Islamic month Rabi al-Awwal. There are 3 distinct festival days, the first of which corresponds to the generally accepted Sunni date, and the second of which is centered on the chief, the Na. In 2014, I participated in Damba in the town of Tolon, some 30 kilometers from Tamale. The chief, known as Tolon Na, is among the most powerful in Dagbon. Damba took place around the chief's palace between his circular zong, or reception, and the sampa, the open shed where he sits in state, surrounded by family, sub-chiefs, elders, tindana, or earth priests, and ma'alims, or sheikhs. There is no uniformity in such traditional Islam. Each ethnic group features distinctive syncretism with tradition. This situation prevailed for several centuries. Then, during the late 19th and early 20th century, many Dagombas joined reformist Muslim sects, promoting an Islam validated through external global connections. Conversely, these reform movements actively proselytized, promoting contrasting varieties of Islamic reform. Unlike Egypt, in Ghana there is no national Islamic tradition, no shared substrate. The new Muslim groups are socially independent. These sects include the Tijaniya, a Sufi group, and a literalist Salafi organization, the Ahlus Sunnah wal Jama'ah, known as Aswaj, along with the Ahmadiyya and a small community of Shia. Each newer group professes to reform traditional, localized, syncretic Islam, claiming authority and often funded through socio-spiritual linkages to authorities, themselves in conflict, located outside of Ghana. Each group is exclusivist, its social boundaries well maintained, symbolically defined in opposition to the other. Each group provides a total, voluntaristic religious identity. In other words, in joining such a group, one effectively converts to a particular Muslim sect. This situation sharply contrasts to Egypt, where voluntary Islamic identities are additive, building on a common Sunni substrate. There are no sects. The Tijaniya is a Sufi order, or tariqa, a path. The founder, Sidi Ahmed Tijani, was born and died in North Africa, but traveled widely, studying in Cairo and Mecca. His order spread throughout West Africa following the 19th century jihad of Al-Hajj Omar Tal of Futa Toro. Despite its Sufi orientation, the Tijaniya emerged as a reformist movement in West Africa, replacing syncretic Islams with Sharia, plus mystical beliefs and practices, such as the Mawlidi, music-filled celebrations for the Prophet and Tijani saints. The Tijaniya appeared to have first entered Ghana in the 19th century through Hausa and Jula traders. Ghana's Tijaniya community is strongly linked to Senegal through the celebrated Tijani Sheikh Ibrahim Niass, who founded the Faida Tijaniya movement, most widespread in Ghana today. One of Niass's spiritual disciples, Sheikh or Ma'alim Abdullah Ahmed Maikano of Prang, became the de facto leader of Tijanis in Ghana. Another sect, Ahlus Sunnah wal Jama'ah, literally people of the tradition of Muhammad and the consensus of the Ummah, represent the modernist wave of transnational, revivalist, reformist Islam, what one might call the Salafis of Ghana. The roots of the Ahlus Sunnah were planted in Tamale in the 1940s by Sheikh Yusuf Suwal Ajura, known as Afa Ajura, a Dagomba scholar who preached against syncretic Islam and later founded the Ambariya Institute. Afa Ajura adamantly opposed Sheikh Ibrahim Niass after witnessing his mass adulation during a visit to Tamale. Many Ambariya leaders visited Mecca through Hajj or Umrah, where they encountered a more conservative Islam, while others received scholarships from Egypt or Saudi Arabia to study in those countries and returned with new ideas on Islamic reform. Due to their propensity to deny others' practices as bid'ah or munkar, literally heretical, Tijanis call the Ahl Sunnah Munchiris, linking them to Saudi Arabia's Wahhabis. The Ahl Sunnah regard themselves as moderate Sunnis of normative mainstream global Islam. While visiting Tamale in July 2009, my friend Muhammad Asau, half Hausa, half Dagomba, invited me to a Mawlidi, a Tijani celebration of the Prophet's birthday, including praise singing, drumming, dancing, and speeches, to take place in Diare, a Dagomba village some 50 kilometers to the north. Just as Ewe churches draw upon traditional music, so music of the Mawlidi draws heavily on traditional Hausa music, called Kwashi Rawa, Let's Dance in Hausa. Spiritually, however, the Mawlidi is closely associated with Sheikh Ibrahim Niass of Senegal. Arriving in the town of Diari mid-afternoon, we immediately met a small group of Tijani musicians by the roadside, Muhammad's friends, preparing their drums for the evening's festivities. Deconstructed in this way, the kalangu's contrast to the similar Dagomba pressure drum, the lunga, became vividly apparent from the inside out. Despite superficial resemblances, The Kalangu is definitively not Dagomba, unambiguously projecting a Hausa Tijani identity in performance. Differences are evident in the details of construction, the materials, size, and lacing, as well as playing technique, which is faster, and the sound, which is much higher, and the larger ensembles employed, all of which I had the opportunity to observe very closely that afternoon and evening. More generally, Tijani music, the instruments, ensemble, playing techniques, and language, separates Tijani Muslim practice from traditional syncretic Islam, as well as from other Muslim sects, and that music, together with associated affect, clearly expresses that separation. Rather, the Kalangu, and indeed the entire complex of Kwashi Rawa, including drumming, singing, poetry, and dancing, along with the larger ritual complex of Maulidi, including sermons delivered in Hausa and translated into Dagomba for the sake of local attendees, functions as a symbol strongly indexing the northern Nigerian Hausa culture closely associated with the Tijaniya in Nigeria. Musically linked to the House of Nigeria and spiritually and poetically inspired through Sheikh Niass of Senegal and Sidi Ahmed Tijani in Fez, the Tijaniya carries a powerful transnational Muslim authority in Ghana, expressed and reinforced in music. Other distinctively Tijani drums include the kurkutu, the tuni, and the double-headed drum called side-by-side, all sharply contrasting with musical culture associated with local Dagomba syncretic Islam, as well as the sounds of the Ahmadiyya, the Aswaj, and the Shia, highlighting Tijani audiovisual distinctiveness and connection to foreign Hausa and Senegalese influences. Contrast traditional drumming of the Dagombas, again seen here in Somo Damba in celebration of the Prophet Muhammad's birthday, and Tijani music and dance for the Maulidi, Kwashi Rawa. In addition to drumming, there is singing. The Madaha perform zikri and madiyah, praise singing, which can be directed towards God, the Prophet, saints, and sheikhs. A well-known young Madaha named Iddi, with several recordings to his credit, performed for me. His poetry links performance to the wider world of Faida Tijaniya, based in Senegal. As in Egyptian Mawlids, there is a peripheral market for religious paraphernalia celebrating sheikhs that simultaneously reinforces common identity, linking participants to Sheikh Ibrahim Niass and his transnational Faida movement. By contrast, syncretic Damba is localized. Sheikh Khalifa, son of Sheikh Maikano and one of Ghana's primary Tijani leaders, attends each village Maulidi in the area. This becomes nearly a full-time occupation during the season of the Prophet's birthday. Afterwards, we crowded into the open space before the town mosque. The throngs accumulated, including villagers and hundreds of visitors. Drumming, dancing, zikri, sermons, and life stories of the Prophet and sheikhs continued until dawn. Translations into Dagbani helped to recruit villagers to the Tijani way. For the Tijaniya, these all-night events are worship, but they are also crucial for sustaining solidarity and attracting new members away from competing movements. Here's a small street melody in Tamale, performed for the Prophet's birthday in January 2014. Note the praise singing, the chant, drumming, and mixed gender dancing, all sharply contrasting with Damba, and all anathema to Aswaj. Many Mawlidis are held each year throughout Ghana for the Prophet and for Tijani sheikhs as well. Events draw on broadly overlapping catchment areas, so co-participation at multiple Mawlidis is common. This overlap, together with the emotional intensity of social spiritual interactions catalyzed by Zikri and Kwashi Rawa, induces a tight solidarity among Tijanis while drawing new converts. In other words, it is not only the affective intensity of the Mawlidi itself, but the ramifications of participatory overlap that are crucial for Tijani growth and solidarity. Social network theory helps explain how event participation may generate profoundly affective social networks of sectarian affiliation. Out of this two-mode affiliation network connecting Tijanis and Mawlidi events, we can now derive a one-mode social network connecting Tijanis to each other based on their rates of co-participation, and these links are energized by Kwashi Rawa performance. The Aswaj have not only denounced but physically opposed Tijaniya, sometimes violently, and the Tijaniya have responded with violence of their own, for example in 1997 when they burned down an Ahl Sunnah mosque in Wa. Such clashes have been taking place for decades. Here are some recent newspaper headlines. Ghana's widely respected chief imam, Usmanu Nuhu Sharubutu, has helped to maintain peace, but he is now 107 years old, and furthermore he is a Tijani disciple of Sheikh Ibrahim Niass himself. Thus, while Ghanaian interreligious tolerance appears to be high, within Islam sectarian tensions sometimes erupt into violence. Why this conflict in Ghana? Overtly, the Aswaj condemn Tijani practices, especially music, dance, and gender mixing, as haram, forbidden, munkar or bid'ah, heretical. But I believe there is a deeper structural reason. In the 7th century, Arab armies conquered Egypt, which became a primary religious center for the Muslim world, particularly after the establishment of Al-Azhar University in 970. By contrast, Islam entered the region of modern Ghana centuries later, gradually, through Muslim traders and scholars who brought economic and symbolic capital, wealth, and the prestige of writing. Consequently, local rulers cultivated their friendship. Eventually, some converted. But custom could not be ejected completely without compromising the traditional basis of political power as vested in chieftaincy. This meant that traditional Islam in West Africa, at the Muslim world's periphery, became highly localized and lacked global authority. Into this authority vacuum flourished reform movements such as the Tijaniya, the Ahmadiyya, and the Aswaj. Despite contrasts and clashes, they shared two key attributes: transnational unity and linkages to global centers of Islamic authority. In Ghana, these movements maintained sharp boundaries because they did not emerge from a shared Islamic substrate. Rather, they were foreign eruptions into Ghana, empowered by transnational authorities. This empowerment can be understood using the social network concept of structural wholes as developed by Ron Burt. Burt observed the role of brokers, individuals connecting otherwise disconnected social networks, who thereby acquire power and prestige. Spiritual brokers of ideologically incompatible transnational religious movements become locally powerful nuclei for the formation of sects. These charismatic leaders, buoyed by a global movement, each believe they are holders of ultimate truth and thus wield tremendous local charisma. They instill in their followers a sharp sense of competition, greatly magnified in a local arena, particularly for a minority religion like Islam in Ghana. Unlike Egypt, Ghana provides a free market for religious sects to compete for adherents. Muslim sects compete for a limited number of Muslims. Basic economics holds that with fixed demand, an inverse relation exists between competition and supply. Given an inelastic supply, as demand increases, so does competition. As new transnational Islamic movements entered Ghana during the 20th century, demand increased, producing greater competition and leading to sectarian strife. Ironically, then, freedom produces intra-religious conflict as well as inter-religious tolerance. But why does Mawlidi, and especially Kwashi Rawa, emerge as a flashpoint? Music serves religion not just spiritually, but also socially, renewing cohesion and drawing new adherents. Market. And it is a technology to which they do not have access for ideological reasons. By contrast, Egyptian Salafis do not compete with Sufi groups for members due to the non-sectarian nature of Egyptian Islam. Thank you so much for listening to my talk, and I'm ready to take your questions.
Thank you. Thank you, Prof. Not the questions are not yet coming up. We'll take the last
Good afternoon,
presentation.
everyone, and sincere.
We'll take the last presentation by Dr. Hago and Denchi, and then we can have the question session. Dr. Hago, if you are online and ready, you can take it. Yes, Dr. Hago, you can go ahead. Dr. Hago, you are muted. Unmute
Sorry.
yourself.
Sorry, thank you very much. And good afternoon to everyone. My name is Nahago. My colleague is Beatrice Oforiwa Denchi. Our presentation is titled Sustaining Clamor and Play, Sacred Arts Amidst Hostilities and Ethnographic Study. So, the Ga and the Dangbe, they live in the greater Accra region of Ghana, where this conference currently is being held. And part of the Dangbe also live in the eastern regions, and they practice play and clamor religious forms. There is a festival that we call Homowo, which means hooting at hunger. And prior to this festival, there is a month-long ritual silence that is imposed on the community to facilitate spiritual communication and other ritual activities. This month-long ritual period of silence is called Dio Femo, that is silence. Now, the Dangme of Pram Pram, they call this period, just a minute. Oh, I'm having technical challenges. Just a minute. Can you still see my screen, please? Can you see my screen?
Yes, we can see.
Right. So the Dangme of Pram Pram, they call this sacred period Achimanya, that is closure of the town. The guns of Teshi, Nungwa, and La, they call it Bemila, that is road blocking. And Gamashi, Tema, Osu, they call it Madumo, that is ritual millet sowing. Now, within this context, silence is not absence of sound, but a moral religious frame that enables introspection and ritual efficacy. Now, this presentation examines the systematic marginalization of clamor and play religious practice and their survival and adaptation strategies within Ghana's shifting religious and political terrains, as well as well-being and health communication infrastructure that exists. Clamor and play are living, adaptive, and indigenous epistemological systems, and not just static performance activities. They are sacred cultural art forms that actively negotiate modernity's religious and institutional pressures. Now, the key conflict that we realize within this period of silence is that there's the disruption of this space. Now, this disruption is by loud worship activities of some Christians in Ghana. And if you've gone to other parts of Accra and the capital, during evening services, they have all-night activities. Sometimes Muslim communities, during their call to prayers, they make so much noise. They play their music over loudspeakers. And these loud music activities, that takes place always between 11 months without stoppage. When it comes to that ritual period of silence, they still want to violate it. And so that becomes one of the conflicting areas. Another one is the institutional exclusion of traditional authorities, that is the Ga and Dangbe Ulome, during national and interfaith activities. Here we would like to define some few key terms. When we talk about clamor and play, we are actually looking at the Dangme and then the Ga indigenous religious performance systems that integrate ritual, music, dance, and healing forms. It is also an institutional structure that shapes social, cosmic, and community life. When we talk about Diofemo, this is the pre-Homo War period of silence and restraint that regulates sound, conduct, and communal discipline. When we make reference to religious performance epistemology, we are looking at the knowledge that is produced and transmitted through embodied ritual doing, not primarily through doctrine or text. And then well-being and health communication infrastructure refers to the communicative systems that sustains collective health through structural and cultural logics. So what does the DO-FEMO regulate? The DO-FEMO regulates performances during this period of silence in which priests and priestesses consult their deities, they renew vows, they cleanse themselves and their sacred objects. There's also prohibitions, which include shouting, clapping, celebrations, funerals, and there's an interesting part with these funerals. Within this period of ritual silence, when someone passes on, the person's funeral is not celebrated. The person is not mourned. In fact, there's total silence. Within this period also, the dead person is supposed to be kept in the morgue. If due to one reason or due to unfortunate accident or something, that person would have to be hurriedly buried without any form of ceremony. Every celebration is held until the period of ritual silence is over. Now, within this period of silence also, there is denial of pleasures and excesses. This is meant to reflect on family, community well-being. One important nuance is that ritual sound is not eliminated entirely. This is because during the ritual period of silence, there is music, dance, and chants and other performances, and all of these are classified as silent, and so they become the voice of the deities that are talking. So community must keep quiet and listen. Asamoah Gyedu and Asimin and Gifford, they argue that Ghana is often described as religiously plural. However, Christianity and Islam dominate institutions, media, education, and politics. Colonial classification also separated religion from culture, thus relegating indigenous religions to folklore and heritage. Post-colonial continuity, the state recognizes festivals or dances as culture, whilst sidelining indigenous religious authority in former platforms by Atiemo and Twiniboa. Now, for the purpose of this presentation, we are looking at understanding what Diofemo is, that is the ritual silence, and how these temporal moments are violated by some Christians and Muslims. We are also identifying how Gandangme traditional religious faith have suffered political and government marginalization, as well as identifying how effective communication among Gandangme authorities, Christians, Muslims, and government can enhance communal well-being and peaceful coexistence. All these are under the theoretical frame of African religious performance epistemologies, where its core premise is that religion is lived, embodied, relational practice that is enacted through ritual and not just doctrine alone. Then again, Jeche also says that knowing is inseparable from doing, so cosmological relations and moral norms are all performed into being. Schechner and Brady argue that rituals are restored, repeatable behavior that stabilizes meaning and authority across generations. Our methodological approach for this research is that of qualitative ethnography. Our sites are Accra, some parts of Accra, and then Kpong and Pram Pram. We pay particular attention to Homowa preparation spaces and some of the soundscapes and activities that are conducted. We use semi-structured interviews, participant-informed observation, and sustained engagement with Wulome, elders, and custodians of the traditional communities. But most importantly, we use digital ethnography. In this context, we analyze videos posted on YouTube, Facebook, Instagram, TikTok. I'm also present on about 3 Gadangme WhatsApp groups where we talk about some of this marginalization and how do you call it, challenges that we face, analysis and findings. Now, I would like to crave your indulgence to remain silent for some few seconds. For our analysis and findings, we are going to look at the first theme, which is hostility through sonic intrusion. And the core tension is that there's persistent violation of the DOFIMO by amplified Christian and Islamic worship and prayer activities. If you live in Ghana and you live by a church, you are always deprived of sleep because the sound that is produced is way above the permitted decibel ranges. Now, such violations or conflict is actually framed by practitioners as religious disrespect and structural inequality. There is also the asymmetry where Christians' sound is defended via what is called religious freedom and visibility because they want to make joyful noise to God, and so they want to be heard. But indigenous silence is treated as inconvenience and old-fashioned, and this is where we're having challenges. So the consequence is that these activities undermine ritual preparation and ancestral attunement, which is central to ritual efficacy and community protection. Now, when we talk about institutional exclusion and interfaith politics, we have, through this conference, we've heard that Ghana always performs interfaith harmony and all those kind of things. But often, critically, when we examine it, we realize that Christian and Muslims are much more favored, and indigenous practices are selectively included sometimes within the context of culture. There's also a historical shift. If you're a Ghanaian, you realize that somewhere within the 1992 and 2008, anytime there's a National Day activity such as Independence Day celebrations and Republic Day celebrations on 1st of July, Christian clerics, Islamic clerics, and Wulome are always invited to share the common space and offer prayers. But somewhere around 2009 and 2026, there's this visible exclusion of Wulome in prayer offerings. And the focus is always on the Christian and Islamic clerics. And then also recently, on the 1st of July, our current president instituted the National Day of Prayer and Fasting activities. And for 2 consecutive years, that is last year and this year, we realized that the Wulome have been taken out of, in fact, they have been excluded from the preparations. As a result, one of the traditional authorities took to his Facebook page to actually voice his displeasure with the seclusion of the traditional religious community. His name is Lasulo Numo Chawe Utrome II. And it will be interesting to know that he has joined us on this call to listen in and contribute if possible. So I would like to share my screen once again to play his voice so that you hear what he says about the period, the exclusion.
It's about this particular picture you are seeing at the top of your screen, the International Day of Prayer or the National Day of Prayer for our motherland, Ghana. Last year, I witnessed this thing happen. I was actually absent, but from my social media interactions, I realized that the traditional system was deliberately taken out. It is yet another year again. The 1st of July is actually going to mark the National Day of Prayer as well for motherland Ghana. And yet again, the traditional authority or the traditional leadership system in Ghana, is being taken out as well. Mr. President, this is my humble request to you and the Minister for Local Government and Religious Affairs. This is my humble request to you. What is actually happening? Please, with all due respect, does that mean that we as traditionalists within Ghana aren't part of the religious systems we have in Ghana? If that should be the case, then we should be taken out from almost every particular book in the system that makes mention of us, especially the R&B books and any other system of books that we have in the country, because this is actually becoming unbecoming. It pictures us as if we aren't Ghanaians, or it pictures us as if we are aliens on our own lands. Yet, when it's time for elections, these same government officials remember we as humans, we are on the land. They get closer to our shrines. They request for a special praise. That is when they remember we are part of Ghana and we are Ghanaians. That is when they realize that we play an important role in the administration of our motherland, Ghana.
Let's get back to our presentation. So this is it. Then again, we realized that on the National Peace Council Board of Governors, unequal slots have been allocated to religious communities. First, we have 4 slots that have been given to Christian groupings, 3 slots to Muslim communities, and only 1 slot is given to African traditional religious practitioners. And this is an epistemic mismatch that recognizes religions that are doctrinal or text-based. Just a minute. Oh, another technical hitch. So this is the flyer, the National Day of Prayer and Thanksgiving, where you have the Muslim cleric, that's a national chief imam, and then a Christian cleric. There's no representation of the traditional community over here. So we are moving on to the analysis of our third category, which is the indigenous survival and adaptation strategies. So because of these religious exclusions, the traditional community have come out with their own religious and adaptive strategies so that they remain relevant and continue with their practices. The first is the negotiation and modification of their ritual calendar. And this is evident in Pram Pram. When we did our research, we realized that previously the Pram Pram community, traditional community, and then the Christians always have clashes. Sometimes some of these clashes become very, very violent and people get hurt. Sometimes they pass on. So after one of such clashes, they had a meeting. And when they had a meeting, the indigenous community decided that they would pour libation, pray, and then seek the face of the deities and reorder. So because of that, they rescheduled their religious activities so that the Christians would have their time, so that they would also have their 1 month of ritual silence so that they could work. And when they rescheduled, negotiated, and they remodified their ritual calendar, there was a period of silence. In fact, they were successful and there was a period of peace within the Pram Pram community. Now, the second mode of survival is the development of grassroots networks, where the traditional community and their lineages, shrines, youth custodians, and elders have kept faith with their community, with their religious practice, and they keep working in silence. There's also the local enforcement or task force for compliance. So during this 1 month of silence, what the local task force do is that they go from church to church. When the church is making so much noise, they try to engage with the church authorities to bring or to lower the sound levels that they produce. Some are able to comply, others are not able to comply, and this also degenerates into clashes. Finally, they've also now moved onto the digital space where they employ digital media and virtual re-territorialization, which means that every time they have ritual activities, they record it, they take videos of it, and they put it on social media. And because of that, people are able to follow their activities. People are able to understand what they do. Previously, some of these things have been mystified, but now because of social media, we are now getting to understand the traditional religious practices and everything. So these are some of the adaptive modes that they use to survive. On this note, I would like to invite my colleague Beatrice to take over from here.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Hago, and thank you everybody for the thought-provoking parts. I would like to quickly also run through, the scholarly angle, the significance of this, and for benefit of our our paper, we highlighted four major areas. First of all, addressing the analytical blind spots, where we're seeing the Ghanaian religious scholarship being largely centered on Christianity and Islam as reiterated, sidelining the indigenous angles. As heritage performance, that is, it's being seen as something that can be preserved, funded, or displayed without ever being taken seriously, or as a source of ongoing moral community authority, right? We have that angle. So our paper is therefore reframing the Clamakle as a dynamic system. Rather than serving as a relic surviving in spite of change, we position it as an actively negotiating an urban modern hostility and exclusion by adapting it into expanding cities, competing soundscapes, and even shrinking public spaces, while it can still function as an infrastructure for collective well-being. What is the third significant angle? For public significance, that is, we're looking at dispute over sound space and sacred time are never just about religion. Rather, they are disputes over community governance and well-being. For example, when a playwright is drowned out by competing noise, or a
Dr.
playwright
Abu,
is denied access to public space,
please, your time
the
is up.
harm
Can you run
ultimately
off?
disrupts a mechanism through which the communities have historically produced safety, coherence, and collective healing. And these frames, these disputes are sonic nuisance or interfaith friction, which misses what is actually at stake. Okay. So that is it. Now, so for this, the heart of our paper is reframing this pluralistic angle as a health communication problem that needs to be seen, right? And when we look across everything that has been covered or reiterated, such as the sonic intrusion, exclusion, adaptive survival. We've
Can
shown
you
that
please conclude for us? Our time is.
Diofimo and the Wolome Authority are like a minute function as an indigenous well-being system, right? So we noted that a breakdown in the community health, there's a total breakdown of the community health communication, which becomes a breakdown in the community's capacity for self-repair, and this has the direct policy implication. That is why, as part of our presentation, we brought up the silence part of it for everybody to go silent within the timeline, to have a reflective angle of the significance of the silence that is needed. To conclude, the indigenous sacred art persists not by accident, okay, but through active negotiation, resilience networks, and strategic media engagement, even as they continue to face sonic intrusion and institutional exclusion. Their survival itself is evidence of the transformative power we've described in all or most of the representations described, and also with communities finding new pathways to protect the infrastructure that regulates their collective well-being, even when public space is not built to accommodate it. We therefore end with three major questions for your reflection as well. And the first is, what would epistemic recognition look like in policy and interfaith practice? From your perspective, how should cities govern sound when sacred time requires silence, not acceptable decibels? What are the ethical best practices for digitizing sacred or once restricted sites? We leave you with these three major questions, which we'd love to explore together. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. We've listened to three interesting and thought-provoking presentations. First one being on how Benga music articulates spirituality and political consciousness in Western Kenya. We also listened to a comparative perspective on Sufi music in Ghana and Egypt. And then we just listened to Sustaining Clamor and Clear Sacred Arts Amidst Hostilities. I'll now open the floor for a couple of questions for all the presentations we've listened to. We'll do this in about 15, 20 minutes so that we can move on to the next panel. Thank you. So if you have any questions, contributions, you could just put your hand up and then I'll bring the mic to you. Yes, 1, 2.
Yeah, hello. This question is for Michael. I'm wondering how much overlap, I really like the network theory idea. How much overlap is there but for participants with the Damba Festival and the Maulid? Because I know they're around the same time, and if there are some who go to both or mostly separate. Thank you.
Yes, Prof. Frischkopf, if you can hear us.
The short answer is I don't know. Although there is overlap in that they're both celebrating the Prophet's birthday, in fact, the Mawlidi season is much more extended, so it's very possible that people do attend both. Some people treat the Dumba as more of a cultural festival, and so even if they're committed Tijani members, as in the village of Tolon, which I know somewhat, it's very likely that they also do participate in Damba as a community festival. But I don't have precise answer to your question, unfortunately.
Thank you. There's some there.
Thank you very much. This question goes to Dr. Ago. When he's presenting, I was expecting that maybe he will showcase the Pele dance and the Krama dance, and nothing like that show up. So I'm asking that, what happened? Thank you.
Dr. Ago, if you can.
At least we have to experience the dance aspect.
Yes, thank you very much, Assemblyman. You realize that whilst I was presenting, we were talking about time. In this short presentation, you can't put in everything. We have a lot to say. And so, unfortunately, I have to disappoint you by not presenting the play dance for you. But you're a master musician. You've performed play and clamor all the time. So I don't know why you want to see it. Those who have not seen it,
maybe what I provide
I'll come and present it to you. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
We want to see in this conference.
Thank you, Reverend Z. Please, do we have any more questions? Yes, Mr. J.
Yeah, this also goes to Dr. Hagu. You talked about silence, but you are also talking about play music and grammar. So I want to find out, during the ban on drumming or noise making, is play and grammar allowed to be played? Are they really important during the time? How do they also conflict other noise that are performed in communities? That's my question. Thank you.
Yes, Dr. Hagu.
Thank you very much, Moses. So, play and clamor performance, in fact, within the period of silence, that is when the deities speak to the community. That is when the traditional priests and priestesses, they attune themselves and they communicate with the deities. So the deities speak through the music, through the drums, through the chants, through the activities. And within this period, such activities are seen as ritual silence. So everybody would have to keep quiet for these performances to be held. And these performances are the means through which the traditional religious community communicates with their maker. And so this is the period in which Klama and Kwele is suitable. It's really performed. It doesn't mean that when we say silence, nothing should be performed. When we say silence, silence is for others. Silence is for people who have excesses, who jubilate and everything. You know, in life, there's a moment where you have to pause and reflect. And when you reflect, Christians would like to pray, they would like to fast. This is the period for the traditional religious community to also pray and fast and have a great communion with their makers or with their deities, and then intercede on behalf of the community, in which community and religion and everyone come to play for there to be peace and development. Thank you very much, Moses.
Thank you. There's another hand to my left.
All right, thank you. Looking at Benga music, I think the presenter mentioned how it was formed, looking at Christianity, and then he mentioned it coming from Tanzania. I don't know whether there's a specific place in Tanzania that had it. Apart from Christianity, is there any other influence on the music? Because most of the presentation was on political. Is it just, is it saying that in Kenya, Christians dominate, or you have other bodies there that also perform? Because I want to get that. Is it just Christians there who perform that particular music, or the other religious bodies who also perform that music?
Yes, Reverend is just behind you.
Thank you very much for that question. It doesn't mean that we don't have other religious groups or other influences, only that there was that issue of time, and I was not able to exhaust everything. But we have the community, when we talk about Benga, there is the influence of even the traditionalists, those people from the Luo community, whereby they get the information from Benga music, especially when it comes to the things that are affecting the community. So even from the elders and all those who matters in the community. There is also the aspect of other religions, but at that time, my concentration was only with the Christianity, politics, and also the traditionalist. Thank you.
Thank you. Maybe we take two more, and then, yes, there's a hand up here.
Thank you very much. I was struggling with how to frame my question. I think it's two. One is a question, sort of. I'm curious about the terminology that was employed, the second presenter, syncretic Islam. I'm wondering if that is a terminology that they would apply to themselves, if they think that they are syncretic. Or is a term that the researcher used to categorize them. That's related to the second thing, which has to do with the multiple belongings. Even in the presentation about the play and Klama and so on, the conflicts, I'm aware that there are people who would consider themselves Christians, but they also are participants in these festivals and things. How do we navigate the issue of multiple belongings without dealing with religious thought? Some of these border on what people actually believe and how we construe or construct or define belief and belonging. So that is kind of the question around those things. So I don't know who would want to respond to that.
Yes, Prof.
But the syncretic Islam, is that how they describe themselves?
Yes.
Or is that your own designation?
So probably the two of them would say something on it.
Yeah, thank you for the question. I can address that one. Syncretic is my term. It's an edict term to describe this sort of fusion of the traditional chieftaincy worldview with all of its specializations and rituals and celebrations with the coming of Islam and the way those blend together in such a way, which is not to legitimate it at all, but they blend together in such a way as to be susceptible to critiques from transnational Muslim movements. And I think from their perspective, they would see that as, I mean, from my understanding of Islam and other places, as a kind of a cultural baggage that Islam may have picked up, as opposed to the so-called pure Islam. But I'm not defending that term, but that's how they would describe it, the pure Islam of the Salafis, or possibly the Tijaniya or the Ahmadiyya or the Shia, which is legitimated by this sort of transnational stature. But I don't mean to imply any value judgment there.
All right, Dr. Ago?
Yes, so it happens a lot, the dual religious observations in Greater Accra region. It is there, we all practice. The challenge is with some Christians who practice the extreme Christian religion. Some are mostly charismatics and they want to make a joyful noise. And so they do not actually observe some of this. And their equipment during this religious month of ban, they actually tune their machines and you realize that during this period, everywhere is silent. So the little noise that you make, it goes up. And so this Christian community, some of them would want to open their amplifiers and blare out their tongues and their praises and worship activities. And so this conflicts with the traditional practices. So we realized that this year they took to social media to announce the various bans and the punitive measures and the fact that they are employing the Ghana Police Service to assist them to bring about some sanity within the community. As for the dual religious practice, it's there. It is the extreme religious observers, especially some of the Christians and some Muslim communities, that violate such peaceful coexistence. Otherwise, some people practice both traditional religion and then Christianity altogether, which is allowable.
Yeah. Can I add something? Can I add something to our paper? And we also seeing it as we want to position it in ours as a layering and not a syncretism. In that many Ghanaian Christians who also practice play or klama or any of these sacred rituals in their own ethnic cities frame it not as competing faith commitments, but rather as fulfilling lineage or communal duty. So, and this is where we get the distinction between the personal kind of confessional belief and the ancestral or social obligations, of these people. So this is just a little bit for now. Thank you.
Right, thank you. We'll take one last one online by Michael. I believe it's Professor Frischkopf.
Yes, thank you. I just wanted to ask about the Professor Hargo and Professor Beatrice about the Africania mission, because my understanding is that that was established to sort of position African traditional religion in the public sphere on a comparable level with Christianity and Islam, and I'm wondering if it had any effect or how they view it.
Well, what from our research, we realize that it is not too effective. Within political terrains, they pay lip service, but in practical terms, it is not upheld. And this is the reason why the traditional community would take to social media and then voice their displeasure with some of these activities. It is always a lip service when it comes to such activities and not really practiced.
Thank you.
Right. Thank you, Reverend Dr. Peterson Tumi Kabuki, Professor Michael Frischkopf, Dr. Na Hago, and Beatrice Oforiwa Denchi. A couple of announcements. This evening, we'll have a welcome concert at 7 p.m. at the ETS Drama Studio. ETS Drama Studio is just across this Nkrumah complex. There's a small drama studio there. It's at 7 p.m. on the dot. And I'm told we'll take a 10 minutes break before the next panel. This has been our panel on politics and the sacred secular divide. Thank you and have a good evening.
Hello, 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 hello. I think our 10 minutes is up, and so kindly be seated so that we start our last but not least panel. I can go ahead.
I don't know if we can go ahead.
Are there some people outside there?
Yeah, there are people outside.
Then somebody will have to call them in.
Yeah, I'll message.
Okay. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. We are continuing our insightful panel session with 3 scholars presenting on the theme, Gender and the Black Sacred Arts. I think we would follow the afternoon section order, where we would have to listen to all the presenters, after which we will have our Q&A session. So our first presenter is an associate professor of Kiswahili Studies in the Department of Literary and Communication Studies at Laikipia University. From 2016 to 2021, she served as the founding coordinator of the university's Gender Center, and she currently serves as the dean of the School of Humanities and Development Studies. She is presenting on the topic, The Sacred Cloth and Sacred Pleasures, Imagining Sexuality on the Swahili Coast of Mombasa. Our second presenter has a PhD in ethnomusicology and African studies. He's a senior lecturer and research fellow, and coordinator of the music and dance section of the Institute of African Studies, University of Ghana. He's presenting on the topic, Sacred Agency, Performativity and Gender Transformation of a Chiefdom, Asafutufiam Festival, and the Unsung Heroines of Ada. Our last but not least presenter is Gail Murchison, an associate professor of music at William and Mary in Virginia. She researches African American and African diasporic music and has published extensively and was an editor of Black Music Research Journal 2014 to 2019. She is currently writing a book on Mary Lou Williams in Europe from 1952 to 1954. She is presenting not on Mary Lou, but on the Beyoncé Mass 2018 Quid Libet, Womanist, Feminist Empowerment, and Black Liberation Technology of Becoming. Please, with a round of applause, shall we invite the first speaker, Professor Sheila Pamela, to present her paper.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
My name has already been said. Oh, sorry. Okay. So I'm presenting on the sacred cloth and sacred pleasures. Thank you. My focus is on the cloth, which is mainly found at the East African coast. This cloth is worn by women, the Swahili women, and the cloth comes in two pieces. It's tied on the waist and thrown on the shoulders. The cloth has patterns. It has three main sections: the border, the main part, and it has the inscription. And the inscription is mainly from the proverbs of the Swahili culture. So it is a reserve for the women. As you can see on the photo, it's the women who are putting on the cloth, and you can see the writings. I'll come back to that later. And therefore, I'll begin by explaining this particular cloth, which is called a kanga. What is kanga? Kanga is a distinctive Swahili cotton textile whose colors, motifs, and Swahili inscriptions make it transform from ordinary clothing or fabric into a powerful medium of communication, identity, and culture expression. It is commonly used as a tool to communicate different messages and themes, ranging from spiritual love, betrayal, community service, family matters, and sexual expression. We have samples of the messages on the kangas. You can see the patterns and the colors. I'll just use one of the messages. Yataka moyo kuishi na jirani, which means it takes courage to live with neighbors. Neighbors can sometimes be very difficult. So when you have an issue with a neighbor, as a Swahili woman, you get the kanga, tie it on your waist, and pass where the neighbor is, so they'll get the message. So why is kanga more than an ordinary piece of cloth? Among the Swahili of the East African coast, artistic expression has historically extended beyond monumental architecture, wood carving, poetry, and calligraphy. It encompasses textiles, particularly the kanga, which has become one of the most enduring visual symbols of Swahili civilization. Its color, print, design, proverbial inscriptions, and their meaning. So we have another example there. Hamsemi ya kaisha. You are not tired of talking. The Swahilis used to live they used to live in a community. So when the neighbors, or when you have somebody that you think you need to tell them a message that you can't speak, you just wash your kanga, put it on the line, and when they pass as they're going out, they'll get the message. So my key argument, the kanga as material culture. This paper argues that the kanga is a living material text through which the Swahili community communicates identity, preserves indigenous knowledge, and negotiates social, cultural, and religious life. It is not just merely a cloth, it is a readable cultural document. And when I talk about culture, I mean their way of life, religious, communities, psychological, everything. So we look at the kanga as a social language where we have our secret pleasures. So unlike many artistic traditions whose meanings are confined to galleries or ritual spaces, the kanga exists within everyday life. It is worn in domestic spaces, marketplaces, weddings, funerals, religious ceremonies, political gatherings, and national celebrations. Actually, it's part of the women, it's part of their dressing. Consequently, its artistic significance cannot be divorced from its social function. So in courtship and marriage, we have examples there. The communicative capacity of the kanga is evident in the context of courtship and marriage. Throughout the Swahili coast, women have long used carefully selected kangas to express admiration, disappointment, encouragement, forgiveness, or caution within intimate relationships. For example, nisitiri nikusitiri, which means protect my dignity and I shall protect yours. When a woman wants to communicate to the husband, maybe they are disappointed, they'll spread the bed and spread the kanga with the message. So when the husband comes, they'll know that the woman is not happy, she's asking for respect, she wants her dignity to be protected, etc. We also have an example there of a kanga, kitanda sio jeneza, tafuta mtu mlale pamoja. This message was sent to a girl on her birthday by the aunt. According to the aunt, the girl had taken so long to get married. So because she would not tell her face to face, she gave her that gift. A bed is not a coffin. Find someone to share with. We have messages on marriage, family, and domestic relationships. Kanga functions as an accepted medium for discussing intimate matters indirectly. Messages about marital dissatisfaction, longing, fidelity, jealousy, and emotional neglect are often communicated through proverbs printed on cloth. As someone said, the kanga says something with nothing, or says nothing but something. You don't have to speak, they'll just see what you're saying. So we have a kanga with that inscription, mapenzi ni kikohozi hayafichiki. Love is like a cough, it cannot be hidden. This expression, deeply rooted in Swahili oral tradition, recognizes love as an emotion that inevitably reveals itself despite attempts at concealing it. When displayed on a kanga, however, the proverb acquires multiple meanings. It may express genuine affection between spouses, signal courtship, acknowledge a secret relationship, or even gently mock those attempting to disguise their emotions. And the ambiguity in the messages is the uniqueness of the messages on kangas, and it's deliberate, so that nobody can actually pinpoint and say you are talking to them. We also have mapenzi hayalazimishwi, love cannot be forced. Although seemingly simple, the proverb articulates a sophisticated understanding of emotional autonomy. Rather than directly challenging parental authority or social expectations, the kanga communicates this principle through culturally acceptable indirection. They also communicate women's agency and silent communication. The communicative authority of the kanga extends beyond interpersonal relationships to encompass broader questions of female agency, historical memory, and identity formation. One particular evocative inscription reads, "Ukimya si ujinga," meaning silence is not ignorance. This expression occupies a significant place within Swahili moral philosophy because it distinguishes silence from intellectual weakness. The wearer communicates that restraint should not be mistaken for incapacity, and that wisdom often resides in measured speech rather than constant argument. Sacred pleasures, intimacy, sexuality, and respectability. Early colonial observers have frequently misunderstood the relationship between the kanga and sexuality. Many interpreted African textiles through Eurocentric assumptions that reduced clothing either to exotic ornamentation or to evidence of cultural primitivism. But more recent scholarship has challenged that dress on the Swahili coast constitutes a sophisticated moral and communicative system through which femininity, sexuality, modesty, and social honor are negotiated rather than merely displayed. We have an example there. A young lady has a kanga, and on it it's written, hodi hodi na ikome, mwaka ujao naolewa, meaning knock knock should stop. Next year, I'm getting married. So that's a message to people who have been disturbing her, or maybe her friends now. She's telling them it's over, because next year, I'm somebody else's. So we have this is a continuation of the intimacy, sexuality, and respectability. There is a kanga there. You can see the colors. We have red, we have yellow, we have white. Red is normally a symbol of emotions, passion, danger, energy. We have yellow, which has warmth, and then we have white, which is peaceful. So the message there is nishike unikande, nikiregea unipande, which literally means hold me, massage me, when I'm ready, do the necessary. Sexuality in this context cannot be understood simply as erotic desire. Rather, it encompasses broader notions of courtship, fertility, marriage, motherhood, bodily presentation, reproductive expectations, and social respectability. Kanga occupies a central position within these negotiations because it simultaneously conceals, reveals, protects, adorns, and communicates. The artistic vocabulary of the kanga frequently celebrates affection and emotional intimacy while avoiding explicit sexual language. As a social identity and community belonging, we have upendo panafuraha, where there's love, there's happiness. Rather than emphasizing physical desire, the expression situates love within a broader ethical framework of companionship, mutual respect, and domestic harmony. On the sides, we have furaha ya maisha ni mapendo, meaning the joy of life is love. Therefore, the kanga provides a socially acceptable language for expressing emotions that may otherwise remain unspoken. We'll now look at the kanga as a sacred archive. The kanga also expresses humanity's relationship with the sacred. Unlike many religious objects reserved exclusively for ritual specialists, the kanga occupies an unusual position. I could just give an example of the priests. They rarely put on their, is this called, Father, the cassock and the chasuble. You don't walk around with it. It's for a special function, only when you have mass. But for the kanga, the woman has it all through. And the message, the sacred message, moves around with the person who is putting it on. It simultaneously belongs to the sacred and the ordinary. religion, spirituality, and sacred symbolism. The Kanga has also played a role in this. Religion has profoundly shaped the historical evolution of the Kanga on the Swahili coast. Islam, which is the main religion of the East African coast, then indigenous African belief systems, and centuries of Indian Ocean cultural exchanges have converged to produce a distinctive religious civilization. While the Kanga is frequently examined as an article of dress or a medium of communication, its religious significance has received comparatively less scholarly attention. I'm focusing on Islam, as I said, because it's the main religion at the East African coast. But that doesn't mean that the other denominations don't use the Kanga to portray or communicate their doctrines. For the Islam, it accompanies women during prayer. That is the Quranic lessons, the madrasas, during marriage ceremonies, funerals, naming ceremonies, pilgrimage celebrations, and the annual festivals of the Eid al-Fitr and Eid al-Adha. We have an example of a lady wearing a Kanga, which has a message for the Eid al-Mubarak.
Prof, please, you have 5 minutes.
5 minutes? Okay. We also have a message, Mwenyezi Mungu ndiye mlinzi. The message expresses one of the central theological principles of Islam, that ultimate security rests not in material possession or human authority, but in divine guardianship. This one will also be found among the Christians. Amongst the most cherished religious virtues celebrated in Swahili culture is patience. This virtue is repeatedly expressed in Kanga inscriptions, reflecting both Quranic ethics and indigenous moral philosophy. One enduring proverb states, Subira yavuta heri. The proverb resonates strongly with the Quranic emphasis upon sabr, which is repeatedly presented as a characteristic of the faithful. Within the social context of the Kanga, the inscription offers encouragement to women confronting bereavement, economic hardship, marital uncertainty, or illness. Patience brings blessings. We also have patience as the fruits of the Holy Spirit. So it also cuts across Christianity. So we have other messages. I'll not go through them because of time, but we have messages that express gratitude and blessings, seeking protection from enemies, commemorative religious texts. We have the one there for Christianity and Islam, and then we have messages for patience, trust, and divine training. On morality, we also have Kangas with inscriptions, haraka haraka haina baraka, which means rushing through tasks often leads to mistakes and poor outcomes. Mtoto akililia wembe mpe, if a child cries for a razor blade, give it to them. And that means people must learn the consequences of dangerous desires through direct experience. Then we have the common one that is also there in English, umoja ni nguvu, which means unity is strength. Communities achieve more and stay safe when they work together. All these proverbs are deeply embedded in Swahili oral tradition. Their repeated appearance on Kangas has transformed them into one of the most recognizable ethical statements in East Africa. We also have the Kanga, representing the indigenous knowledge preserved, preserving the indigenous knowledge. So the Kanga, as I said, is used as a cultural classroom, and then a social interaction and portable archive. The sacred and the everyday are woven together rather than separated. Like everyday living tradition, the meanings of the Kanga continue to evolve. Why does the Kanga still matter today? The Kanga has transformed. It's now a global production. It used to be produced at the East African coast, but now it's global. It's global, circulated. The Kanga now connects African diaspora communities across the world, reinforcing identity and belonging. I know when we go for conferences, Swahili conferences, like in the US and outside world, we always have the Kanga. We choose a specific Kanga which will identify us as people from the East African coast. We have digital revolution. The social media and e-commerce have expanded access. We have the fashion innovation. For those who cannot tie the Kanga, they are now using the Kanga to make dresses, etc. Public communication, it's used in health campaigns, civic education. We have the heritage preservations in museums, universities, where we document and safeguard the Kanga heritage for future generations. And we also have the religious innovation, and we have denominations such as the Seventh-day Adventists, just to give an example, and the Catholics who have incorporated the Kanga into their culture. We have dressings for in Kenya we call them Catholic Women Association. I don't know what you call them here in Ghana.
Prof, please kindly wind up.
Okay, I'm just finishing up. In conclusion, the Kanga is a cultural archive, is a language through which communities negotiate identity, intimacy, and morality, and it demonstrates that in Swahili society, the sacred and the ordinary are woven into one continuous fabric of life. I'll leave you with a statement. To read a Kanga is not merely to read a cloth, it is to read a civilization. Every motif tells a story, every proverb carries wisdom, and every thread weaves together memory, morality, intimacy, and faith. In every fold, proverb, and pattern lies a story of sacred identity and sacred pleasure. Madam, just allow me to show my audience what I'm talking about.
Please, 30 seconds.
Yeah. This is an example of a Kanga. You can see it's 2 pieces. When you get it, you just cut it in the middle, one for the bottom, another one for the top. And then it is in 3 dimensions. We have the border, we have the message, and we have the main part. You can see the pattern. This one says, Wambea vyenu vikao ni kelele tu. Gossipers, your sittings are just noise. And you can see the pattern. Blue is a calm color, yellow shows power, and white is peaceful. So whether you talk or not, I don't give a damn. Thank you so much. I'm told you say midasi. In Swahili we say asante sana. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Shall we put our hands together for her? That was the Kanga Club and Secret Pleasures. An insightful and very interesting presentation. Like I said, we'll hold on to the Q&A, and so we want to quickly invite the second presenter, Dr. Moses Nidote, to make his presentation. Thank you. Please, shall we welcome him again with a round of applause?
Thank you very much once again. And good evening. As introduced earlier, I present on the topic Sacred Agency, Performativity, and Gender Transformation in a Chiefdom, Asafotu Fiam, and the Unsung Heroines of Ada. And in this presentation, I seek to reflect on what I describe as increased visibility and prominent public ritual roles that women are presently performing in the Ada Asafotu Fiam Festival, and by extension, the Ada mainline chieftaincy politics. And this has been happening in the last 13 to 15 years. The idea is to highlight what I describe as sacred agency as the immediate trigger for that significant gender transformation in an indigenous community where more contemporary state and non-state agencies have not fared as well. It is presently an unmistakable spectacle of the annual Ada Asafotu Fiam Festival celebrations to behold women divisional queens and warrior queens. For example, I will show you. So this is about the picture. You see Nana Diki to your left. All of them the first, and that alone tells you that it's a very new phenomenon. Accompanying the principal, the chief warrior, to take an oath, swear an oath before the paramount chief of Ada. So you see, this is one, this is another, accompanying the old chief, and then you have even a third. In fact, there are 10 clans in all, and as part of the climax of the festival, they must all take their turns before the paramount chief to swear an oath of allegiance. And I'll show you the text very soon. Let me tell you a little bit about Ada quickly, and then I'll show you. Ada is the most easterly of the 13 Gadangbe loose confederacies, bordering the all-important Volta River to the east. And more than any other Gadangbe community, Ada festivalizes the important battles which define her territoriality, nationhood, and identity. The festival's designation as Asafotu Fiam, which means mass musket fire, and its climactic oath-swearing ritual reenactments by the Asafoachemen, now Asafoachemnyeme, to their paramount chief, all go to encapsulate its defining ethos as a war memorial. Celebrated annually in the first week of August, Asafotu Fiam mass musketry is designed to commemorate the historical return of victorious fighters from battles Ada fought between the 17th and the 20th centuries. This is often done through dramatic enactment, symbolic, and through martial chants, dramatic reenactment, costume and magical arts, and all that colorful displays. Then this is followed the following day, the next day, with the Debar of Chiefs of Asafoacheme. That's the warrior chiefs and the warrior queens presently. And then the Ada people at the place called Ada Presby Park, where the 10 warrior chiefs representing the 10 clans take their turn to swear to the paramount chief and the Ada community. I want to show you just a 1 minute. So this is just this one, a 1 minute of the climatic. So this is Ada Presby Park. And this is the warrior chief, the climatic oath swearing ceremony to the paramount chief.
Ina Katamaso, Ina Tojenya, Ina Didom Hogba, Kenene Abraham Kabu Akwaku Chemi Libel Donkita. Kichele Lebel.
Basically, these are the texts of the oath swearing ceremony. It says, look, I swear by the Katamansu War, or the Katamansu Battle, fought in 1826. I swear by the Tojen Beach Battle. I swear by the Adidome Sunday Battle. If Nene Kabu Akwaku